Okay, looks like we're about live. Just gonna give it a second to make sure everything's good. Okay, we got the stream going. We're gonna get this started. Thank you everyone for tuning in tonight for our first cast of the match of the week for CPL. Regular season has started. Week 1's in the books. And we're gonna be casting some Tier 0 and Tier 1 from Team Socialized Healthcare versus Samyang Fire. I'm Saetzero, and with me is IRK stromkarlen. Stromkarlen, good? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here and I'm ready to cast some games.
Yeah, we got a lot of games to cast. With the bigger teams with less of them, each tier does have more games, so we got plenty of StarCraft heading for you tonight. And
yeah, just a bit of a formatting change this time around for CPL, but I think it's working really well so far. I've had positive feedback from everybody, so.
Oh, what about you personally? Have you played yet to experience it?
I haven't played a match yet, but I've practiced a lot with the team so far, and I think it's working really well, in my opinion. And I have been talking to the team admins from all the other teams, and I'm getting generally pretty good feedback, I think. Helps that everyone's stuck inside because of coronavirus, but I think everything's looking pretty active so far.
Yeah, nothing's really gonna get things going quite as well as something like that.
Right, looks like we even have some Europeans in the chat.
Oh, that's just fantastic then.
It's awesome.
Everyone in the chat, you hear both of us okay about the same audio level? Well, while I'm waiting for them to answer that, I'm going to get us started into our first game. We're going to start with the Tier 1s. And our first game is going to be Fox versus Yenta.
Alright, so this is a Tier 1 game, ZVT.
Yeah, both very strong players. Anything that's Tier 1, Tier 0, we're going to see some very high-level play.
Yeah, and Fox and Yenta in particular, I don't know if you know these players specifically, but Fox is just a very strong overall Terran player, and Yenta is borderline Tier 0 in some ways, although his play is a little bit non-standard normally. So I think that in ZVT he likes to play a very aggressive mid-game with kind of like get that carapace upgrade on your lurkers and be aggressive with lurker meta. So I guess we'll see how he plays this time around. I haven't seen him play ZVT in a while.
Then I'm excited to see it. We do have in the bottom left is IRK Yenta. That's I guess why you know so much about them in the same clan. And they're the purple Zerg. And we have Fox under the ID My Precious, because why make things easier for your casters?
Well, he is Korean, so. They're always changing their IDs, I feel like. The new thing with like Chosun Zerg and who's the other one that changed their ID? Oh, Harangi changed to Bingzu Soma, and I'm just like, oh my god, guys.
Well, that's
why?
Just because Harangi wishes his piece.
Yeah, but Harangi is such a good ID. Like, I don't get it. And Soma's a good ID as well. Like, I feel like not only have they changed their IDs, but they've changed their IDs for worse IDs.
I mean, it's not as bad as Eyewater, though. Like,
that's true. That's true.
Shuttle was nice.
It's not quite as bad as Eyewater, but still the same thing as like changing ID for an ID that is like objectively worse, which I don't personally understand.
We see from Yenta starting off with a 12 hatchery, it looks like. Seems pretty standard for this kind of matchup.
Yeah, this is super standard. So Fox is just going to be going mech, you see, because he's getting the gas. And Yenta's just opening 12 hatch, which is really standard ZVT, especially on a map this big. Like, Clayfield is a 4-player map, so the likelihood that they're going to scout you right away and punish a 12 hatch is lower than on a smaller map.
I do like that both workers, the Zerg went through the center to check for a proxy, and both workers saw each other, knew exactly how to get to the opponent's base. All these little tiny optimizations that you don't quite see at the lower levels, but makes a lot of sense once you see it happen.
Yeah, just being scared of BBS there a little bit.
I mean, we're playing a best of 3 in the first part of the regular season. Like, matches start to quote-unquote matter. So, yeah, I would say you gotta start respecting cheese. I also feel like, since Clayfields, you know, it's not a ladder map, I could see a lot of people being not nearly as practiced on this map and being a little more inclined to cheese, maybe?
Yeah, I guess maybe that's true. I mean, the thing about Clayfields, though, is that it's kind of like the pathing is a little bit weird, but it is a lot like Fighting Spirit and Circuit Breakers. Like, it's not too weird of a map. But you're right that, like, I think that we saw this map in RSL. So people at the lower tiers are actually, weirdly enough, more familiar with this map, I think, than the Tier 1, Tier 0 players, because they've actually had a tournament where they had to play this map in.
We do see 6 lanes, and they're actually going straight across the map, not even trying to get the SCV out of the base. So, but
Alright, so he did scout that it's mech.
Yeah, I mean, I always see, like, we're seeing a lot of factory stuff. I actually thought this might have been a 1-1-1, but we're actually maybe a Goliath build instead, because we're not really rushing to the start.
Yeah. 1-1-1 actually is... Oh, this isn't good. Oh, but he does have a Vulture out. Does have a Vulture out, so it's okay. So Yenta does get the full scout off, though. He does scout that there's no starport, so we're probably going to see him skip the Hydra Den. And he did force Fox to build the CC on the high ground. So that's just a nice little win there for Zerg.
We already had that sunken colony up, so that Vulture moving across the map's not going to be able to get anything done.
Yeah, just very standard so far. He also did scout, so he's able to make a wall with the 3rd hatchery. And he is going 2 Hatchmita. So just
good.
very standard out of Yenta.
That's
Actually.
There's a difference in volume. Who's louder so I can fix that?
Probably you,
Probably.
I'm guessing. Because I'm generally pretty quiet, except for when I'm casting with Least, because Least.
While
Alright,
I
yeah.
for
Just
reply on that, we can fix that shortly. We do have that second factory getting built, so definitely leaning more like it's like I think it's gonna be that kind of Goliath build. We see the armory nearing completion as well, although also with an engineering base, so respecting Muta still, even if it's going for something like that Goliath build.
right, and Yenta's actually putting down his Hydra Den and his Evo Chamber down really quickly, so I think he's going to get his, like, maybe 9 mutas. I don't even know if he'll go up to 11 mutas, and then he's going to switch into Hydras. So he's planning on getting his Hydra upgrades really quickly, and then stopping that. Oh, he just canceled the Evo Chamber. Let's see. He does see the 3 vultures kind of on his vision, so he might be trying to make sure those vultures don't get behind the mineral line like this.
Oh, getting do some damage. One sunken not going to kill them quite fast enough, losing a couple drones here. But the vulture's not getting the main to really get a scout off. That's a little surprising.
Well, he has scan because Terran's broken, so he's fine. So he'll be able to tell really quickly, and I think he knows it's 2 Hatchmita anyways. But Yenta just going to get these Hydra upgrades. The thing with 2 Hatchmita is it is a fairly low eco build, so losing those couple of drones really does matter.
Well,
especially
he has the 3rd hatchery at the front wall. Is it still like a 2 hatch?
Yes, it's still 2 Hatchmita. Because you actually get a macro hatch with 2 Hatchmita at about 21 supply.
Okay, good to know.
When you're playing against Bio, you can get it at a 3rd base, but when you're playing against Mech, the Vulture actually has a soft contain on the front of the entrance, so if the Terran player is really good, nothing should be able to get out of the Zerg's base. So that's why you see the 3rd hatchery be put down in kind of like the wall to prevent the Vultures, and not just at a 3rd base right away.
I mean, it doesn't seem like these mutas are going to get a whole lot done. They did force some turrets to be made, but Goliath's already in production. I don't know how much you're actually going to be able to get done with only 5 of them.
The thing is with 2 Hatchmita versus Mech, though, is that you don't actually have to do damage with your mutas. He's just like, he's going to go into Hydras. You see he's already getting his Hydra range upgrade, so he's not planning on stopping the Goliath with mutas. You see if he was planning on building more mutas, he probably would have gotten his Carapace upgrade on his Spire, but he never got that, I think. Yeah, he never got the Carapace upgrade on the Spire. So he's planning on actually macroing Hydros from here. So that's why he didn't build as many units, mutas, especially because he lost those, like, I think he lost 3 drones to those vultures earlier. So he's kind of a little bit broke anyways.
Yeah, we do see that
I'm
third
gonna
base
try and get those
reserve
Hydras.
finished up and starting to get established as well. So looking like he's going to be in a good spot to continue getting his economy up. But I always get scared when you're watching like a mech player because it feels like there's that inevitability that eventually you have to do something. Like you can't just sit around and wait forever.
Yeah, that's true. I think we're just gonna see him move out with a strong Goliath timing. He is getting his upgrade, is just about to finish on his armory. So he will have some kind of 2-base probably push of Goliath timing, or we're going to see him move out and make a 3rd. But because he is going up to 4 factories on 2 bases, I think he's probably going to come out with a Goliath push.
Yeah,
and we'll see if Yenta can stop this.
The armor finished.
Yeah.
I am a little surprised that it was armor instead of the attack, but I guess that makes more sense if you're planning for a lot of Hydras.
Yeah, the thing is the Hydras actually, you get attack upgrades on them. So the real idea with the Hydras is to have good DPS, whereas the Goliaths are really tanky. So actually getting the armor upgrade is better when you're against Hydras. But I actually think we're just going to see Fox roll in.
Yeah, killed a good amount of the Hydras already without really taking any damage. And there's not static defense down at this 3rd base that was taken, so...
Well, there's one sunk, and it is up a ramp. So this is actually a good fight for Yenta to be taking, because Goliaths are really bad against Sunkens. So he actually just bled like 3 Goliaths right there. And that's going to allow Yenta to kind of...
Yeah, it feels like the Goliaths had the same problem that a lot of bigger
to
units tend to have. That they just can't march up ramps real easy.
Yeah. Alright. There is a tank on the high ground, so hopefully we don't see Zerg lead too many units to this attack.
Here comes the Mutas, though. They're going to be able to take care of that tank without too much issue.
Right. But I think he is... Oh, we'll see if he can break him here. He's going to get the tank out in a second. Let's manage to get that tank off the high ground. We do still see Fox a little... They're about even on supply right now. So definitely... I think this might be a mistake from Yenta. I don't know that he can push into this tank like this.
I am a little surprised there's no repair on the tank to keep it alive. Just actually fighting with the
wow.
SCVs.
Actually, apparently you just can. Alright. Yenta's showing me what's up. I don't play Zerg, guys. I don't know.
I do think that was just a mistake to not repair, because I know how it takes forever for Hydras to kill SCVs. It's like 12 shots per. So, it's like, if he actually kept the tank alive and repaired it, that could have done a lot of damage to the Hydras. But actually fighting the SCVs might have been the bad choice here.
Yeah, or even just repairing the Goliaths, like... Okay, we do see another tank on the high ground, and there aren't any Mitas left. He did lose all of them. So, but he is going to get that tank. And I think that Yenta now is up in supply. So I think we're just going to see a... we'll see if Fox can hold this, but he's lost a lot of SCVs. They're actually, like, even on worker counts right now, which you know is bad for Terran.
Yeah, anytime Zerg's even in anything, they're usually feeling really good. But that 3rd base has been up and unharassed. We saw, like, Fox has an opportunity to get there. So just losing the natural as well. I actually don't know where you go from here. Lurker aspect also about to be finished. If you're kind of just stuck...
Wow, he's getting lurkers?
The aspect's about to be finished. So, I mean, I think it makes sense, though. If you just see all Goliaths, like, wouldn't that make sense because it makes it harder to navigate them around?
Well, usually you just don't get lurker period versus mech, unless you're doing some kind of bust. But I guess this is a bust, because the thing is that the only advantage that lurkers have against mech is that with a mech build, you actually get detection, you get scan a little bit later. So they can be good as like an element of surprise. But Hydra Muta is actually what you want to be fighting against mech. And we do see he is going to build some more mutas now.
Yeah, already have 7 with 6
this.
more on the way, so very drastic switch. And Fox taps out right there.
Alright, yeah. Alright.
So pretty decisive game 1 from Yenta, though. Didn't seem like he was under threat really at any point.
Well, I think that first fight that he took with the Hydras versus the Goliaths on the high ground was a mistake. But the thing is he actually kept his rallied units back after that, and he had a sunk at each base. And Fox did try and push up the high ground with those Goliaths and lost about, I think, 4 or 5 Goliaths trying to push up on the high ground. And moving out that early with the Goliath timing is kind of precarious anyways, because they can just counterattack you. So after that, he just he bled some units and didn't have enough to defend the kind of counter push from Yenta, who had been macroing out Hydras instead of droning.
Yeah, it seemed like it was just going to be in a good spot. Yenta's macro really pulling through on that one. We got Yenta in the top middle with the yellow Zerg this time, and Fox choosing blue instead, getting that bottom right spawn. This time we're playing on Neo Sylphid, a map that I think most players are a lot more experienced at playing at this point.
Yeah, Neo Sylphid is like, I think it's the map that I've seen in the most things. Like, it's even in the BWCL map pool, which is crazy to me. That's like the most standard map I've ever seen in the BWCL map pool.
I mean, it's so rare if you look throughout the history of the game. I think it's just incredibly uncommon that we actually have a 3-player map that has been reasonably balanced and popular.
Yeah, it definitely seems like a very balanced map, and it's just generally a nice map to play, in my opinion. Like, I enjoy playing games on Sylphid.
Yeah, I enjoy it as well. It's pretty fun. I like it a lot more than say Whiteout or any of these like little more gimmicky maps. I feel like if I lose here, it's just because I lost or because I can't wall with Burrows.
Yeah. All right, they did in Twitch say that I was actually fine and you were quiet.
Yeah, I adjusted that when I saw it. So.
Okay.
Well, I mean, my mic's not super great, so I try to keep it on the quieter side. So, as long as people are enjoying the cast, that's all I care about.
Right. All right. I was just catching up on Twitch chat. All right. I think we're going to have a 12 hatch here again out of Yenta.
Yeah, we're getting that early refinery over on the
and we're having
side
mech.
as well.
Yeah, mech again from Terran. So with the same builds, this was a best of 3, so I'm assuming that there is some kind of... Fox is probably going to be more prepared for that kind of aggressive Hydra bust scenario that happened last game. Or hopefully we'll see that. And yeah, I guess we'll just see what they learned from last game, considering the builds are probably going to be pretty similar. Yenta could still do something weird, but he is going for 2 hatch play because he got his pool and then his gas immediately. So no third hatch before gas.
I mean, what kind of adaptation do you think Terra would do here? Saying it's like, oh, I did this Goliath build. That's supposed to be a little easier to play. It's not as micro intensive as like a bio build, and not as like really intense to not mess up like a 1-1-1. And then your opponent kind of cleanly beats it. Where do you think you would go as a Terran player?
Well, it's still like mech, like you're saying, like it's a little bit easier. Like I think the macro is a little bit easier, but it is still really fragile in the early game, which is kind of what we saw last time. So if I was Terran in this situation, just kind of like considering what he saw when he got to Zerg's base and the amount of mutas he made, I might consider, if I see a Hydra Den, it's probably not mass muta. It seems like he likes to play Hydras. And maybe be a little bit more careful with that first Goliath push that you put on the map, because his did seem a little bit early to me.
Well, this already seems like a change. This second factory seems a lot faster than the first game.
No, I think this is...
What was it? I thought the first factory was completed when he started the second one last game. I could be mistaken.
Oh, maybe. He's actually getting, yeah, no, this is pretty standard. This is just, he'll get 2 factories and then he'll probably have a command center. I mean, that's what he did last game. He went 2 fact and then won a command center. I mean, he has a wall. So, just trying to stay safe from the lings there.
And then we still have
Zerg actually put the...
Oh, God.
Oh, looks like Zerg actually going Hydra Den and no Spire. So this is different. Not sure what he's planning on doing with this. Something like 2 hatch, like if it was 2 hatch lurker, his Hydra Den's a little bit late because you should be starting the lurker aspect as soon as the lair finishes. But like I said, that is a cheese that can work against mech just because they don't get detection for so long. But we'll see. He's actually just building Hydras now. So I think the plan here is to Hydra bust. But that can also be tricky behind a wall. Like the thing about Sylphid is they can build this wall, right? So if all goes south for Terran, they can just retreat inside their main.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, until tanks pop out, doesn't the wall give the Hydra something kind of easy to attack into? But we do see a big group of vultures moving out now, maybe before Yenta really gets a chance to establish the map. And there's only 1 sunken at this natural versus 5 vultures. This could spell a lot of trouble this time.
Well, he's made a wall and he has 2 Hydras. So the thing with vultures is that it takes 3 sunken shots to kill a vulture. But they actually do, the real strength with vultures is running them by, right? So if he makes a wall like this, especially with Hydras that can shoot, it's actually going to be really hard for him to, you see he has to go home. He can't get those vultures in past the wall that Yenta made. That's the nice thing about Sylphid is you can kind of make this wall pretty easily. But your units can get caught up on a late game for Zerg.
Yeah, I mean, the buildings are cheap enough that if you need to just clear it out later, it's not the end of the world. But it's definitely helpful early in the game. We do see Terran
we still haven't
establishing.
seen...
It looks like Terran's going to try to expand, take their natural pretty soon. Already having the bunker up too, so just making sure that they're not going to get quite as under attack as they did last game, it seems like.
Yeah, I think he's very aware that, like, because he scouted this Hydra bus. Really, right? Like, he scouted that Yenta went a lot of Hydras, and he didn't go Spire. So he knows that, so he's going Spire now, but he knows that, like, some kind of Hydra aggression is coming, so that's why he built the bunker before he CC'd on, like, right on the ground of his natural. But he also has a tank in siege mode, so any Hydra aggression, like, it's kind of not possible right now.
I do like that Fox did attempt to go after the Hydra move got, did attempt to run by the vultures. But we're putting some pressure on. We're going to be able to repair that bunker. And with two siege tanks up, these Hydras aren't going to do anything. We see the vultures still on the move, trying to look for some opportunity to get something done.
Right, and it was nice, like you pointed out with the Hydras running past, that Yenta actually put his rallied Hydras right in this wall to keep protecting. So that's just like, I don't know, it's just a good play. Very nice. Because he knew that the possibilities that the vultures could run past, so he just locked that down right away. We do see a third base going down for Zerg. But he's taking the mineral only, which is interesting to me because I feel like this kind of tells me that he's planning on going heavy Hydra again, because you can't really go heavy Muta in this, like, against mech unless you have 3 or 4 gases.
Yeah, it seems like that's the base you'd want to take if you're planning to control the middle of the map. That it's just you kind of control everything by getting out a little front. And we are actually already stacking that for the base as well, so I think Yenta
I like
feeling
this
very
a lot.
comfortable that it's not going to be possible for Fox to move out anytime soon.
Right, I actually really, really like the double expand from Zerg against mech, because a lot of the time when mech pushes out any kind of, like, oh, he has to pull these mutas back. I don't know, the muta's taking a ton of damage, basically just suiciding mutas for 1 turret.
I mean,
Does get also a Goliath. Yeah.
Only ends up losing
But
2.
trading, like, I think you lost 2 mutas there. Like, trading 2 mutas for a Goliath and a turret, I feel like is not a good trade for Zerg. But you know, I mean, nice goal for them.
We are seeing a little bit different strategy from both players. Rather, we're getting the vehicle weapons first this time instead of plating, and we're actually getting the flyer carapace this time as well. So both players playing it a little bit differently. Maybe Fox trying to predict Muta have heavy focus instead of Hydras this time.
Yeah, we do see he's going to get a starport right away. Terran, to me, right now when I look at this, does look a little bit, well, I guess he's got a lot of Goliaths. I was going to say look a little bit fragile.
Yeah, I mean, there's some nice area behind this natural, though, to try to get some magic done, but ranged Goliaths should be able to repel this off.
Well, the thing is, he doesn't really have that many mutas. So, we'll see what he's able to get done. He does have nice drone saturation at his third. I'd like to see Yenta take.
He hasn't given up and switched to Hydras completely yet.
The thing is like he took a mineral only. Like I'd like to see him actually take another gas base right now. Like just one more gas base, like one of the high ground bases. You can just sunk the top of that, and it's at least defendable against Goliath. So I think I'd like to see him just take, because this gas in the center, the third gas base that he took, that gas runs out really quick.
Yeah, but I mean, is there a point where taking too many bases, like we have Terran not even attempting to take a third, you figure they're prepping up for some kind of push eventually. Like, can you take a bunch of bases now without like spreading yourself too thin?
That's really the strength of this, or the strength of Burst Mech as Zerg, is that Mech is really slow. So it's kind of like PvT in a way, right? Like you just want to take the map and just take as many resources as you can. And especially if you're planning on building mutas, you need a lot of gas. Because if you're building like full control groups of mutas to fight against like tank Goliath, you need a lot of gas to sustain that production.
We do have a CC on the way now, so looking like Fox are going to be planning to take that gas third that's on the pseudo, quote-unquote, not actually high ground.
Right, so we'll see if Yenta decides to deny that, or see, he's going to take a fifth base here. So I guess we're going to see if Yenta tries to deny that base, or if he just like takes another two bases. I think he has to do one of those two things.
So, I mean, what are we looking for, though? Because we're past the early game. No one really did any significant damage with anything. Like, and if we're playing against Bio, you know, you're waiting for defilers, or maybe Ultralisk later. What does the game progress as for Zerg as this moves forward against Mech?
Well, it really depends on how you play it. The way that Yenta is playing it, we're going to see a Hydra Muta fighting Mech in the middle of the map. So the way that Zerg crushes the mech push is having really good upgrades. So you want to get carapace upgrades on your Mutalisks because they tank shots from the Goliaths, and then you want to get attack upgrades on your Hydras because they have a higher DPS than Mutas. So the idea is that the mech army pushes out, and you have a lot of bases and a lot of money and a lot of macro hatcheries. So you have a lot of units, and then you might not kill them completely with the first push, but then you macro out, again, usually Hydras, because they build a little bit faster, and then you finish cleaning up the push. But during the actual fight, the idea is that the Mutas tank the hits from the Goliaths, and focus fire the tanks, while the Hydras deal DPS on the mech units.
Well, meanwhile, while you're explaining that, we did see a drop at the main for Yenta. The drones got pulled to the natural pretty quick, so I don't think he lost too much, but that did buy him enough time to try to move the CC in position. Now there's a lot of Mutas and Hydra moving down the repellent.
Right, so this is actually a bit of a tricky position for Zerg. You see, it would have been like a much more favorable engagement for Zerg. You see there's a lot of Hydras that are kind of bunched up on the high ground. If he had like two control groups of Hydras and come in from two angles, it would have gone a lot better for Yenta. Oh, he's taking a ton of damage on his Mutas right now.
I mean, you're saying it could have gone a lot better. I see the Zerg up 20 supply and repelling this base. It looked like it already went plenty good for Zerg, didn't
Yeah, but I think he's just gonna bleed units. Well, the thing is like if he had a surround, I think he would have had more mutas alive, and he might have actually been able to finish this. Right now, he's just kind of bleeding units into these tanks. So I would like to see him not push this and go take another 2 bases. Or go take another base and just build some drones. Like if he just build like 2 rounds of drones right now, and he needs to get Overlord speed if he doesn't have it, because we do have mines on the map.
I mean, I definitely don't feel so bad about Janta's position here. In that the main for Terran is going to mine out pretty soon. Mineral's starting to get low. If you can just keep repelling this 3rd base, like he's already on 5. We already have a giant group that's going back to the main. There's not a lot of defenses here. You keep pulling these flies around, but now Radiant's on the table, has to be careful.
Yeah, that's the thing with Muta Hydra, is that once you get vessels out, you kind of have to go. You really have to go Hydras as well. So yeah, I would like to see Yenta take another base though, and he needs to build some drones. Like I feel like he's just building units, and like his drone count's really low at his 4th base, and it's like it's okay at his 3rd base. And it's okay as his natural. His main drone count is really low as well. He only has 6 drones in his main. I think because you said there was that drop earlier, he must have lost some drones. And he actually only has 3 or 2 on gas in his main as well.
Well, that kind of thing's always crappy. We see Fox trying to move out again toward his 3rd. Yenta waiting to make sure this doesn't happen. Trying to buy as much time as he can before that base gets up and running, but we do see like Fox has a decent bank and like is still macroing pretty well. Has 63 SCVs, so whenever he gets that base, he's ready to go like right away. But needs to establish himself.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit worried that the drone count isn't quite high enough for Zerg. Like I think if Yenta had 1 more base and his bases were saturated with drones, I would say he would be like insanely ahead in this game. But I think Terran, like he has 2/2 upgrades. Yenta has 2 carapace on his mutas, but he only has +1 attack on his Hydras. I don't even know if he's getting, and I don't even see +2 on the way.
Yeah,
so I think so I think we're going to see the mech units become really efficient. And if we do see that Overlord speed is only half done, I think he's going to have a little bit of trouble clearing mines once there's more mines on the map for Terran.
Well, there's your wish. We are starting that next hatchery over at the natural for the other main base, so that would secure 2 more in the future if you can lock that down. But still, really, really rallying towards his 3rd base. I wonder if is there a point where Fox gives it up and goes for the mineral 3rd instead?
I don't know. I mean, I think you assume that you kind of need gas to keep building Goliaths and tanks. Vultures aren't really what you want. Oh, I don't think this is a good attack.
Yeah, it's really
I don't think he has enough to be attacking into this.
Not doing anything.
Yeah, they're getting caught up in that choke and just dying. Yeah, see, we do see Fox jumping ahead in supply now.
Yeah, that was a terrible engagement for Yenta.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I was afraid of earlier, if you only come in on one side. Like, if you have units coming in from both sides, it's a lot stronger against this type of push. But any kind of, like, attacking Terran in this choke, I think I would have liked to see him just drone really hard and take the whole map instead. We did see him build some drones, so his drone count is better at his 5th base. He's got quite a few drones there now.
Yeah,
but still, like, 5 drones in the main.
We did see Fox give up and go for that mineral base, but still needs to get another gas soon. You can see right now, floating is still over 1,000 minerals, but almost nothing in the gas. And the main is now actually mined out for him as well, so he has to get another base going, but I think he could just fly that CC over if he had to. Or he's got plenty of money. He already made another one, it's on the way. Finally going to get to land that at the gas 3rd.
Right. We do see Yenta putting Sunken Colony at each of his expansions. I really like that. Sometimes you see, like, Zerg versus Mech just forget to do that, and then, like, 4 Vultures just run in and kill all of their drones. And then what happens is that Terran doesn't have to walk all the way over and kill that base.
Got a drop in the main.
Because you already killed the economy. Oh, really?
Yeah, here comes some mutants to repel it. He's not dropping the Vultures right away. This drop is going to go down. Not get anything done, unfortunately. Vultures finally get
Well,
dropped, but they're already there's mutas here, so and Hydras. This isn't gonna do anything.
yeah, he did pull those drones really fast, which was nice. Maybe he will notice that his drone count was a little low in the main now. Alright. Still has some gas left in that geyser as well. The one at the little fake high ground 4th base is depleted. But still...
Yeah, you weren't kidding. That does run out fast.
Yeah, it runs out really fast. But he also only had 2 drones on the main, so that's why it mining out. And he actually also only has 2 drones on the natural geyser.
He looks like he has 4 or 5 on the 5th base, so don't worry. He's making up for it.
Yeah, it evens out, right? Alright, so Terran's on 4 bases now. But he is still is on that half gas from the 4th base. But it's kind of he just got it, so it doesn't really matter. Right, nice vultures.
A little hit squad coming to his base. There's 1 sunken, but that ain't gonna really be enough to not save these drones. And
yeah.
might be able to get vision that there is an attempt to take another base here. The vulture will get vision of it. Not gonna be able to do anything about it, but even the knowledge is worth it. Meanwhile, Fox moving CC over to that bottom left and getting another gas base for themselves.
Yeah, Terran in a pretty commanding lead at this point, as far as like macro goes. We also we have 1-1 on the Hydras now, and we're getting carapace upgrades. I feel like, yeah, I feel like Yenta's just a little bit behind on upgrades, and a little bit behind on bases. Like, I think he needed more bases saturated faster to fight against this kind of like crawling mech push. Mech nightmare. What a nightmare. Terran is such a nightmare.
I can't disagree on that one. But we do see Yenta about to finish up his hive, finally going to be moving into the next tier of units, which, I mean, for this kind of thing, it's Defiler, right? You get Plague, like Plague's the big money move.
Versus with Hive, I think, well, I guess it depends. I usually get Hive just for upgrades.
Yeah, we do see Adrenaline lands on the way. Zergling's always a good choice to do ridiculous damage for very minimal investment.
Yeah, so, yeah, we might see him switch to Lings. You can get Defilers. I think Dark Swarm is actually the spell that's really strong against this, because, like, Goliath won't do any damage under Dark Swarm. So, I mean, Plague is always good. But I think that if you're rushing to Defilers, you're kind of looking to get Dark Swarm. And we do see that Defiler amount going down. Wow. So you might try and kind of transition out of this to a Hive composition of, like, Defiler. He might go Ultra as well. Or he might go Hydra. Hydra Ling Nita.
Well, I'm seeing the one thing I always want to see from any kind of fun Zergs, that he's getting it a little late, but he's getting dropped, and he's getting Adrenaline Ling, so this could be a nice big drop somewhere to do a lot of damage very fast against an army that might not be able to react to it quickly.
Right, okay. We do see Yenta actually approaching kind of max army capacity. So he kind of, like, Fox never pushed him, so he was able to take the other main and the natural and kind of start to saturate that. I still feel like he's a little bit low on drones. But he does have a lot of bases.
Zerg's always a little complicated with how many drones you actually need for certain fights. It's not quite as straightforward as for us or Terran. So, a little hard to tell, but we do see a greater Spire on the way as well, so it's maybe Guardian's going to be helping out to open up some of these bases.
Yeah, definitely an interesting choice from Yenta, but, like, I mean, you definitely see that sometimes, like, late game ZVP, where if you just kind of sit a couple of Guardians behind the high ground, it's, like, super annoying to deal with for Protoss or Terran. Because it just kind of, like, stays there. and it'll be far enough back that like none of your units can really deal with it.
I don't really love these attacks from Yenta though. They seem like it's very small forces into like very spread out tanks, minefields, Goliaths kind of everywhere. Feels like he's throwing away Hydras and Langs towards this lower half of the map, but not really getting a lot done for it.
Yeah, so there is 2 bases left on the map that Yenta can take, and we do see him taking one of them, which is the mineral only at, can't do numbers, 10 o'clock?
7. Yeah, no, 10. Not 7.
10.
South.
Okay,
I'm bad at
apparently
that
you're worse
too.
at numbers than I am.
Well, I'm paying
and also
attention
3
to a lot
o'clock.
of overlords moving very quickly down the right side of the map.
Alright. Oh man, they're gonna go right into turrets. Look at this wall of turrets that Fox has made.
Yeah, very prepared
That's crazy.
for this eventuality.
Okay.
Some of them are empty though, and it is just Lings, so we're going to see how much stuff actually gets through. It looks like a decent force gets dropped, but not many Lings. So we're going to have to retreat a bunch
Just
of
4 Hydras.
So.
Alright, so the real strength here would be to get on top of the factories, but I guess we'll see, like, he is taking out some of the turrets, so if Yenta decides to drop here again... Oh, looks like he's just attacking into Terran again. I really think that at this point, you kind of have to wait for Terran to push you and then counterattack them.
Well, we do have a
Once they have, like...
A bunch of Guardians just got made, so might be looking to slow push through that, but when you already have a lot of Goliaths on the field, you don't really have to get a strong foothold, and there's already a bunch of Irradiates waiting to happen. I feel like Guardians isn't going to be the way to open this up either. You can see them kind of slow moving across the middle of the map right now.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I think that I would have preferred to have them kind of made, like, over ledge, like, at 7 o'clock. Like, if you just made, like, 4 Guardians just behind that ledge, I feel like that'd be really irritating for Terran, especially because that's, like, the main mining base right now. But I think that in these positions for Zerg, you just have to, like, suck up as many resources as you can and just make a lot of units and just wait for Terran to attack you.
You see a CC trying to move over towards the gas fort of the left-hand base. He's going to walk into a force of mirrors, but so many Irradiates here are going to start doing a lot of damage to these Guardians. I don't think this is going to be enough to really hold this position that long.
No, and Fox has done a really good job of just laying mines everywhere. And Zerg units are pretty brittle to mines, so definitely very difficult to attack into for Zerg.
I mean, we pointed out earlier, this is a Defiler map made a long time ago. I haven't seen a single Defiler on the map.
No, Defilers, like, they're so micro-intensive to use that, like, I don't know. Yeah, this is just, like, you just can't even attack into this as Zerg. And the fact that Terran is now taking 3 o'clock,
yeah, right in the face of the Overlords.
Unfortunate.
Doesn't care that it's seen at all.
yeah. So yeah, I really think that, like, if Zerg had denied that base, but I feel like Terran just has so much money now and so much supply. Like, whenever he decides to push, I have a hard time seeing Zerg really stopping that.
Yeah, we keep seeing these little attacks from Zerg, but you don't really see Fox's supply going down very significantly. He hasn't even taken another main, so he doesn't have a lot of factories given how long the game's been going. But still, just keeping up.
that's
Always
true.
at like 180 supply plus this entire game, it feels like.
Well, yeah, once he took 5 o'clock, and even once he got onto 4 bases, and Zerg didn't have the other main yet, it was kind of like Terran gets ahead in that position. And, like, the upgrades for Zerg are coming, but they're just behind. And even if he had built, like, even if Yenta had just built, like, 12 Scourge at some point, I feel like he could have mass muted again. Because there's so many tanks on the field. Like, I feel like a late game muta switch, if he had just, like, brought in, like, 12 Scourge. And because Fox really doesn't have that many vessels, and he kind of has them all spread apart.
I don't like the decision.
They're kind of all apart.
I saw Yenta make like 20 meters at once. I'm like, ooh, that could be fun. But he's making like a ton of Guardians out of them without any ground support or anything. I feel like this is not the path to victory. To like having this siege kind of unit sounds good, but it needs support. Otherwise, Goliaths and Radiants are just gonna blow through them.
I really like the Guardians at 3 o'clock. That's the Guardian play that I like. Just like sitting over the edge, just being annoying.
Yeah, but I feel like he's just not gonna do enough. It's gonna slowly like be annoying, but like this is your entire force right here. All these Guardians, like this can't even. Like I don't know. I don't know how this is a path to win for Yenta. I just feel like it's being annoying.
Well, he's just behind on supply now, so it's really hard. But yeah, I feel like if you got the vessels. Oh yeah, we do see skirts coming in now. This is great. Yeah, 2 vessels go down. That's the way to get back into it, really, is getting all the vessels. I mean, we do see, like, Zerg still has lots of mining. And as he starts to mine out some of his bases, his saturation on the remaining ones are actually getting a lot better.
But we can see, like, we still have Fox has 3 bases that are effectively mining. It shouldn't be a problem to be running out of minerals anytime soon. Still has plenty of SCVs as well. And this is a force for mech. Like, it doesn't get easier as the game goes on. So I think you might have to bite the bullet and do some of that micro-intensive defiler stuff. You gotta do something different because this little poking attack style with this like things, mutas, it feels like it's burning through resources, and he can't really afford to keep doing it. Eventually, it's gonna catch up. And we got a big.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're just seeing.
Maybe this will get something done.
I think we're just seeing Zerg bleed out a little bit. He had a very strong opening to this game, though. Like, he was commandingly ahead. But Terran can just do this, where they stay on 2 bases forever and then build, like, infinite units.
Yeah, we do see the Lynx did get in that lower right or lower left base. And actually did get some decent work done. Killed at least, it looks like, 10 SCVs. So finally, some of the attacks, as he keeps putting all his pressure on the right side, finally getting one through on the left side. Can't be everywhere at once.
Right. He also took out 3 o'clock, which is really important, and I feel like Yenta needs to take that base right now. Like, you can't let Terran have that base.
I mean, I don't know how you actually take that base, though. Maybe you can deny it, but there's no way to actually take that. You can't control that area right now.
Yeah, I thought that attack was going to do a little bit better, but...
I do see these banks starting to drop down a bunch. Fox was around 7k, now only up to 3, so still has plenty of money. Yenta, though, no longer in the 4-digit range. Maybe he needs to be a little more careful about how much units he's bleeding for random attacks.
Yeah, he's still mining from like 1, 2.
Right. Finally, we're going for the big economic play. We got 9 queens just finishing up. We have to wait a while to charge some energy. But this is a good ticket to fight against a lot of siege tanks.
I think he's gonna die before the queens have energy.
I think so too. I think that like 10 minutes ago would have been awesome.
Yeah.
Queen's one of those units I don't even remember until I see it being built. I'm like, oh yeah, that is great against this. Right now it's just a bunch of gas and supply. They can't actually fight. I feel like this push to the left side. If Fox gets through here and can wipe these bases out, Yenta's it's like slow amount to stay in this game dwindles very quickly.
Alright. Right, Fox is just kind of sieging these bases, and this is the remaining income for Yentas right here. Yeah, we do see the tap out. Nice game from both sides, though. Like, I think Fox outplayed Yenta in the late game, but the early game, I felt like Yenta was outplaying him really hard.
Yeah, but that begs the question. You kept saying, like, you wanted to see them take more bases, but, like, you don't want to just go late game against mech. It gets so out of control.
Well, it gets out of control if you haven't mined out the whole map. Like, you can fight it, but, well, you can't really fight it, is the thing. Like, you have to rely on having more bases so that you can lose bases, and then counterattacking their mining bases or getting on top of their factories.
Oh,
Alright, but we do have a 1-1, so we are going to go into game 3.
Yeah, Neo Bloody Ridge is our game 3 map for this week. In the top right, we got Yenta in the white, that's the best Zerg color. It's so good. And in the bottom left, we got the yellow Terran, my precious Fox. After a long macro game, we're gonna see what both players want to be doing. Because I mean, at this point, like this series has been going on for near an hour. Like you gotta figure fatigue is starting to play into it a little bit.
Wow. I will say that Yenta survived a best of 9, so, and I think it was even before this match. So I'm sure he's feeling fine.
Well, you say survived, I guess didn't win then.
I mean, he played all 9 games. You have to go back and watch it to see if he won or not. The VODs are on Lee Switch. It was IRK Yenta versus...
You got really quiet right now. I think you might have moved your mic or something.
No, I just had an incoming call, but I got rid of it.
So this is what I meant with lack of fatigue, but there's an interesting building with an interesting placement. Is this like something a little normal for this map, or does this feel like a little cheese?
It's just forward 8 racks.
I mean, forward 8 racks.
It's just
like that sounds aggressive.
It's
like,
just a build. I mean, it's not aggressive, but it's not cheese. Like, it's not like he's BBSing him. He's just playing a little bit aggressive.
Yeah,
he's probably gonna. He might do a bunker rush, but he's going. He's actually going pool first. So Zerg should be favored. In this position, at least to hold it. Did he scout? Why is he just lifting his barracks and going home?
I think he is abandoning whatever plan he had because it got scouted so quickly by a drone.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
So I mean,
I didn't even see the scout.
You do,
That's really funny though, because like you would expect them to scout it really quickly on this map because it is a 2-player map.
I mean, maybe you didn't want to drone scout so quickly, is what I'm thinking. But it wasn't even in a path that's so out of the way to like just take a quick look at. But we did force the Zerg into an early pool, building 6 lanes and mining gas already. So maybe a 9 pool speed. Gotta get the barracks back for that wall and to make sure you don't die to that immediately.
Yeah, I mean it's not 9 pool speed. He actually went. I think you went 12 pool gas. So it's going to be very fast metas out of Zerg.
Oh, very cool.
Oh, we are gonna proxy a factory and listen
can we call it
man
cheese now? Is that cheese?
Well, I don't like to call things cheese, but I also don't appreciate this build.
That factory is floating into the main. You know it. This is cheese. Say it.
I don't classify things as cheese. Is it aggressive? Is it unfortunate? Do I not enjoy the fact that he's doing it as a Zerg player? Yes, to all of those.
You're just sticking to your guns.
This
no, every strategy is viable. Cheese isn't an insult. Like people need to get that.
This is a viable strategy. No, it's just that I don't know. People just use cheese to mean a lot of things, and I just don't think that it's a useful. I don't find it to be a useful descriptor, to be honest.
I personally describe it that cheese is something that has to do damage. And I think if you do this proxy factory thing and don't do damage with these vultures, you are very far behind. So I would call this cheese because it has to do something.
Yeah, but there's lots of things that you do that have to do something. And like people call 3-hatch Hydra cheese, and then you don't actually have to do anything with 3-hatch Hydra. You can just take a 4th base and keep playing. Like, and it depends. Like, you can go 9 pool speed with Zerg and just use it to deny scouting. And you would say that, like, fundamentally you're behind, but sometimes the edge that you get from doing something like that is actually worth it. Because you're keeping your opponent in the dark.
Alright, so Yenta keeps throwing out links, goes to the front, sees no expansion, but here come the 2 vultures, immediately pulling the drones up to the front, which they're sunken about to finish, might be able to keep it alive, but forcing mining off the main completely.
Yeah, this is rough from Zerg. Like, if he had an overlord kind of in the edge of his base, that's kind of like what you have to do sometimes when you have these really big mains, and it's tricky because it's really easy to forget to do it. But if you just like spread overlords all around the big mains, and then you can just see all around, and you see the factory coming in, you can like put units underneath it so it can't land, and you can definitely prevent them from getting up to the mass of like 3 vultures before they run in. But this is like huge edge to Fox right now. Huge edge. Yeah, 13 supply, only mining from 1 base. Zergon 1 base is bad, and he can't even mine gas because he doesn't have an extractor as natural.
Yeah, I actually don't even know what Yenta's gonna do at this point. Down to 9.
Probably tap out.
It feels like there's one coming, but like I don't know. Like this did so much damage, and we actually are building a marine medic force behind this to follow up and actually push into that natural soon too. So it's not just these vultures that being the only threat. Yeah, looking like you're waiting on stim timing. That's all it's gonna really take for this to complete. We even see Fox still banking up plenty of stuff, and it actually retreats the factory, leaving the vultures behind, but should be enough. Meanwhile, the Bioforce walking across the map, and there's only one sunken. It's not even a good spot to be attacked from that front side. So this is going to be very difficult for Yenta to hold.
Yeah, and the only units he have is like 3 Hydras, which are absolutely terrible against the Bio. So we did see the Overlord didn't quite make it up to the edge of the natural. So you might have seen it coming if he had done this. He does know now, but the reaction time is a little bit slow.
I'm trying to start another sunken, but it is not going to be done in time. Not a chance. The first sunken going down quickly. Jerome's getting pulled to try and defend this, but I don't think through stim you have enough weapon force to fight this one.
Yeah, Marines just kill Zerg units really fast. Alright. The Yenta taps out.
Alright.
And we do have a 2-1 win in that series from Fox. Seems like those players are pretty evenly matched to me.
It definitely seems that way. So Fox is on Samyang fire. We're gonna update that score. Okay, so we're gonna be moving into our next series. That was definitely interesting. That last game, not what I expected, honestly. 'Cause I felt like I figure you have a player they go mech. Like if the player goes mech twice, I wasn't expecting that kind of bio follow up for the third game. Or even just like
I think it was kind of just like it was a reaction to how much damage he did with the vultures, and the fact that his factory was across the map. Like he can't really keep building stuff out of his factories, but it's easy to build another barracks and keep building marine medic. And you know that like he scouted that he was building hydras, and you know that hydras are bad against bio, so.
Yeah, I mean, at least fortunately that he did clear out the vultures in the main before the bio hit, because if those were both there at the same time, that is definitely the end of the game. But well played by Fox, and well played by Yenta too. That was a very fun series, and we're going to be going into the next one. I'm excited that if all the series are as good as that, I'm very excited for tonight.
I hope they're not all as long as that, though. It took us an hour to do one series.
Well, we'll have to see.
Alright, we do have a PvZ next with Jojo in the top left of Clayfields and Fujikura in the top right. Both players with clan tags, so Jojo's from Ash Clan and Fujikura from Seoul.
Well, I mean, Ash does also have a little smiley face, so maybe having an extra bit of fun that we can all wish we did.
That's not the Ash tag, that's just his ID. The Ash tag is just Ash dot.
Yeah, no, the little smiley face. I think it's fun.
Yeah.
So I like this matchup more and more. The more I play, the more I like it. But I'm curious to see like these higher level players, because like I know.
I haven't played you CVP. I don't think I've ever played you CVP.
We don't have to.
We should practice some CVP.
We should.
I haven't seen
kill them work.
Yeah. You've been playing PvP sometimes, but you're always on after I'm asleep, honestly. Although I think I'm coming back to the side of the light and not a stupid time zone in
Nice.
like maybe about a week and a half. And then I will be PvT again, which will be great because then I can go to bed early and still be on at like midnight EDT, which is when everyone always seems to be playing games.
So this is a interesting opening. This is what I was trying to lead into early. That these higher level players, like everyone that really plays PvZ low level, you do Forge Expand because it's easy. You can't mess it up. When you get to the higher level players that have the micro and APM, I see a lot more gateway expands, which I wish I could do. And JoJo, starting with it looked like a hatchery first against gateway expand and their close spawns and first scouts. This could get really hairy for JoJo, I think.
What did you say it was 12 hatch or 11 hatch?
12.
12 hatch. Okay, so the Zealot's definitely going to be able to get behind the mineral lines before Lings get out. The thing is that the mineral line on Clayfield actually isn't really close to the edge of the map. So it's still not like, because that's the reason. So basically, like 11 hatch is really good against gate expand unless the rush distance is extremely close. So that's the first point, because the Lings pop as soon as the Zealot gets close to the mineral line. 12 hatch is a little bit worse because the Zealot can actually get behind the mineral line before the Lings get out, which means that you then have to suicide like 6 Lings to get the Zealot, whereas usually 4 Lings would beat a 4 Lings would beat a Zealot. But it looks actually just like Fujikura is staying home. And JoJo did save Larva, so he's going to get 6 Lings right away. We do see the 2 Zealots and the Probe moving across the map. But see, now I would say 12 hatch is favored with this, and he might even just be able to kill him. Because he went Nexus before Forge.
Yeah, but he is moving out
and
with
JoJo's
3
going to have 8
Zealots.
Lings.
Yeah, he's moving out with 3 Zealots and 2 Probes, though, so he's definitely going to have a pretty decent fighting force here.
Yeah, but Zerg has 2 hatches worth of Larva, and he already got that first Probe. Like, 8 Lings, like as long as you surround and don't take a ton of damage from the Probe, especially if he's still building Lings, which he is. Protoss just like, as soon as Zerg gets enough Lings, and Zerg actually took drones off gas and is getting Ling speed. So I would say that Protoss needs to be scared right now. Okay, yeah, he did go Fortune Cannon.
I mean, it seems reasonable, though, what we see from Fujikura. Like, he at least moved out and forced links to be made that weren't drones. So he doesn't really have to do damage. We can just kind of keep them off building a lot of drones fast. And we do have that cannon up. We didn't lose all the Zealots in the middle of the field, so shouldn't be able to lose to a counterattack anytime soon. Doesn't seem like he's in that bad of a spot, honestly.
Yeah, he seems okay. The thing, though, is that Zerg didn't get punished at all for going 12 hatch. So even though he had to build... I think he built 10 Lings. Yeah, even though he built 10 Lings, he also didn't go overpool. So his eco is actually super fine. And we do see he's going to do this play that we usually see against Gate Expand, where you kind of just get your 5 hatcheries and a Hydra Den to defend the Corsair. Assuming that Protoss is going Corsair. We actually just don't see any tech from Protoss, even though Cybercore's done.
Yeah, I don't think we have the gas just yet. The fact that it hasn't been a Citadel, which you would be able to get by now, it seems like it is waiting for that 150 for the Stargate. And there it goes.
Alright. So yeah, we are going to see, Zerg's putting up Hydrogen right now. So we're just going to see Hydras to defend the Corsairs, and after JoJo gets his hatches down, he'll start mining gas again and get his lair. He probably could have gone straight lair here, to be honest, because he didn't get pressured very much, and because he went 12 hatch opening and only had to build 10 Lings. But this is the kind of the common standard way to play against Gate Expand. Just because your Spire is usually not quite fast enough to get Scourge in time for the Corsair, considering that you're low eco because you made Lings and mining gas makes you poor. So, yeah. What do you think about this wall from Protoss?
I am the worst at walling. If there's one person to never ask about the quality of the wall, it's this guy. I mean, it seems halfway okay. I know that gateway and forge between them is tight. It's just, you have to use a lot of zealots there, but that'll be useful for moving your army later anyway when you start building dragoons too. So I think it's okay for now because we're past the early game where your wall being a little off is really going to punish you. At this point, you have enough units to survive it anyway.
Yeah, I guess the main point for him was just making sure he got that forge and cannon down on time so he didn't die to a wind counterattack.
Yeah, which I think that's probably the main thing he was doing early on when he pushed out those 3 zealots. Even if it didn't do the damage, it forced lanes to get made, and they forced them to defend as well. We do see the Corsair going into the natural, scouting around a little bit to see what's going on, and is going to see that the lair is not even close to done, so that might be very useful information.
Well, what it basically means is that Zerg can't push across the map and kill you anytime soon because you actually need Overlord speed to be done before you can move out with Hydras.
Yeah, but it still would be, like, if I saw the lair wasn't even done, or even close to done, you know it has to be Hydras, so that, like, isn't a set of, hey, you should get stormed, like, soon, like, real soon. Like, you're probably gonna need it.
Well, that's kind of what I'm saying, is that he can't put on pressure right now with Hydras because he doesn't have Overlord speed, and he doesn't have an Overlord across the map. So Protoss is actually super safe right now, in my opinion. Because even if he's building Hydras, like, he's just droning right now on 3 bases. And he's going to build up Hydras and move out when Overlord speed is done. But you see he also went double Evo Chamber. So he's kind of just, like, focusing on getting his upgrades out. And kind of defending on 3 base for a little bit before he will probably eventually move out with Hydras. But he does have to wait for Overlord speed first before he can do that.
We actually do see from Fujikar seeing that late lair, still actually getting a +1 air weapons and continuing the Corsair production. Not going full into a ground army, despite the fact that right now it's just Hydras.
Yeah.
We see these Zealots getting up to this base. I don't think these Hydras are going to be able to defend against this. The +1 weapons and speed done for these Zealots make it a lot more robust in a fight like this.
No, this is fine for Zerg. I don't think Protoss should have done it.
Yeah, this Sunken
kind of
does so
wrecked.
much damage. I didn't realize that the Sunken was going to just keep firing really like this. Seems like there's a lot of moving.
Well, the
around.
thing is that Hydras deal damage really fast, and he wasn't able to get on top of them, and there was a lot of drones in that base. So now I'm just a little bit... I hope he has Storm. The energy's not quite there yet. Storm's...
He'll have
It's not even done.
He'll have energy for Storm by the time though it's done researching, but I don't know if he's going to have that time for the Hydras to get to the base. If JoJo pulled the trigger immediately and attacked it, he might be able to beat the Storm.
Yeah, I guess the thing is still, like I was saying, his Hydras, his Overlord speed isn't done. Like, his lair was a little bit late, and then he didn't start the Overlord speed right away. So that's kind of why he has to be careful pushing right now, is because he doesn't actually have Overlord. So if you have, like, 1 DT, you hold that. So unfortunately, Protoss has a lot of Storm right now. Or fortunately, if you're the Protoss player.
Unfortunately.
So he can hold this this push, even though he kind of lost all of his standing army by attacking into that 3rd base. I do really like Zerg's position here, though. Like, especially if he just goes and takes the 4th base. Like, what can Protoss do about it? He has, like, 2 Zealots. Storms aren't very mobile. Yeah. You think you're going to take a 3rd? You think you're going to take a 3rd?
No, this is definitely rough for Protoss right now. Anytime you see they're ahead on drones, they're ahead on supply. I mean, this matchup, this is never what Protoss wants to be. Zerg shouldn't be ahead.
Right.
Losing all those Zealots did really set them back. You can see Overlord all over the map right now. And even a couple Zealots get baited into a fight. Can't afford to keep losing units like this. See if we can land some
I would
storms.
like to see him run in and jump on those Templars. Nice. That's 3 Templar pick-offs. He did have them kind of sitting out in front of the base like that. Definitely important to keep them tucked away so that the Hydras can't just snipe them like that. We do see that I think JoJo is going to be setting up for a Lurker Contain.
Well, we're actually already seeing transporting for Overlords being researched very quickly. So you got this Lurker Contain, but there's going to be a drop to open up this front base very soon. Although we might just be able to bust this. There's only 2 cans at the front. Didn't add on more to fight off these Hydras. Running out of Storm, and Fujikar taps out.
Wow, very strong showing from JoJo. But I do feel like Protoss just kind of messed up a little bit. Like, you really see how when you do that Zealot move out, you really just can't afford to lose all of your units. And I actually didn't check his gate count at the end.
He had it on a couple, but it wasn't like substantially high. Yeah.
Because you just can't afford to throw away those units because there's no way you're ever getting back on the map, is the thing. Especially because he made like 6 Templar.
Yeah, I think if he never lost those Zealots, that becomes a much scarier situation, but that attack was, like you're saying, just a little ambitious. We'll be nice about it.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like we got JoJo in the gray in the bottom left, and we have Fujikara in the red in the bottom right, and then this game is going to be on Neo Sofid. See how this one goes instead.
Sofid!
Maybe I can learn how to wall on this map. It's a mystery to me. Like, even more than normal walls. This map in particular, I just haven't.
Oh, really? Tim taught me about Protoss walls on this map.
So many people have offered to teach me and try to teach me. I just can't get it. I can't learn off pictures. I need to have a theory, and there is no like theory. It's just like this and this, except this situation. Not in this terrain, except if there's an egg. I'm like, what is happening? I can't do this crap. A little surprising, JoJo sending the Overlord upwards instead of to that first natural. Isn't it? That's kind of the uncommon scouting way, and getting punished for it this time.
Yeah, you know, he might have even just made a mistake. Or he's doing something tricky. I don't know. I've definitely made that mistake before where you just accidentally send your Overlord in the wrong direction.
No, we're going to just pretend it's a call out. And...
He's doing something fishy. He's going to do a Ling all-in.
Is that because of this 9 hatchery? Like this is a very fast second hatchery, is it not? Or not quite?
But he's not making it pool.
If you were talking, I didn't hear anything you said in like the last minute. So I was like, there's a 9 hatchery. What is that signal for you?
Oh, I was talking about how there was a 9 hatchery and what we were gonna see. So I was answering your question while you were asking it. Hopefully, everyone couldn't hear both of us at the same time. Anyways, I said if he's going the wrong direction with the Overlord, maybe he's trying to hide something fishy. And then I was like, I don't know if he's doing that. And then I said he's doing a 9 hatchery, so we're probably going to see a Ling all-in.
Right. So, like, is that just because of how fast his hatchery is? It definitely means Ling all-in? Like, just... Like, it can't just...
Well,
it's not like any kind of weird macro play, right?
Okay, let me just do a rundown on this, because somebody was asking about it in, I think, Zerg Help a couple times earlier today. So, 9 hatch
look at the top left, though, real quick.
Proxy
pylon. It means fun. I don't know what it means, but it means fun.
I think he's gonna die to Lings, man.
It looks
like he doesn't have a forge started. Anyway, so 9 hatch. 9 hatchery is really safe. So it's not really... The one thing that 9 hatchery is good for is Lings. Because the reason it's good for Lings is because you go hatchery and then you go pool. So your Zerglings are still fast, but also your hatchery is done by the time your pool is done. So instead of having 6 larvae when your pool finishes, you actually have 8 larvae, or sorry, 8 Lings, so 4 larvae. So you can make a lot of Lings right away. And that's why it's a very safe Zerg opening against like 2-gate, or you can't cannon rush it, you can't really 2-gate it because you just have a lot of Lings and you also have creep really fast. So you can put down a sunk. So it's like not really that good for Zerg, but it doesn't really die to anything very easily.
So what's your read on Ling all-in with a 9 hatchery versus proxy 2-gate for 3 gateway total Zealot all-in?
So actually reading what he did here, I don't think he was planning on going all-in. I think he was just countering 2-gate. Like, I think he felt like he was ahead in the other game. And he went 9 hatchery because it was safe.
He saw it for a second
Does
when
he see it?
when he was building the hatchery before it built. So if he was paying attention, you see the link
Oh yeah, he
immediately
sees
moving
it.
up. He sees it. Oh no.
Right, so now we can just build only Zerglings. The other thing is that I think the Overlord scouted that he hasn't started a Nexus in the natural, because that's a really big tell for Protoss here. And you see, because he went those fast Zerglings, he actually got Zergling speed really fast, and then stopped mining gas. So not only does he have the capacity to make a lot of lings on 2 hatches here, but he actually also has Zergling speed really fast. But we do see the micro in the natural, so I guess we're gonna see how this micro goes.
Yeah, there's still a lot of Zealots pretty alive, and with these couple probes here to help out killing Zerglings in 2 hits instead of 3, this is still pretty intimidating despite depowering those 2 gates.
Yeah, I didn't catch the engagement in the natural, but it seemed like he might have just fought before he had enough Zerglings to deal enough damage. Because this is really hard, though. This kind of micro is just really hard. Okay, we'll see what his like reinforcements are like for lings.
This game
Okay,
is...
still fighting with drones. Alright. So I think he's okay now. Zerg's gonna stabilize off of this, and he might actually just be able to kill him with lings. Because he doesn't have... Okay, he is adding a second cannon.
Yeah, we actually saw
he did get a lot of drones.
If Fujikawa got up to 900 minerals, because with those 2 gateways depowered, having a lot of money you weren't be able to spend, it's like, this could have been Nexus, could have been started forever ago, or maybe some more gateways in the main, having these cannons complete. But right now, they're starting to be made. The second one will be complete in time, but not the third, and I think there's enough lanes to just run right by all this crap right to the main.
Well, you can get past the zealot. Okay. Oh no, he's not gonna bring second zealot like just in time. Oh, it does
you
get
can go.
through.
You can go between those buildings as well, and they're going right on the cannons. Should be enough damage to kill at least one of them. But the zealots staying alive, we're gonna be able to get something done. One link gets to the main. A couple more try to push it to natural, but looks like JoJo's abandoned his attack. But it still has one annoying speed line in the main, or speed link.
No, he's going all in on link. I think he probably felt like he just lost too many drones. But I don't know if this is going to work, because Protoss has kind of sniffed it out at this point, and with the third cannon going down.
Yeah, the weird thing I did see from JoJo is that he did research Burrow a long time ago, and I don't know what he's going to use it for.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he had, like, I feel like this game kind of went sideways. Like, he might have had a plan with this 9 hatch, but because there were 2 gateways that were proxied, it just kind of wrecked the plan. I think he can run in and kill that probe and then run in. Oh no, he just moved to zealot. If you saw, there was kind of like a hole in his wall there for a second.
Yeah, now with 3 cannons and
so many lings.
We're gonna see if we can get some of these through. But...
I
don't know.
Don't move those zealots. You can't get through. He has to drone. I hope he's droning. He's not droning.
But he's finally starting to make
he was 5 block. He's making
he's making drones, but man, this is a brutal spot to be in. And I wouldn't want to keep going with this. We're adding more gateways in the main now, finally. Actually adding a second forge. So, I don't know what this game is.
I actually don't know that. I don't think Zerg's super behind here.
Yeah, adding on a lot of drones now, but the thing is I'm concerned is that there's no lair. Nothing even close to a lair. No hydras to shoot up. And we're starting to tech up as Fujikari. He's getting this Citadel of Adun, so I think if this just turns into Zealot Archon, I actually don't know if JoJo can survive it.
I mean, he has 3 Zealots. Like, if Zerg can just survive long enough to drone his three bases, he is getting the Hydrogen now. Like, if he can survive long enough to drone his 3 bases, he'll be okay.
He does already have 5 Zealots, though. Plus 1 on the way. Starting Zealot speed also, so... This could turn sideways fast, because we don't have that armor upgrade on the Lynx, so these Zealots will be very effective.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not ideal for Zerg. He does need to add another macro hatchery right now. But I don't know, we'll see where he decides to go with this. The Lingolan was just a little bit slow. So,
Yeah, we are seeing a Temple Archive nearing completion as well, so I'm guessing it's back to the old early 2000 days. +1 speed lot Archon, just the easy A move all in.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, given how this game has gone, we can even see like the Hydra Den's done, but there's no Hydras made. There's a lot of Lings up at the front. I would actually want to move these a little bit out of the natural and really get a good surround. But like having it right there feels like you're waiting for the Zealots to get in the mix with the buildings. That might actually make your Zergling surround area worse. Wouldn't you want to be a little bit further out, maybe?
I honestly don't really have an opinion on that. I'm sorry.
You're supposed to guess. Like, I don't know what I'm talking about either. You gotta guess.
I've never used Burrow against Zealots before. I feel like these Lings are just bad, and he doesn't have a sunk finished. So, I just feel bad about this.
Here comes a bunch of Zealots. Here come the Lings. Let's see if this works. It doesn't really look like it. They didn't get a good surround of the Zealots at all.
I mean, like you were saying, the +1 on the Zealots just kind of shredding these Lings. Yeah, I think he actually needed to double sunk at each base against this. Alright. Gee, what a weird game. Alright, we do have this series tied up 1-1 again.
So this is the game Reddit gets to use as what's better, Lings versus Zealots, and it's this game.
Man, I don't know what to say. Zerg's just bad.
Sure.
Jayon even said Zerg's bad.
Show me a non-Zerg player saying Zerg's bad.
Jayon plays all 3 races.
He plays Zerg. He's a Zerg player.
He says, I have a screenshot. Hold on a sec. I only play against Zerg. Easy matchup. TVZ, PVZ, easy. Cause Zerg sucks.
He's one of those.
This is someone who plays. This is someone who plays PVZ against top level Zergs. He was PVZ in Crossy yesterday, I think, and he was
because
winning.
no one likes ZVZ. No one wants to play that matchup. It's nonsense. Like, no, this isn't evidence. This isn't evidence.
No, he didn't say that it was. He just plays it because he likes playing all 3. He's actually, I think, going to play ZVZ and ESL, although I think he was also talking about playing RVZ. But, just saying, someone who plays ZVP and PvZ.
Yeah, so does Dragon. And he hates mirrors. That's why he does it. He hates mirrors.
That wasn't my point, but alright. I see how it is. Protoss player.
Yeah, well, this Protoss player is going to introduce the players for Game 3. We have JoJo in the bottom left.
Nah.
What do you mean, nah? Yes, he is. Bottom left, red. It's right there. And we have Fujikara in the brown and the Protoss in the top right.
Alright, Fujikura is from Seoul and JoJo is from Ash.
I'm not hip on the clans. That's all your territory. You nerds and your clans and your
I just pretend I am.
It looks like we're seeing this JoJo build again, this 9 hatchery. Versus another gateway expand, but let's see how this happens. We don't really know.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, theoretically, I think that, I don't understand JoJo's build.
Well, I see this
theoretically, I don't understand the way that he's doing this, but okay, anyways, theoretically, I think that 9 hatchery, Ling All-In should be really strong against Gate Expand because of the micro.
I do feel like it seems weird on a map like this. It gets scouted so quickly. Like, there's no deception about when did he get this hatchery, when is he getting the spawning pool. There's nothing weird like that. But you even see Fujikawa moving around with the probe just to make sure there's not another hatchery or something really goofy. So I think he's fully aware of what's going on.
Proxy 2 gateways again.
I'm trying to hide it for suspense. Come on.
No, you're just wrong. It's okay.
We already see the drone looking for it now. It's like Fujikawa was picking the perfect spot to hide it.
No, he's just expanding. Pretty sure he's just expanding. Okay, maybe he's not expanding. He's actually looking for proxies. You were right that time. Alright, so we do see gate expand, and as soon as JoJo
He
sees
didn't
that...
see it! He hugged the right
Oh,
side of the
didn't he?
wall. He did not see it.
Oh, man.
Beautiful.
Feels
What high
bad.
level Protoss play.
This is... Also, can we talk about the fact that we keep seeing gate expand and no zealots going across the map? Like... Alright. Okay. Okay, Protoss. Anyway, so as soon as we did see the Overlord scout that gate expand,
This
we
drone's
did
still
see the
looking.
gas thrown down to get speed.
Oh, we're adding
Yeah,
on
probably
those two
feels safe
gateways.
now.
We're gonna see. Hold on, Zealots. The Zerglings trying to figure out if they want to look around or if they're gonna go for an attack. A lot of indecision happening this time. Both players kind of mind gaming each other a little bit. It's very fun.
Yeah, it's so much indecision, and they're not even on Operation Indecision. What is this?
What is this like? There's one Zergling everywhere. Like move out. He's looking for this proxy so hard, he's never gonna find it.
Man, this Ling is like literally just running away from the Zealots. Okay. Oh, he is building a lot of Lings though. Like he did build a lot of Lings.
Oh, we do got these 3 Zealots going in, but
So
there's a
he
lot of
should-
legs. They should take that fight pretty easily, I think.
Yeah,
Comes
he
some
actually
more Zealots.
started Ling speed a little bit late.
Oh, fighting that choke, so good for Fujikawa here. Helping out a lot to survive
Yeah.
the fight a lot longer.
Yeah, and those probes actually doing some serious work too. But just like overwhelming numbers for Ling, so they are going to take out these Zealots. And we do see...
There's nothing to block this wall. There's one cannon, and there's enough links to just run by it or kill that cannon. This is very dangerous.
It's only 5 Lings. It's not actually enough Lings to kill that. There will be once he brings the other 4 over, but we'll see if he does manage to get a Zealot out before then, or a second cannon up.
This might get a little confusing though. We're starting to build up a big mass of Zealots on that left side of the map. JoJo really sending all the links forward, convinced that there's not the proxy now. So we'll have to see if we can hold this for Fujikawa, but there's not a lot here. It looks like these links just getting right through. Oh, this is
Yeah,
so
Lings
bad.
are going to get right on top of that cannon. And the second cannon. Alright, and they are speed lanes now. So super speeded Lings. He is going to now see the Lings coming into his natural, so we'll see what Zerg decides to do to respond to this. If I were him, I might even just throw up a Sunk in my main.
I don't know what you do here. I think because like it's just probes at the natural, and he's actually just going straight for the Nexus. Like I think this is actually gonna work fine because these Zealots are not gonna do the same damage in the same amount of time, and then these Lings can go back and defend. Nexus going down here, he can fight the probes he wants, but he doesn't even have to. Meanwhile, Zealots.
Yeah, well, he did.
Killing lots of drone. Not enough, I don't think.
Right, so he is going to bring the Lings back home to defend. Try and keep some drones alive here. But the thing is if he keeps... Oh, Fujikura, or JoJo upgraded Burrow again.
Oh, Jesus.
So, we do see Fujikura actually, like, is super dead because he doesn't have enough money to build a pylon, and he's supply blocked. So he's hoping to win the game with these 4 Zealots.
He has a couple more by his proxy gates, but didn't elect to use them. Looking like that game caught him just as off guard as he was hoping against JoJo.
Alright, those were some strange game 2 and game 3, but looks like we do have a winner there. Congratulations to JoJo winning the series 2-1 against his
that is gonna
Protoss opponent.
Okay, what the? How'd that happen? My one's backwards. Why? Why is that happening?
Alright. Do we know what our next series is?
We will in a second. I was trying to update the scoreboard. My one's backwards for some reason, and that's just it's gonna be like that. the series up to 1-1 now as we'll go through our tier 1s. Okay, our next series is going up, and it's going to be Jinjin versus Age.
Oh, I feel like Jinjin has the edge here.
Jinjin's
quite a
so
bit.
strong. It's not. He's a
And
very tough player.
Age is both rusty and not so good at ZBT. I believe Age lost to Jinjin last season as well. So, they definitely know each other. Alright, so we do have our first map being Clayfields again with Age on the top right and Jinjin in the bottom left.
Well, I guess SCC is a new, another clan as well for Jinjin.
Is that a clan? I don't even know.
I don't know.
It's not
either.
a clan I'm familiar with.
I don't know either. I gotta start putting letters on my gamer tags. I can start making all the clans. Be real popular.
Just join a clan.
I mean, I already got the drag fan. They're good enough. I don't need a tag to show my love.
It's just nice to play some practice partners in off season.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm excited to see how
Yeah.
this series goes compared to the others. EVT. See if we're still gonna get that like Goliath or like heavy mech style versus like a Muta, or if we're gonna get something a little more traditional. Because I just love watching Bio versus Muta. Like that is essential StarCraft to me.
Jinjin, I think likes going SK Terran, but I don't know what I'm basing that off of. So
Let's
who
hope
knows?
so.
He might do anything. I guess he's gonna do something weird though. I don't think he's gonna go Muta. He's probably gonna go Lurker, like 2-hash Lurker drop. I don't know, weird stuff. Age plays weird, especially in this matchup.
Is that more of just because he's uncomfortable with the matchup, or because he plays weird stuff as a player?
He's just plays weird stuff. He's super old school, Age, and he hasn't like he doesn't play the new meta at all. He plays completely outside of the meta, and he's a very aggressive player. So he's just like we're not gonna see something that we really recognize as like a common build from him, more than likely.
Well, perfect. I love watching those kind of games way more than Standard anyway. Standard's nice. It's a good way to play the game, but I want to see something weird. That's why ASL produces so many good games. I love watching ASL because they got the weird stuff. It doesn't seem like we're getting anything too unusual just yet, though. Although we do have a little time for a PSA. Players, be nice to the casters. Don't pick crap like black. This is gonna be so hard. If you do drops or anything, we're never gonna see it coming. Like, I don't get why people pick colors like that. It's so obnoxious.
Yes, he's doing a Rax expand, so. Well, also, not all of us are blind. So.
Whoa! Shit. You're gonna tell me that hatchery on the natural is not difficult to see?
Yeah, you mouse over it and it's a hatchery.
I mean, on the mini map. What a jerk! You're being a jerk.
Have you met me?
I thought you were nice. You seem nice. We got Age going for a 2-hatch Muta. It's still pretty normal.
Hey.
Like, your prediction wrong.
Well, I mean, the Lurker Den could still go down.
Yeah, it's not
Maybe
Spire
it won't.
yet.
Maybe he'll go Muta.
Yeah, I'm just making the hard call. It's gonna be Muta, but I do feel like
He might go Muta. I mean, maybe
if we
he's
see a
been.
Hydra Den.
Yeah, definitely the Hydra Den should be started if he is going Hydra. So maybe it's going Muta.
Meanwhile, Jinjin adding on a second barracks. Still hasn't added on a gas yet either. Really just wants to get some numbers up.
I'm honestly just still in shock that he didn't go 9 full speed.
maybe he just knew Jinjin would defend that and is playing something a little more stable. Well, actually, I can't even say like this. I'm comfortably feeling like this Muta because he didn't take the second gas. We have the Spire, but don't you need to take the gas a little earlier? I thought you had to take it before the Spire.
No. This is exactly when you're supposed to take the second gas. The only thing that he's messed up so far is that he should have a macro hatchery by now.
Okay. See, this is good. Like, it feels like most of my cast is two pro S players, and then we watch like as the UT, and neither of us know what we're talking about. Like, you're making this a lot easier for me.
Good to have like good racial distribution for casts.
Nah, we could have like a Sasagi just like hate party. It's fun. Well, we do see that third hatchery going up. It's time to take it out another gas base instead of in his main, which makes a lot of sense. Like, you want to establish that gas while you have the chance. Although we are seeing, 2 racks. We got the eBay on the way. We got Stivhack being researched. So looking like there might be some pressure on soon, or at least just enough bio to repel these rules.
Slow to start the mutas. Oh, he just didn't have his second level finished. Alright.
Yeah.
So we are going to see
we're getting
5 mutas. Yeah. He did put that third hatchery to third base. It was really super late. That third hatchery.
Yeah, and we see Jinjin start to add on more barracks. Maybe you're going to be moving into that 5 racks plus 1 kind of style. Really stable and easy, and especially since he's going to be dealing with muta.
This isn't... Okay, just here. Let me show you something here. You can't 5 racks plus 1 when you go to Rex Academy.
Okay,
Those are 2 different builds.
Oh, they are?
So
okay.
5 racks plus 1, yeah. So 5 racks plus 1 is a build specifically designed to play against 3 hatch muta. So when you scout 2 hatch muta as Terran, you have to go to Rex Academy, because if you go 5 racks plus 1, you just don't have enough Marine Medic to defend against the mutas. Because instead of building units, you just add on barracks, so you end up with like a smaller force at that time when the mutas actually hit your main. So he is going to be going into probably 4 or 5 racks at some point during this game, but 5 racks plus 1 is actually just an opener that you use against 3 hatch muta. Or 3 hatch lurker. But, yeah, different build. Yeah. 2 Rex Academy, you're going to see more often these days, because 2 hatch muta is definitely where it's at. These mutas from Agad, though, hitting really late. The 7-minute mark is kind of usually when you expect 3 hatch muta to hit.
He did wait for 9 mutas. Are you supposed to hit a little earlier with 2 hatch muta?
Yeah, the idea is that you come across the map right away with 6 mutas and try and hit their bioforce and reduce the Marine Medic count. Otherwise, there's really not very much point in going 2 hatch muta instead of 3 hatch muta, because you might as well just get your eco in a better spot, because you're kind of cutting eco with 2 hatch muta in order to get more damage done. But we do see like this 2 hatch muta is not doing any damage to Jinjin at all. And he is going to go up to 4 racks. And he's got his factory down, so he's going to get his tech out quickly.
Yeah, we do see a move out from Jinjin across the map to put some pressure on, but we got lurkers already morphing, so should be able to defend that without too much issue.
Right. I think if he identifies that there's only 1 lurker at the third, he might be able to bust up the ramp, but we'll see what he decides to do. He actually doesn't have that much Marine Medic across the map. Does pick off an Overlord, so nice for Terran.
Yeah, actually has to be careful, because Terran does only have 1 scan available at the moment. Use energy to scan around. And adding on 2 starports, so yeah, looking like they're going to go into that SK Terran and get a lot of science vessels.
Yeah, I mean, vessels are good. Why not just delete units for free? If you don't like a unit, delete it. Welcome to Terran.
I mean, it costs energy. It's not super free. It's not super free.
Hey, you play ZBT for a while and tell me if it's free.
I used to play Zerg back in the day. I'll pass. I'm good on that. We do see a bunch of this bio hold up on this top ground. There is some lurkers. They're kind of spread out a little bit too, so they're not going to all get hit with 1 scan. But I'm not sure. Like, we're seeing the mutas move really far away. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get anything done as a counterattack. So I'm curious to see where Agi goes from here. Like, he doesn't seem like he's trying to set up another base, and it looks like Jinjin might just be able to do some good damage with bio eventually.
Well, Aggie's actually going into Hive. So we'll see what he decides to do with that.
I mean, would you do anything
He might
other than
go-
defilers?
Well, you can go Guardians is really strong at 2 Mina. And now we're going to see kind of why it's not super strong to have your lurkers spread out. It's actually the opposite with CVP. If you have them all bunched up, it's really hard for Terran to run up and pick off one lurker. Whereas if they're spread out, it's kind of easier for Terran to attack into it. He is going to lose another Overlord. I don't know where this Overlord is going. Oh, I think it's the Overlord that's in the control group with the Mitas.
Probably.
Anyways, I was saying you can go Guardians off of 2H Mita, but the thing that makes, like, usually you don't go Lurker if you go Guardians. Usually you just keep building Mitas, and then keep harassing, and then go Guardians off of that with a Carapace upgrade. But we do see Ege is getting the Carapace upgrade for his Mitas, but it's not done yet. So it just seems to me like I'm not really sure what his goal is here with this build.
Yeah, it does seem a little confusing to me. We do see Adrenaline on the way, and other than that, though, we're not really seeing anything that requires this Hive just yet, so we're not going to see that commitment immediately. It has a lot of gas banked up. I feel like you should be doing something with this and actually getting dropped for Overlord, so maybe that's going to be the plan moving forward.
Yeah, maybe a lurker drop.
Alright, so okay,
so
this
seems
is
like
you
it's
with
actually
the weird.
using his Hive though. Yes, this is what I mean with the we're looking at this and we don't know what's going on. Yes, Age style.
We actually see Age very low on minerals for once, have a bunch of gas bags. This is unusual for me to see from Zerg in this game.
Well, he only has 4 drones at his third. This is what I mean, like he kind of went, he's kind of playing like he went 3H Muta, but he went 2H Muta, so he was just super low eco. And then he never droned. So usually when you go 2H Muta, you can harass with the Mutas and keep Terran at home, and then you drone super hard behind that so that you can saturate your third base, and keep your main and natural at 1.5 saturation, which is really good for Zerg.
Well, there's your greatest
Even though it seems like low.
Although it feels very late in comparison to what he could have added. Oh, he was finishing he was finishing the upgrade, that's why.
Yeah, he was finishing the Carapace upgrade. But the Carapace upgrade when you go 2H Muta can actually just come before you build the Mutas, so. Does he even have any Mutas left on the map, or did you lose them all?
He had a couple, I thought. He had over by the left, the 9 o'clock base. Hard to see because they're black.
Alright. Yeah, just 1 +1. +1 Carapace on them.
Yeah, I think you can't wait too much longer though. We're about to finish that +2 on the bio, and it's starting to build up this the science vessel. Now it's actually getting 2 dropships instead of more science vessels now.
Yeah, well, he's actually just going to have enough irradiates to just deal with the Guardians because there actually isn't that many Mutas left. So, I don't know. I'm not really seeing it for Zerg here. He has no prospects of getting a 4th base.
Yeah, Terran meanwhile taking their third.
Upgrades.
Now you have to float it in. They're actually just taking it on the low ground. Should be able to defend us against these couple lanes without a problem.
Yeah, Marines are really good. Yeah.
The Filer mount on the way. It's starting to make a couple of those Guardians. They are waiting over on the left side, so it looks like that's going to just siege the natural a bit. Well, we already started science vessel production, so it should be able to repel that without too much problem. Yeah, I don't like that Age hasn't built a drone in it feels like 10 minutes.
Yeah, his drone count is super low. Okay, he's building drones now. Or building a drone.
Big drop at the 12. Meanwhile, the posturing is pushing to the natural as well.
Yeah, I think this is the end. I mean, not like that he had very many drones here anyways, but...
Actually, we're starting to see some stuff move up, and Scourge going to be able to do some damage to the dropships, but not kill either of them.
Right.
Looks like it will take them down. The bio not trapped in that base, but even still, like, you're pulling lurkers up to defend that base, and we see that Irradiate's just flying through the naturals, putting the hurt on a bunch of these lurkers.
Yeah, well, the thing is that, like, Age is just living right now. Like, he's just living, and I'm not really sure what he's waiting for.
I think he's either just hoping for a mistake, or this is something I do when I play like games in a set like this. If I know I lost, I don't GG the moment I know it's over. I like kind of let it play out so I calm down for the next game. I kind of
yeah, but like I think, yeah, I just don't know what his plan was here to win the game. Like maybe he was planning on winning the game with Guardians. We do see the Guardians are going to siege the natural, but I think that there's just no lurkers survived under the Dark Storm, unfortunately, so he can't keep his natural alive while this is going on. And there is going to be enough Irradiates to be able to take out these Guardians.
Yeah, even given the situation, he can sacrifice that natural entirely. He still has 57 SCPs. He has another base up. Like, these Guardians
yeah,
are
for
so
sure.
slow. They're not going to... Sieging a natural isn't enough at this point.
No, for sure not. Terran can actually lose their natural for a scary amount of time in this matchup and still be completely fine.
Yeah, you can even look at the production now from Agi. Nothing being produced at the moment. Just there's a couple lanes here and there, but no units are actually going to win these fights. As we still see Jinja just kind of building plenty of bio, or plenty of forces that can move out and get their job done.
All right, I think this Defiler. Okay.
This is a rough game one, though. If you play a game and it goes like this is a rough way that you have to start a series out. Like, if you're Agi going thinking about game 2, like, what kind of approach do you take here? You gotta maybe go for some kind of really super greedy opening, maybe something more economic focused. I don't know.
No,
where you go for
I think he needs to cheese.
But we got her to say cheese. We did it. But yeah, Jinjin looking dominant in that game 1.
Yeah, I just didn't really see a clear plan from Age. Like, I don't really know what his, like, how he was planning on winning that game. Like, I feel like that's an important thing to ask yourself when you're going into a game is, like, how do I plan on winning this game? Like, what am I going to win with? Am I going to win by, like, mining up more of the map? Like, am I planning on going for super late game? Do I want to try and win with mutas? Am I going to try and do a Guardian switch and win with that? And then how do I make that situation the most, or my build and my play most optimal to get to that situation? And I just wasn't super sure what his plan was. So we'll see if he has a kind of a different plan on Sylphid.
It didn't really
Maybe.
look like there was a plan, honestly. It was just kind of looked like, I'm going to get the units that you're supposed to get, but not really do anything with them.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it is encouraging. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was going to introduce Age. He's picking black again. He's in the bottom left this time. Against Jinjin, taking that vibrant purple in the bottom right. Now, on Sylphid, I think maybe a little bit better if you're going to try something a little aggressive, a little cheesy. I don't know, we'll have to see. And the confidence just oozing out of Age in the chat.
I didn't. Okay. What did he say? I missed the first comment.
He is saying it feels like a replay of our last match where I just get stomped. Cool to get a little insight from Agi, though, about what he thinks things went wrong. But I think things were going wrong well before Defilers.
Yeah, I do as well, honestly. I think that he just canceled a drone. Looks like Jinjin giving him feedback on the game.
I mean, this is a league that, like, the league's nice. You get to play competitive games and play for, like, something that matters more than ladder points. But I do appreciate that there is that people are here to learn, and that is still a priority.
Yeah. So we do see Age going 9 full speed.
Yeah, that's
the egg he canceled was the Overlord, and this does not surprise me at all.
9 full speed, that's my jam. I like it.
Yeah. No, I feel like his Yeah, his just game plan just wasn't there last game. This is kind of a weird spot for the spawning pool as well. If you actually put it like a full square over to the left and then like a square down, you can fix the mining on that top mineral patch.
Yeah, I always mess that up, so I don't even try to do that little thing to get the mine to be a little more efficient. But that little
it's kind of different on each map.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see. I think, doing a 9 pool, something a little more aggressive, throw your opponent off their normal game. That might be a good path for Augie to be in a closer game.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely see what he gets done with this.
SCB does see the legs moving out. It does see that there is a full 6 of them, so we only have the 1 Marine made now. We're pulling some SCVs to the front to make sure we have time to get more.
Yeah.
Really good, respectful opening from Jinjin, realizing it's a 9 pool. You just have to not take critical damage, and it's going to be in a decent spot.
Yeah, for sure.
It actually sneaks out an SCV to scout, see if there are hatches behind this, or if we're really going hard on like an all-in.
Yeah, very nice defense from Jinjin. The 9 full speed doing absolutely nothing at all, not even denying scouting.
Real situation that we're looking at here, and actually just building a CC in his base to float over later, it looks like.
Yeah, that's pretty standard against this opening.
Yeah, so if you're Age here, you can't be feeling good about your situation. Like, full scout sees the lair, sees the second hatchery. Like, this is not going well already, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not over. Like, 9 full speed is an aggressive opening, but, like, Terran can't build his CC in his natural. He does have to float it over. It really sucks that he can't deny scouting off of this, because he did sneak an SCV out. But he does get that SCV in his base really quickly with speed lanes. So if he does decide to go Lurker right now, I almost would have liked to see him throw down a Hydrodon and just go Lurker, 2-H Lurker. I feel like that's a really good build for this map.
Well, kind of akin to the reaction we saw last game. That
he does throw down a Hydrodon.
Yeah, we got a very fast academy looking like for upgrades, but also to get scanned too. So feeling like Ginger's gonna be prepared for either way, but maybe thinking it's gonna be another 2-Hatch Buta.
Yeah, I mean, this is a T-Rex Academy build again, which is what you want to do against any 2-Hatch play. This is, I think, going to be 2-Hatch Lurker, although it is a little bit late because Agai didn't start the Hydrodon early enough. But you do, as Terran, need like a forward turret and 2 bunkers to defend against this. So we'll see if he does sniff it out or scan it, and what his response will be. But this is definitely a very aggressive play from Zerg, and you can follow this up with like a 2-base Defiler. And if you get Dark Swarm down in Terran's natural, it's pretty much over.
So, I mean, is this the kind of thing where you'd want to scan to see what's going on? Because if it is Lurker and you have 2 scans, you waste 1 seeing, hey, it's Lurker. Aren't you kind of in a rough spot at that point?
You have to scan.
Yep, well, he does scan and does catch the Hydrodon and the lair, so you're gonna have a good idea what's going on now. Yeah,
and you see he immediately is throwing down the second bunker. He's actually throwing down 3 bunkers, just wants to make absolutely sure he's not going to die to this. And he can actually, like, he's probably just going to save scans now. But you can also, he does have an eBay, so you can also throw down, like, a forward turret, and that will help with your,
yeah, we are seeing
your detection.
Age researching that slow drop as well, and has the Overlord at the north side of the base. There's already SCV up there, looking like it's going to be building a turret shortly, but having an idea of what's going on, I think this slow drop, if he goes for it, maybe not going to work so well.
He actually doesn't see the Overlord yet, but he does put a Marine at that 3rd base right above his natural, so he is kind of looking to make sure that he knows that there is an Overlord there.
2 Sunkens finishing just in time. This bio I don't think this is enough to break through 2 Sunkens like this. You gotta, don't want to risk getting surrounded.
No, that's 2 Sunks is enough to hold that.
And we just see the two lurkers just marching away all the way across the map here. Scan being built up, so it looks like we do have a couple available to see what's going on, but the lurker's going right for the front, not for the drop at the back.
No. Okay, just managed to get that lurker away.
And there's that turret at the front you're talking about, just in case you run out of scan or don't want to be caught off guard with anything. Well, I mean, where are you going to go from here as Zerg? Because I don't see another hatchery. I don't see him even looking to take another base. We do have that lurker and that overlord moving away, so what's moving away from the main? I don't... I am so confused.
No, it's a lurker drop. The kind of problem with this is that it's only one lurker.
And Jinjin looks like they're scanning around, seeing if there's an idea of like, hey, where are things on the map? It doesn't see anything in particular, it looks like.
Yeah, he is going to see this immediately as soon as it comes in, and it is only one lurker, and he does have energy on both of his scanners, so I actually don't think this is going to do any damage by Zerg. But, I mean, we'll see if Aggie can make some magic happen. Okay, the response, instant response. Yeah, an instant scan.
One lurker, yeah, not quite enough to fight through this. But we do see...
He got 2 Marines. 2 Marines. He didn't even kill the SCVs. He shot the SCVs, he didn't even kill the SCVs.
Yeah. Well, he got some of the retreating units from the push that is natural on the way back to the base, so that's not so bad with the lurkers at the front. And the start.
No, it's pretty bad. Zerg's very behind.
You don't make commentating fun. Like, we're not supposed to just say the game's over. Like he got the retreating units on the way back, taking a third. Like, we're going into next steps. Come on, like, optimism.
Okay.
What we do see is, like, it's just lurkers at the front, no other ground forces or anything. I feel like once we get these starports finished and there's science vessels on the way, I don't know what Agi's gonna do after that point, actually.
Yeah, well, he didn't go... Wait, why is he using Hydra range? That I do not understand.
Let's go Hydra lurk on 2 base.
Yeah, I think what actually would have been strong here is if he had just gone really fast Queen's Nest and gone 2 base Defiler. Because he kind of had a lot of lurkers out the front, and what you can kind of do with this build, if you can't kill them and they respond correctly, is just keep them locked in their base with lurkers, and then walk a Defiler over from your natural, and then just dark swarm the bunkers and get the lurkers into the dark swarm. And then it's just really hard to come back from that as Terran. You need to have the vessels completed and with energy for irradiate in order to get to irradiate the lurkers and the Defiler in order to stop that.
We're seeing a bunch of bio upgrades coming through for Jinjin. A factory being produced. Even though he already has 2 starports, adding another factory? Or what happened to the first factory? I mean, he had to have had one.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see where it went.
Oh, it's landing in now. He's actually looking like maybe gonna start building some tanks or something. I'm not really sure what the plan is from here.
Yeah, he's probably gonna do what's really good against lurkers is just a tank push, because it's really hard to engage M&M or engage siege tanks that are surrounded with M&M if you just have RSC on lurker lane, because your units just kind of evaporate before you get to turret.
Oh, we got science vessels at the front of the base now, so mobile detection to fight off these lurkers. Although we are prepping up for that drop over at the north side of the main. We got some Hydras that haven't been morphed quite yet, but they did kill that Marine hanging out by that base. We're going to see what it is. We're unloading everything from the bunker. Jinjin looking like he's tired of hanging out at home and wants to break out.
Yeah, we do see that science vessel out here. And we are adding 1 extra barrack. So this means that he is actually going to keep going SK turn. We're not seeing a mech switch, guys. It's just SK turn with some tanks. So really strong. Definitely, there's like some kind of build that you can do that's just like a marine medic build with like 2 tanks that kind of hits before defilers. And I'd actually, if you're like new to Terran, I'd super recommend it, ZVT, because it's actually pretty hard to defend. As Zerg, you kind of have to stall the tanks up with like forward sunks.
Well, meanwhile,
And if you, oh, okay, go ahead.
I was gonna say, well, Jinjin's looking like he's trying to push out and slowly get through these lurkers. Big drop from Age, looking like it's about to go into main. See if it's enough to get something done. There's not a lot of landing room between all these supply depots, but only 1 turret in the main, so I wonder how this is gonna go.
Alright, it doesn't drop with Hydras.
There's lurkers as well.
Right. Lurker's not burrowing by the mineral line, though. Is going to target fire the CC. And I think he's going to get it, actually. Yeah. But these units are just not good against... Like, Hydras are just really bad against SK Terran. So I think that these Hydras are going to go down. But getting the CC, definitely very good. Terran's going to be stuck on 1 base for a while. Until he can rebuild that CC. And Age's starting to build a couple... He has 3 drones in his third now, which is better than no drones. And he does have a high finish, so we'll see what he decides to do with that.
Yeah, I am a little curious, because we saw Age drop all those units off and immediately just retreat the Overlords. Had no intention of ever trying to save some of the Hydras or anything. I think he
No, he's going to drop more Hydras.
Looking a little all in, maybe? Because Age's sitting at that 29 drones. Apparently that's the favorite number of drones.
Okay, so here, I'm gonna tell you a thing. So you're saying about my dislike about using the word cheese. All in I like as a word. I find that to be a useful word. I find it to be a much more useful term than cheese.
Fair enough. We're getting some damage done, looking like killing a couple of these vessels off, but unfortunately not killing all of them off, but now all the units at the front for Age just went down. I don't know how he survives this push.
Yeah, he kind of got Hive. He never really did anything with his Hive. And these 4 tanks, 5 tanks, they just like, he just can't stop this. With the kind of units that he has. He's going to try and do like a funny little counterattack, try and bring Karen home.
Yeah, but I think if you're Jinjin, you don't have to wait on any of this kind of stuff. You just push in and do critical damage here, especially since
Oh, for sure.
So low, decon so long.
For sure. Yeah, I guess super dead right now. You just look at the supply.
We got a couple Scourge making it. I can kill the Science Vessel, maybe, but Age's not even gonna try it. And just congratulate Jinjin on a good series. Very strong play from Jinjin.
Yeah.
Even Jinjin trying to convince him to stay in the game.
Jinjin says I'm a base behind, just as Age leaves.
Alright, so let me change that. So
Alright, so that's 3 series. I gotta ask you though, because I didn't really clarify this before I agreed to do this cast. We've been casting for 2 hours. How long are we casting for?
I was gonna cast like
Hello?
the tier ones.
I can't hear you.
I was saying I was hoping to cast the tier 1s and the tier 0s, so just a good amount of series.
I may not make it through all of that. Do we have somebody else to...
We can figure that out when we get there. Let's just go what we can.
Okay, I can probably cast 1 more series.
1 more series it is, okay. If you want to do me a favor and see if someone wants to tag in afterwards in the caster channel while I set up the next game.
Alright, sounds good.
I'm gonna get you in for another Terran versus Zerg while I got you here.
Alright, sounds good.
But that was another win for Samyang Fire, so that's 2 wins for Samyang, 2 Socialized Healthcares, 1 win out of the games we've seen so far. Trying to cast through the tier 1 and tier 0.
No. Oh, right, JoJo won, but Jinjin and Fox both won. Okay, I see.
Well, you got the next game up whenever you're ready.
Alright. Oh, it's doing the thing where it disappears. Come back, come back, come back, come back. Oh, I got it.
Alright, ready to go?
I'm ready when you are.
Okay, so this is going to be between N. Baker and Jesse.
Ooh, I'm actually really excited for this series. And Baker, good Zerg, I think. And Jesse is good at every race. So I'm assuming that includes Terran.
Yeah, yeah, well, anytime you have someone that keeps picking a different race for a new season of CPL, you gotta figure there's some comfort in there. We do have Jesse.
Honestly, oh.
Yeah. We have Jesse under the ID Sailor Terran. Okay. That's the yellow Terran up in the top right corner. And N. Baker, the orange Zerg, down at the bottom right corner. If you are with CPL for a little bit, Jesse was Protoss last season, plays Zerg, also decided to give Terran a go this time.
Yeah, I think the thing is that her Protoss and her Zerg are actually kind of too strong for CPL level now. But I think she would find it difficult to coach because her English isn't her first language. So I think that's kind of like what we're seeing with some of these tier 1 and tier 0 players. I know there's like a couple Russians that are kind of in the same boat where they're like, I'm not super comfortable coaching because of the language barrier, but still want to be involved in CPL. So it's nice to see them off racing.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with off racing. It is a league for learning, so that doesn't have to just mean like, oh, you have to be really new at the game, or like someone in the military. It could just be someone that's experienced. Like, I want to try this race. It sounds fun. I don't have any problem with that at all.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I mean, that does kind of tell us like her Zerg and her Protoss are both really good. So her mechanics are good and her game sense is good, even if she's not as familiar with Terran as she is with the other two races. And I think her Terran is like pushing tier 0 level anyways, in my opinion. And if it isn't there already, I'm assuming that it's going to get there really fast.
Yeah,
I think N. Baker's really good as well, to be honest, from what I've heard about him. So
I think that isn't just even a comment for someone at the level of Jesse, for example, but you get this a lot with the people that transfer from StarCraft 2 that were like maybe like Diamond, Master, Grandmaster. Like they come in, they don't know the game, so they don't know the particulars, but the mechanics are there, so they learn very fast.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a lot of examples of that have been in prominence in the last little bit in our little community here, like Hetheroka is one example. I think he played in preseason CPL, but he was actually the RSL champion last season. And he started out around like 1300, 1400 MMR, and he was like, he played in tier 1 in CPL preseason. So he was like super strong by the end of that season. And another good example is actually RK Father, who came over from StarCraft 2. And he's gotten really, really good in the past year. Super scary, and he's really fast, especially when he plays TVZ. And those kind of mechanics are part of a transfer that we are seeing over when players move from StarCraft 2. So it's just kind of an interesting thing that we see with players that come over. We do see Jesse is going for a gasless expand.
So I thought Gaslix built Marines, and Jesse didn't build a single Marine until the CC was started and the second reaction started. Is that greedy, or is that normal?
Well, okay, so Terran can do this if you scout Zerg. So she came in here and she scouted that it was 12 hatch. So you can actually go 15 CC if you scout 12 hatch. And because she also scouted that Zerg only built 2 lings, she can then do whatever the heck she wants before she gets Marines, basically. I was actually talking to Crossy about this the other day, and kind of the response that you want from Zerg in this situation is to just build 6 lings, because then you can actually force Terran to build a bunker, which makes 15cc less ahead as far as eco goes, because 15cc is actually really good in this situation for Terran. Because she did 15 CC and she got away with it completely.
So you can correct me if I'm wrong, but looking at everything, it seems like M-Baker's going like by the book 3-hatch Muta, given the gas timing and all that kind of stuff. Like, am I right on reading that one? Do I got that one for once?
Yeah. Looks like he's. Well, actually, no, you're wrong, because he just threw down an Evo Chamber and a Hydrodent.
Damn it.
The Hydrodent's a little bit slow, I think. But I think he's going to go 3-hatch Lurker with upgrades and probably into Fast Hive. And it looks like this SEV Scout is going to be denied from Jesse. So that's actually really good for M-Baker in this case.
Yeah, I was very close to getting in, but the Lynx just in time to make sure that he had to turn away.
Yeah, it's always nice for Terran too, because you can like get that Scout off earlier. We actually see, I don't know if this is on purpose. Oh no, it can't be on purpose because the tech's in the main. I was going to say, I wonder if he's like leaving Larva so that it looks like he's going Mutas. But he's not.
Alright, so 3-hatch Lurker, fun play. I think it seems pretty good, right? Like, because especially if your opponent's expecting Muta, which we see the engineering bay got done, but I don't see turrets anywhere, so I guess not really biting into it.
Well, you have to scan first. So we just saw that Jessie scanned the main, and she'll see the tech. The Lurker aspect almost done. So she is going to move out now and try and prevent this third base from going up. But we do see the Hydras are actually already on the map, and the drone is already in bottom left. So I think that M-Baker is going to be able to get this third base up. And hopefully Jessie actually might just bust the front, though, before Lurkers. There's not enough Sunks.
Yeah, Sunkens aren't done yet at all, so...
Yeah, this is game. Sometimes Terran is just pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like
all right, so the plan. Well, he just needed 3 Sunkens. If M-Baker had 3 Sunks in the front when this push came, it would have been fine. But we just see like. M-Baker lost all of the drones in the natural. So this is just like, I would say, pretty completely unwinnable for Zerg at this point.
Yeah. You see a couple Lurkers pop up here. He's going to be able to clean this up. So it doesn't end up losing the natural hatch, but does take a lot of damage. Lots of drones lost there. Although we are starting that third hatch in the bottom left corner as well.
Alright, it is going to be a long road for Zerg to get back in this game, though. We do see M-Baker is going to rebuild some drones.
What would be the path if you think that it was going to be like Zerg's got to get back in this game? Where do you think they're going from here? Are they going to try to take another base? Are they rushing for defilers like you were saying in one of Aki's games that might be good?
I don't know. I feel like as Zerg at this point, I feel like I've lost the game. But I guess a start would be to redrone. So you need to get your natural base saturated, and you need to get your third base saturated. The thing with this build, I guess you could just build, like... The real play might have been not going third base. But Jessie is actually responding to this really well, because she's got a tank out, and she built 2 bunkers. Because I think she probably feels like the one thing that she could die to is, like I said, if you cancel the third base, and just mass, like, build, like, 6 drones, and then just mass Lurker Ling, because you have that +1 carapace upgrade. So that could be one way to get back in the game. The other way to get back in the game, which is what M-Baker is choosing to do, is rebuild the drones and then go back to the original plan, which is really fast hive into probably straight Ultralisk because of the really fast carapace upgrades. Although I think in this case, he might want to go Defilers instead, just because it's easier to make up lost ground, like make some magic happen with Defilers than it is with Ultras on really low eco.
Yeah. I mean, Ultras seem like they might be good, though, because Jessie just finishing an armor upgrade. Hasn't started the weapons upgrade yet from Marine, so if they survived long enough, but a dropship heading into the main here, this might be very hard to defend with Lurkers at the front.
Yeah. Yeah, smart choice on Jessie just to completely end the game here.
you can see they're stimming, going for the buildings, and they're not trying to chase drones up the front. Lurker Link moving up the ramp here. The dropship not here anymore to save it, so just letting the infantry die, it looks like.
Yeah, it's not a very big investment, really, and she got, like, a significant amount of drones here. But it all really comes back to that just T-Rex Academy move out. That just needed some more sunks for defense. The drone count is still low, but not as low as it was after the first attack. But I'm pretty sure that Zerg is just going to... I don't think Zerg can hold this tank push.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to be pretty strong. There's not even a sunken finish at the front, no real units. And even that dropship really getting a good idea of what's going on at the front. Jesse just marching right up here and going to be able to set up shop.
Yeah. Yeah, it really just comes down to that first T-Rex Academy push. I don't think that this, I don't think this is like a good example of Baker's play. I think we're probably going to see something really different in the next game.
I'm hoping so. We did have a raid from Future, so we got some new people in here. We are casting Tier 1 and Tier 0 play of the Coach Pupil League. This is the week 1. This is one of our matches between two of the teams, so relatively high-level play. Hope you guys stick around and enjoy.
Yeah, this is our first season doing a scheduled CPL cast. So we started about, I think, like 2 hours and 15 minutes ago. So if you tune in, 6 o'clock Eastern, if you tune in to this channel at this time, every week we're going to have like a featured show, like match of the week that we are going to be casting. If you guys don't know what CPL is, it's called, as Saetzero said, Coach Pupil League, and it's a league in the foreign brew war community to kind of promote community amongst like newer or even long time standing players, and where you can kind of like make friends, get to know some other people who are passionate about the game, and you get divided into teams with assigned volunteer coaches who are very high level players and relevant players in the scene. So it's a good place to just like make friends and improve overall.
And if nothing else, it beats the hell out of the ladder, honestly. Like, just having a community to talk. Like, this is what's kept me playing StarCraft, is having, like, people that aren't just faceless names.
Yeah, for sure. We are going to jump into the second game of this series. It is going to be on Silted, as all Game 2s were for this week, this past week of matches, and it is going to be... Baker, our Zerg player, in the bottom left, and Jesse, our Terran player, in the bottom right.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this game goes in comparison.
Yeah, me too. I think it's gonna look a lot different. I think that was just a mistake for Zerg. Like, that's kind of like you see Protoss die to 3H Hydra and you're like, oh, you just made a mistake. This doesn't mean that like your play is a mess. It just means that like one thing didn't go right and it like there was a lot of damage done.
Yeah, well, I mean, like you were calling out, like when they saw like it's the Lurker and Jesse moved out with that force right at the time before Lurker could really set up. That attack did so much damage.
Well, that was just the regular T-Rex Academy push. So basically you need 3 Sunkens to stop that. So, but I think Baker was so focused on getting those Hydras to the third base to stop the third base from dying that he maybe kind of forgot about the T-Rex Academy push that comes. But that's just like, that's an easy mistake to make, honestly.
That was definitely a problem I had when I was trying to learn Kazern back in the day, is I would either preemptively do Sunkens and just destroy my economy, or like not do them fast enough and lose games in the moment the attack came. So definitely a hard life for Zerg players. Don't let snipe here. I said that though.
Yeah, ZVT definitely an unforgiving matchup, but we'll see what Baker
Oh, we do have a different
Baker
opening for
manages to
Man
bring it.
Baker. He's getting the gas before the third hatchery this time, so maybe leaning towards a 2-hatch play.
Hey, I feel like you're learning already.
I'm learning that I should stick to Protoss. That's what I should stick to.
You're watching all these ZVTs and you're like, oh my god, never.
Well, no, that's why I quit. This is 100% the reason I quit playing Zerg was ZVT late game. I couldn't control the filers.
Alright. So we are seeing, you remember how I was talking about when we were watching Aga's match about how you put down a macro hatch with 2-hatch meta? This is the macro hatch. This is the one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
at a nice third base.
so is it really just a macro hatch if it's at another base? Usually isn't that term meant for base hatches in your base, like not actually at another location?
Yeah, okay, you definitely have a point there, but the thing is that we're not saturated on drones yet. I guess that's why I lean towards calling it a macro hatch, is because I don't feel like it's going to be saturated super soon. But you're right, it's just a third base. Third hatch at third base.
Yep. I'm seeing the gas come up from Jesse, so nothing really committed yet, but it feels like Jesse likes that kind of like bio academy, getting a stim, like that kind of normal play. And given that it was 2-Rex Academy last game, probably in a good spot to deal with 2-hatch Muta or 2-hatch Lurker this game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I was going to say this is almost 2.5 hatch with the speed of that third base. And then also I was going to point out that usually if you're going mech, you do get gas before you expand to get that full trio.
Well, no, I was saying the 2-Rex Academy thing.
Yeah.
Stim.
Yeah, it should be 2-Rex Academy because I think she did scout that it was a 2-hatchery play, so.
Yeah,
As Zerg, we're just going to be, as Zerg, we're just going to be droning up. Probably going to see that Spire come down as soon as we...
Well, there was no Hydra Den built yet, so it's got to be Spire. Otherwise, things are really going off the rails.
Yeah, for sure. Alright, where's the Spire? Where's the Spire, friend? Alright,
Ooh,
oh!
Fun! Zerg Master, what is this?
I don't actually know.
Well, I love it. I'm gonna hope it's like Ultralisk Rush or just like a Dragon.
I think it is an Ultralisk. Yeah, I think it's an Ultralisk Rush, and you get a lot of +1 carapace swings to kind of like defend in the mid game to make it towards Ultras. It's like almost, I feel like it's almost Crazy Zerg, except you're not going Mutas, so it's like not really Crazy Zerg.
Yeah, this is definitely a weird one. We've seen some very interesting builds so far today. Like, we haven't just seen
Yeah,
the
I like
stock
it.
standard. Yeah, there goes that hive immediately getting rushed for, not building any queens or anything insane. So I'm hoping it's Ultralisk, because that sounds like it would. Like, does that?
Oh,
make
it's definitely
sense?
Ultralisks.
Yeah.
Definitely Ultralisks. It's +1 Lings and then Ultras. Ultra Rush.
Is this the kind
For
of thing
sure.
that would be good against this kind of like 3 racks with the basic upgrades? Like, there's just meaty enough to get through everything.
It kind of depends, I guess. I think we have to see really good macro and really good upgrades from Terran. If you go, like, we do see Jessie putting down her factory right away. If you go upgrades, or upgrades and tech fast from Terran, that's good against this. But I think that really, like, massing Eminem on 2 base is probably going to be her response, especially based on her opener. So we're really just going to see if Baker can hold out and have good eco by the time that he gets to Ultras.
Oh, we're seeing this move out from Jesse across the map, but this time their Sunken's ready.
Yeah, for sure. And we see 2 medics in this Marine clump, so 3 seconds with the 4th on the way should be plenty to stop this.
4th one didn't actually get started yet, so it's just the 3, no actual grounders to support to see it. Drone's getting pulled so they don't get massacred, it looks like.
Yeah, this is fine for Zerg though. You actually need, he's just pulling the drones to be safe. I don't know if he needed to pull the drones. He did lose quite a few of them. But if you have like, if you have more sunks than they have medics, usually you're okay.
I think I love Ed Baker. He's getting in snare, he's building a queen, he's going to really make sure he can stand and fight this bio army.
Yeah, this is a really cool build actually. We're going to see double Ultralisk Cavern. This is actually, so it's not a mistake. This is so you can get both Ultralisk upgrades at the same time, because those Ultra upgrades actually take a long time to finish. This is a really cool build. I really like this, actually.
Yeah, I dig it. Ed Baker is,
I might steal this.
Sweet.
This is a really cool build. Especially with that, getting that third base up really fast. Because a lot of times you see Crazy Zerg and they're on 2 gases.
And Jesse trying to go back in and do something with these Sunkens, but 2 of them did get replenished and wasn't able to take it out, but did see the queens, so should have an idea of what's going on.
Yeah, this actually, though... I mean, she should know what's going on, because I think she did scan the really fast hive and the Evo chamber. So as soon as you see an Evo chamber quickly as Terran, you kind of know that if Zerga's rushing in upgrades, it's probably Carapace upgrades, and that probably means they're going to rush Ultra.
Well, Jesse's response seems to be getting vultures and spider mines and adding on a second factor. So I'm not like, wouldn't you want tanks against? Like, isn't like tanks the Money Universe ultras because they hit through the armor? But,
in my opinion, actually, I think that she should have just gone to like 4 racks or 5 racks, and then just added a lot of vessels, like gone double 4 vessels.
Well, we are going up to those 5 racks anyway, and we do have a starboard, so. It's looking like kind of getting a little grab bag of everything.
Yeah, we do have like double eBay here, but only one of them is blinking. So I think that Zerg is really ahead, especially after Jesse threw a couple of armies into that those sunks. And there's actually like, I feel like now is actually a really poor time to switch into mech, because you have to defend on what Zerg's doing, and when you're switching into mech, you're actually very fragile as the Terran player. And now is not the time that you want to be fragile when there's ultras on the map.
Well, there's a good chance just to get some mines on the map, maybe slow this down a little bit, it seems. Because, I mean, if the mines connect to the ultras, they're going to do some pretty good damage. A vulture spotted on the map, though, so Ed Baker having an idea of what's going on.
Yeah, we do have a 3-0 upgrades for the Ultralisks, and we have 1-0 for the Marine. So the Ultras are actually up 2 upgrades on both like Carapace and damage, which means that the Ultras are really scary against the bio right now. So anytime that Ultras are up by 2 upgrades, it means they're really, really scary.
You can actually see they're just walking right through the minefield. They don't care. Taking some decent damage though, but not enough to slow this down. And here come a couple of these queens. Plenty of energy. They can snare if they want to, or it might be just a good opportunity for. Do you have to research spawn broodling, or is that the stock ability?
Oh no, you have to research spawn broodling. The stock ability on the queen is actually just parasite.
Oh, God.
I know. No, the queens are for ensnare. Probably.
Yeah, it was research. It makes a lot of sense just to make sure the bio can't run away from the ultras.
Yes, exactly.
We actually see Jesse building out a bunch of the racks, but some of them don't have fixed rallies, so there's plenty of Marines just kind of hanging out at home. So maybe a more intimidating floor than you realize, but floating a lot of minerals. Really, like, I think it was planned to have a third base by now, but just hasn't had a chance to set it up.
Yeah, we do see Zerg is going to come out here and try and take a fourth. There's a vulture here to stop it. Next move by Jesse. So that fourth base is going to get shut down. Basically, Ed Baker just needs Overlord speed to get through these mines. Overlord speed and Lings. But we do see his macroing out Lings, and they're 2-0.
I mean, there's not a lot of mines left on the map anymore. Jesse hasn't been replenishing the vultures, so the mines are all gone now.
Right. You know, that's one way to do it, is just run all the ultras into mines. So like I was saying, like these ultras are 4-0 now, and the Marines are 1-1. So the ultras are still up 2 carapace to the damage from the Marines. So this is just like slaughter. And we see no irradiate coming out of Jesse.
Yeah, that one tank getting taken down. There's one more in the back, but these Marines just are not doing damage through this at all. You can see behind this, Lings and Ultras coming in. Like, you survived wave 1, but I don't know if it's going to survive too much longer.
Yeah, it would have been maybe a little bit of a better attack if there were Lings as well, but the follow-up, I think, I don't know, I mean, Zerg's ahead on supplies, so I'm not feeling super optimistic about this. But he does need to not bleed Ultras, yeah. It's going to take a 4th base. Zerg's floating a lot of money right now, but I still think he's ahead.
I mean, there is no floating money when you have Ultralisks. There's just prepping for Ultralisks.
No, once you have Ultralisks, there's floating money.
Can I have a joke? Like, can I have a joke, please? Like, is that okay? Can I have fun?
No. No. Not allowed.
It's like Protoss.
You
don't float money. You prep for carriers. That's what it is.
You never should have agreed to cast with me. That is all I'm saying.
Well, I appreciate that you're here to help me out regardless. I'm having fun if you hate fun.
You heard it here first, folks.
Well, we got Jesse taking that 3rd finally. Another gas base for them. Although they're floating plenty of gas, I don't think that mattered.
Yeah. Yeah, just kind of, yeah, I don't know what the plan is here. I actually don't really know what the plan is for Zerg either.
There's a drop in the
Oh, there's a drop. Yeah, the one thing when you go this kind of like Ultra Rush is sometimes drops can be really strong. I think he did transfer the zones, which is good.
There's a halfway decent amount of natural, so it looks like some of them got saved up.
Yeah, I think a lot of them got transferred.
We did see a radiate resource cadency, but we haven't seen it used yet. We do have a dropship moving up towards the north part of the map. Scan's going down to see what bases are there, so sees that 4th. Not much there, nothing there to defend it, so I think this dropship's going to clean that out quick. Or switching over and going for the 3rd instead, which has plenty of seconds, so...
And a Nidus. This is the thing that actually makes taking these 3rd bases so fast really strong on maps like this, is that if you have a ramp that's really close to the main... Oh, this is so annoying. The Ultras can't get back there. You have to kill the Lings.
Meanwhile, this is just a distraction while Jesse actually attacks that 4th with a significant ground force. Should be an easy cleanup.
If Baker just A-moves all of his stuff to, like, for 3rd base right now, she's dead, in my opinion. Just saying.
Well, we got a dropship heading back towards the natural for Jesse. A couple queens on the map at, like, full, super full energy, so...
Yeah, we haven't seen an ensnare yet. I'm sad about it. I want to see an ensnare.
Like, Jesse gonna keep fighting with that force up the north side. Actually clean out all those Ultras that were used to defend the 3rd. So, get some good value out of this army, actually kind of clearing out this Ultras a little bit.
Yeah, the supply actually looking really quite good for Jesse right now.
We do have
this was
that 5 armor though, so now they're as unkillable as they're gonna get.
Yeah, they're the bio is still at 2-2, so the Ultras are still really strong because they're up by 2 base upgrades. We do have these 5 Ultras just kind of hanging out by the 3rd.
Yeah.
Like, I don't really know what they're doing. They're just kind of chilling. You see them?
I'm watching this giant army move across the map. It feels like there's an attack coming. I don't want to miss this time.
5 Ultras would make a really big difference in this attack.
Absolutely. We do see actually a pretty good spread on these on the bio, but we don't see anything as far as like ensnare.
Hey, ensnare! I feel like this is a real victory. Alright, he finally notices these ultras. Only 2 of them though.
So this is definitely interesting though, because like the fights are going more evenly than I thought they would, and now we have both players on 3 bases. I feel like M. Baker really wanted to secure a 4th and not lose it earlier. So I'm not sure how much I like M. Baker's position anymore.
I feel like he's needs to attack. I feel like he's not. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like Jessie might have gone for the wrong response here to the build, and I feel like she's kind of getting away with it somehow. That's kind of my feelings on this game. And I don't really know why this is happening, but like that's kind of what I'm watching this, and that's kind of what I'm feeling like.
You see, he's also getting out these siege tanks, so they're going to be able to clean a lot of stuff, I think. Tons of links floating in from the top as well. This 3rd from Jessie, I don't think is going to live too much longer. Enough units to get here just in time to defend it, though.
Yeah, that was kind of like what we're kind of seeing a little bit with the Zerg attacks, that the Lings aren't actually coming in at the same time as the Ultras. So that allows Terran to like pick off the Ultras and then deal with the Lings afterwards, because the Lings just kind of melt unless they're there at the same time with the Ultras. Because they actually do a lot of damage, but they need something to tank for them because they're super squishy.
Yeah, I am a little surprised at this point we haven't seen investment in any defilers, considering we're on pure like melee ground units. Like a defiler seems like it'd be.
That's actually the style. That's just the style we're seeing. So when you go this like really fast hive with really fast upgrades, your plan is to take fights with Ultraling. Your plan is not to get into defilers. So that's kind of why like all the gas is going into ultras. Like a defiler plus like upgrades, that's like a huge gas investment for Zerg. And Zerg really on 3 bases, all of the gas needs to go into ultras. I think this might be game though, actually.
Yeah, this attack's starting to really do some big damage. The Queen was, looked like the Queen was prepping for a snare during this fight, but got sniped off.
Infested command center! Hey, we saw it, guys. Infested command center. I want to see an infested Terran.
See, I know how to pick a match of the week.
Will we build one? I want to see it. Alright, we are seeing irradiate finally on some of these ultras.
Yeah, we also have the double starboard to start reducing these a little bit faster. But we do have a drop from Jessie up at that 4th base. Going to be able to shut that down from the start again, but has to actually deal with the things at home. This is looking very grim for Jessie to actually survive this much further.
Yeah, as Zerg actually starts to get on top of the production here, there's almost nothing that Terran can do. And the vessel count just isn't high enough to irradiate, like, what, I'm seeing 5 vessels? Alright, nice round here on the tanks. But they are going to go down to the Cracking Ultra, and I think this is game.
That seems
nice game, though.
Yeah, that's
very cool build. Oh, we are building an infested Terran. Will he get out? Will he get out? Hey,
Rude.
just as the GG. Just as the GG, the infested Terran comes out. Yeah, that was a really cool build.
Oh, cool, that means we get a game 3. Awesome.
Alright, I think that Shroom is going to take over for me after this next game.
Fantastic. Oops, you didn't join yet. I gotta rehost that. Sorry, I got distracted.
Rude.
I'm the worst. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Don't worry, you'll never be least.
It was a fun night casting tonight. Like, you guys all have a good night. Like, I'm done. I'm emotionally crippled.
Now you know why Leafs is the way he is. He's casted with me too much.
Just rude. That's all it is. It's rude.
Yeah. Alright, so our last map here is going to be Neo Bloody Ridge. And we do have N Baker, our Zerg player, spawning in the upper right, and Jesse, our Terran player, in the bottom left.
I'm definitely curious to see what M Baker does this game, because I felt like he did that build in the first game, which is, you know, reasonably standard, right? 3 Hatch Lurker, that's not too weird. And then we went for this crazy ultra.
These are great builds.
So like, I want to see what's next. What's next?
Probably, I don't know. Maybe not mutas. It seems like he's avoiding mutas, and honestly, this is very like, I would say Hawk approved. Like, one of like, Hawk was my coach last season. He's actually on our team again this season. One of his philosophies with ZBT specifically is like, use units that are easy to use. Mutas are not easy units to use. Defilers are not easy units to use. They're actually really hard units to use. So if you're going to build gas units that are easier to use, that are more user-friendly than those units.
Like queens?
Because, yeah, queens are easier to use than mutas, yeah. So these kind of builds that you make that might not be as strong at a pro level, if you have like a Terran player that's just like perfectly, macroing perfectly and making perfect decisions, are actually really like much more user-friendly for Zerg players that don't have the like mechanics to do. Like Defilers and Mutas are really hard to use. Like they're very difficult units to use.
I get that logic. It's the same reason why it's like I initially wasn't using Corsairs. I learned Citadel versus PvZ, or like I do a lot of gateway units instead of versus PvP. Like, keep it simple, stupid, you know? It's like one of those, just like, if you just have a lot of stuff and you're good with it and it's easy, you're probably going to do pretty well.
Yeah. We are seeing this game, though, a gas before pool, so I think this is actually going to be 2H meta on this map.
Is there something particularly good about this map that makes that a more appealing option? Like, is there just like a lot of ridges where it's like having mutas fly around is really useful?
I would say maybe a little bit. The natural, I think, is abusable by mutas. Really, though, this is Heartbreak Ridge is a mech map. And Jesse's not going mech.
This is a Heartbreak
Sorry.
Ridge.
Neo Bloody Ridge is a mech map. This map is a mech map. Generally. Oh, okay. We just have a barracks being built here. Seems legit. All right.
That's trolly as hell. I love that. You
All
can't
right.
go to your base. You're trapped.
I don't like this map. Anyway, so we were gonna have some lings being built, and Jesse's gonna go into a bunker rush from here. So I guess we'll see. We'll see how. Well, there's going to be lings out here pretty quick. We do see the SCVs attacking the egg and the natural. Oh, and it does trap those lings. I was going to say there is a glitch that happens, or that can happen. Oh, this is just it. This is it, I think.
There's only one Marine in the bunker, but still going to do some pretty good damage, especially if the SCVs are here to either fight or repair. They made the bunker
Okay.
be paying to take down. Bunker does barely go down, and the Marines die almost instantly as well, so defense from M. Baker doesn't look tragically bad.
Yeah, I thought actually for a second there that the lings were going to glitch out and not get on top of the bunker, but it does manage to take that down. Definitely very annoying for Zerg, and I think he lost 3 drones, and he's already got his layers almost done, and he's not going to be able to afford to build a spire.
Yeah, very interesting situation. You see Jesse
We do
taking
see
the expansion, so looking like we're not all in on crazy bunker rush here.
Yeah, and Baker focusing so hard on killing that Marine didn't send the 3 drones to mine at his natural for like a year.
And just see Scout SCV that built that in-base barracks didn't actually die without getting a full scout off of what's happening.
Which is not much. Zerg is very low on drones. Looks like gonna go ahead and just walk these Marines across the map. Hopefully you get some more lings built from N Baker. Oh, just gonna put down a sunk. That's good. I like it.
Yeah.
The rush distance on this map is pretty long, so.
Yeah, really would want this SCV to go back into main, see if you see tech. I think they saw a lair, just didn't see tech chosen yet. Which, I mean, you should be able to assume it's probably Mutas, but good idea just to confirm.
Yeah, I think you can assume it's Mutas at this point because the lair actually finished and there was no hydrogen.
Yeah, it looks like we're going into adding on 2 more barracks for 3 total and starting to get the gas, so just looking like bio.
Yeah, Terran doing pretty good here. Zerg pretty broke. He might want to actually just pull a drone off gas. Oh, that's so rude. That's so rude. I hate it.
These Marines getting
Isn't this rude? Isn't it ridiculous that Terran can just do this?
No, this is great. I love it. I love it. The drone's actually managing to get in and fight the Marines. Like, I guess Jesse's attention elsewhere didn't get carried around. So, good defense from Ed Baker to lose what they lost.
4 drones. 4 drones.
I'm optimism. I'm trying to phrase things well. You're the one that's
You
just
are
like...
optimism. This matchup makes me sad.
Oh, this Overlord going down too. Really, more and more is not going well. We have 2 Mutalisks.
Why is Terran like this?
3 made, 2 more on the way. So that's gonna give 5, and there isn't like a giant group of bio out yet. No turrets or anything built, so.
Yeah, actually, turret, just like 1 turret about to finish in the natural, and that's it. And Jesse has no money, and no medics. Is there? Wait.
There's another one in the main, just 1 on each mineral line. But.
Yeah, but is there an academy? Is there just no academy? Like, is that building at the bottom an academy?
No, academy's being made.
I can't even click on it.
The academy's being made.
Oh, it is. It is that building. So no medics. I don't know that N Baker identified that actually though, because if he could have just fought those Marines. Like, that's super late on medics, and you can't really fight Marines with mutas, but you can pick them off one by one.
M Baker
if
on
you
10
have 5
drones and supply blocked, having to wait on an Overlord. Hopefully decides to build more drones, because if you keep building more units like this game, you gotta get your economy back online.
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, you have to keep Terran at home, right? The longer you can keep Terran at home, the more you can drone. That's basically how this is going to work. So as soon as Jesse moves out, Terran can no longer drone. So you have to make Terran scared to move out.
Just trying to find an angle, get a decent shot of the Marines, but not able to do any economic damage at all. Lots of turrets already in place.
Yeah, we actually just saw some like hold position micro instead of right click micro. But he didn't actually have enough mutas to do that, so he wasn't able to pick off a Marine, even though he had a good angle. Just a little mistake. 1 less Marine, obviously not going to make or break the game. Attacking into 3 turrets.
Well, you're saying that maybe M Baker could keep poking around and keep Jesse home, but Jesse just moving out on the map does not give a fuck. And
yeah, she built a lot of turrets. Yeah. Yeah, she built a lot of turrets, so. Yeah, and Baker also just not building anything.
You're just taking what they can get, trying to put some pain on this engineering bay, but if the mutas are here just dealing with that, this force moving into the main for M Baker, like, there's 1 sunken, there's no links. This is very dangerous.
Yeah, this push is super strong. Like, if you see you count, there's 3 medics, so you need at least 4 sunks to stop this, for sure. And even the, like, 5 mutas that he has, 6 mutas that he's going to bring back, I actually don't think that there's any way for him to break this. I think this is just game.
Yeah, Lurker asked him about to finish, but even supply blocked, even if you had the Hydras ready, you couldn't make it work right this is a brutal game.
Yeah. Terran thing.
Don't you
Just
love it when
Terran
Terran wins when they do a bunker rush and some nonsense?
Yeah, it's great. CBT makes me really happy. It's my favorite matchup.
I feel you dying inside. It's awesome.
Alright, GG is called.
Yeah.
So we do have a 2-1 win for Jesse, which does mean another win for Team Socialized Healthcare, which is our European team. Not sure how or why they came up with that name.
Yeah, no idea. No idea at all.
And I think we are going to have Shroom come in and take my place on this cast.
Fantastic. All right, so I'm gonna have the weight scream up. We're gonna take a couple-minute break, switch up the casters a little bit. I'm gonna go use the restroom since this is a lot longer than I thought it was gonna be. So we're gonna be back in a couple minutes. Everyone, just hang tight. Okay, we're gonna be getting in a call with our next caster, and then we're gonna be continuing in a mid. So let's get in that call and say hello. Why I'm new? How are you? You are currently muted in the call. I see you're unmuted. Gotta hear you talk. Gotta hear you talk. You hear?
Yep. Testing. You hear?
I hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
What about the chat? How's it look? Audio balance between the two of us good? Alright, what name do you want to go with on the caster display?
Alright, Sate, I'm just waiting for you to host.
Okay, I'm going to be hosting in a second.
How many games do we... Sorry, how many games do we have?
I was gonna tell you that before we hopped right in, so give me 1 second to check. We have 2 more series of Tier 1 and then Tier 0. However many series Tier 0 plays in a week. I think it's 2.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. Thanks for telling me.
The game is up. How are you doing today?
Not too bad, and yourself?
I feel like my throat's gonna be killing me tomorrow.
How long have you been, casting for?
For today, I started at 6 o'clock, so this is the beginning of hour 3.
It's a long time to be casting.
Well, I'm also currently still working, essential employee, and I'm training people, so I'm already talking a couple hours a day at work too. And I swear I'm not like an extrovert, so like I don't know why this is okay with me, but you know it is what it is.
Yeah, well, no one can fault your dedication for sure.
If they do, I'd tell them to come at me. I'll throw DTs in their base so fucking fast.
Okay, I'm trying to find your game, but it says the 2244, but it says unable to find your game.
Oh, you're on West, right?
Oh, are you guys on Europe? Is that why?
No, we are on West. Are you on US West?
Yes, I'm on US West.
Cool. StarCraft's having bugs. I'm gonna be visible on BNet, and then I'll just add you as a friend. Hold on.
Yeah, I think that's the best way. I'm in the CPL channel, by the way.
Okay, give me 1 sec to clear this all up. Sorry for the technical difficulties. You know, it's fun. Oh, okay. Alright, you see me online now?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Alright, game's up. Let me know if you can get in.
Alright. Okay, wow, that's really weird. I know that you're on my friends list because when we were in the channel, you saw my the ID, right?
Was I not online? Am I online now? I was offline on BNet.
Oh, that might...
Am I good now?
One second, I'm searching.
That's all good.
Okay, it says invalid pass. It keeps saying invalid password for some reason.
Alright, I'm gonna just host it without a password, and then we're just gonna start fast. And I'm gonna kick people. we're going fun time.
Well, when it goes invalid password, even though I have you on my friends list, I think it's a latency issue between us. I think.
For replays, that doesn't sound right. Where are you from? Are you?
I'm based in Canada.
Yeah, no, like I do this stuff with Australia. Like, no, it's not that.
Okay, interesting.
I'm gonna just relog out of Belmont real quick. You know, we're gonna figure this out live.
Yeah, apologies for all these technical issues. I feel like whenever I try to cast, there's always some kind of technical issue. To be honest.
All right, I got a game up again. Try again.
Okay, fingers crossed. Yeah, keep seeing invalid password. Like I can't even see your game in the like when I type in custom game, the password and stuff, like the game name. It's not even showing up.
Okay. Yeah,
Well-
they're saying the friends list button has been off. All right, so I'm gonna try hosting it just without a password. The risk
Okay.
of the day. I'm gonna try starting a different series too. Maybe it's just that one replay. Who knows?
Let's see, 2
2244. No
4
password.
4. Okay, I know it's not gonna work even before because I'm looking on the custom games and it's not showing up. But I'll try to join from friends.
Alright, they're saying that we should both try relogging and restarting, so we're gonna do that.
Okay. I don't know if this fixes it or not, but in the old BattleNet, you used to be able to join a game. Okay, so let's say I'm trying to join your game, right? And then there's issues. So we both join someone else's game, and then after that, like it kind of fixes the issue. Then we can like join each other's game. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, but
I have not. I was born in the world where I assume programs work as intended. I'm just an optimist like that.
all right, yeah, I'm just gonna relog then. I'm gonna like restart everything.
Yep, I just totally restarted my BattleNet now, so we're gonna try this. Sorry for the technical delays, everyone. Thank you for hanging around and checking out our first weekly cast. This is gonna be a normal thing. It won't be this long in the future. I did not realize how long this was. Well, it's always gonna be starting Thursdays, 6 p.m. Eastern USA, New York City time. And we're gonna be casting some of the higher end matches, or if there's like a bunch of really close matches, it's gonna be like hand-picked and fun. We're gonna get exposure to a lot of people, so make sure you hop in, join. It'll be fun.
Okay, I just hope it works now.
I hope so too.
So Sate, so every Thursday you're just gonna cast the tier 1s and tier 0s? Is that how it's gonna work?
It's
You're
not
not
always
doing-
going to be 1s and 0s. This is actually our community casters have been killing it this week. These were actually the only matches not claimed by somebody to be casted yet, which we had a problem with that in the past of some matches not getting casted. But I think with the less teams, even though it is more games per match, just the fact there's less teams and people are amped up. Like our community casters this week have been killing it so far. So week 1's gonna be completely casted before we start casting week 2, and I'm so happy about that.
Yeah, that's real sharp. I think real good organization. To be honest.
All right, I got it open with a password again.
All right, yeah, I just logged on. Okay, again, fingers crossed. Please be
Fingers
valid.
crossed.
Yes, yes.
So we're in there. Sweet.
It fixed the problem.
Alright, let me get the stream all set up then. Everything looks good on my end. Okay. Alright, so we're going to be getting into this first game. This is another Zerg vs. Terran. There's been a lot of Zerg vs. Terran today.
Yeah, I don't mind. I like that matchup. It's a good matchup.
Everyone likes that matchup. We have Ash Return in the tealish, grayish, bluish, whatever color. I suppose be cobalt, whatever. And we got Offense in the yellow for Terran. So I'm not super familiar with you. While we're waiting for the game to amp up, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, yeah, I'm obviously playing the CPL this season. I'm on Team Operation Indecision. I'm a Terran player. Yeah, that's about it. I mean, I guess we've been playing SC for a couple of years now. I think probably like seriously for almost 2 years now, I suppose.
So I think I remember seeing that you are tagged as assistant coach. Are you one of the tier 0 players?
Yeah, I'm in tier 0, but I didn't I'm not really an assistant coach. The thing is, I wanted to post something in the build orders channel, but I couldn't do it, so only assistant coaches could do that. So yeah, Snipe just made me assistant coach for that.
Nope, you're
I'm
helping
not
us
really-
all now. You're helping us now. You got drafted.
No, I'm not really a coach. I wouldn't consider myself, good enough to coach. I mean, I'm open to giving some tips, stuff, but definitely not coach material.
All right. Well, how about tips? Let's talk about this 9 pool with the early gas from return.
Yeah, it's not a bad build, to do, but I actually personally I don't see it that much because it's a 4-player map and it's not a small map, right? So kind of like I see a lot of Zergs maybe they like to open up with a more economical build, maybe 12 hatch or something like that.
Yeah,
These
I
type of
don't really
maps.
see walls from Terran like this on this map very much. Can you get a good solid ling wall on this map with offense? What he's doing now?
Yeah, I was actually looking at that barrack placement. Can you wall with 2 depots? I guess it's possible, but just due to the sheer lack of experience doing a natural wall, on this map particularly, I'm not sure.
Yeah, unfortunately, offense scouting the wrong direction. Not gonna see this 9 pool until Lings hit his base more than anything.
Yeah, I think we might have a quick game. I mean, if return sends his links the correct way the first time, he knows it's not top left, right? Because he has Overlord there, right? So this could be pretty bad.
Yeah, I'm actually a little surprised. You figure you would just hard commit to the bottom right, wouldn't you? Instead of looking cross. Like just
Right.
hope for the close position. You're already kind of doing an aggressive build anyway, but we'll have to see what they're thinking.
Well,
on this one.
he's actually splitting his Zerglings actually, and I think that's smart. But hold that thought. Yeah, actually, offense with a ling tight barrack, factory, and supply. Now here's the thing, I don't actually like these kind of walls, especially on the low ground, because your SCV can get denied forever. Like the Zerglings can keep pick running in. I mean, if returns to looking around, he could deny that SCV again. Like, it looks like he's targeting it, but he doesn't quite get it.
So meanwhile, we're watching this wall. It looks like it's gonna barely get held off. The fact, or not, it just barely dies. Wow, I'm surprised. I thought we had the SCVs to repair it in time. We also see return.
I feel like that was a little bit of a
getting
mistake.
1 hatchery, 1 base lair. This guy is bringing the thunder, and I love it. Actually, this is really important though that factory didn't get completed. That when a vulture spawned, this is done. This attack ends. But getting that stopped, and we're going straight for. It looks like the Hydra Den 1 hatch. It's a 1 hatch lurker. What is this?
Yeah, one. I mean, this build can definitely work. But I mean, the amount of damage that return has done to offense. I mean, this 1 hatch play definitely, definitely viable.
I just feel like, what if it was a wall at the ramp? What if it was something a little more conservative that wasn't a wall at the front? It's like, it's on a 4-player macro map. This is wild that return would go for this, but it seems to be doing pretty significant damage so far. Although that first vulture spawning, having to choose where it's going to get kited to. Like, he's got to clean up the lings in the main and not lose the vulture. It should be a good spot to defend this now.
Yeah, it's a little bit risky because the depot isn't finished yet, so you can't actually repair it. But I think this this ling rush is basically being held off. Well, he gets the depot, yeah, but he has 2 vultures now, so it should be okay. Good micro, pulling away the injured vulture for sure.
Yeah, but we are miles away from any detection, so like if we're gonna keep cranking out vultures, we don't have time to get a machine shot for mines or anything. So, but we did have a SCV did get in the main and actually scout the lair, scout the Hydra, scout the 1 base. So we do offense should really know what's going on. I think just putting pressure on with these vultures, trying to get a couple drones here and there, should be like a decent plan.
Yeah, that's. I actually don't like how return offense is actually going back with his 2 vultures. You know what you said earlier? If he had just rushed with his 2 vultures in here and picked off the drones, it'd be much better. It's important to note that return basically has 8 drones, so like any drone kill would be huge.
Yeah, SCV still in the main. Nothing to even turn around to kill it until this sunken that's gonna get the job done. But does see 2 Hydras and they're just walking across the map. Has to have full knowledge of what's going on. The machine shop finishing, so I'm assuming that's gonna be spider mines.
Yeah, that's the right play. And you can see Offense also has an engineering bay almost completed. So with this bunker out front and the engineering bay, which allows the Terran to get turrets, I think he may be okay. It's going to be pretty close. You can see the lurker eggs actually already being morphed, just out of returns unnatural. Yeah, I think this will all just come down to, can return sneak his lurkers past this little defense out front, right?
I mean, they're pretty far away, and the Spider-Mans are going to complete soon, with Vultures already there. Vultures that are already on the map do get mines when it finishes, correct?
Yes.
So, and we are seeing a second hatchery behind this, so I think Return well aware this is not going to end the game, although making a big attack at the front, lurkers and a couple lanes going through. Lanes all dead, lurker marching straight to the main. This might be dicey. Up at the top of the ramp, one burrows, but not both of them. I think we're going to be okay here.
I don't think so. I think this is game over. As I was saying earlier, it all comes down to if you can run by, and it's a GG. And
I'm surprised this wasn't the kind of situation you could just like lift the CC, go to the natural. But I guess not. Wow, that's crazy.
I think you can do that. You can lift your CC, but then it takes like forever for your command center to land. And because Offense took so much damage in the early game, his eco was really bad. So that's like pouring oil on a fire. In a worse situation, right? Having to lift your CC and delay your eco anymore. And there's always a threat of even more lurkers just running in, right? Like they could just run past the bunker and then burrow behind you, like your natural, right? So it's really hard to stop.
Crazy game then.
Yeah, definitely.
So I got the next game up, and see, like, this is the problem. Like, I was just like, oh, little cast that's left over. It's gonna be fun. Like, it's tier 1, tier 0. It's gonna be great. And it's a bunch of weird ZVTs. I play Protoss, man. Like, I'm trying.
I definitely know what you're talking about. When there's like a ZVZ or something, because Zerg's my worst race. Like I don't know anything that's going on. Like I just see Meatless and Lings. That's it.
Alright, so we got Return in the Black Zerg in the bottom right. We got Offense in the White Terran in the top middle on Neo Sofa in the second map for the week. Honestly, I would prefer ZVZ. I understand ZVZ at least a little bit. Like, if I could race pick the ladder, I wouldn't play PvZ, I would play ZVZ instead. I think it's really fun. I like the matchup. It's cool.
Well, I do like Zerg vs Zerg because it's short and intense. I really think that if you play a lot as like Zerg vs Zerg, your Zerg vs Terran will probably get better because your meatless control will be so good.
But, absolutely. Like you'd have that, or you have to just be a cheeser and just be two hatchling everybody.
Oh yeah, right. I guess yeah. You do that, but I mean, like, eventually you're gonna have to go meatless.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was thinking about it. I guess yeah, you could do it every game, but I kind of feel like it defeats the purpose, right? Of even that matchup.
I mean, like you need muta micro, but if you don't have muta micro, you just build Scourge, and then you're good.
Yeah, right.
But we're seeing nothing super crazy yet. We're just seeing even like, isn't this like this wall seems fine? Like this isn't in a weird spot that's gonna get blown up immediately. And we're not seeing a ninefold this
much
time
better
for
wall.
Return. So
yeah, if I were to guess, I think Offense is actually gonna go mech build because he's putting a wall up like this, and I think much more standard build coming out of Return this time, right? Not some kind of early aggression.
yeah, we're seeing that early refinery right after the barracks, so it's looking like that kind of mech build. It feels like mech's pretty good on this map, just the way you slice everything up. Like it seems like people seem to favor it on this map, whether it's like a true mech or even just the 5 Goliath thing.
Well, five factory Goliath is mech. It is true mech. Just the
like,
timing.
I still think like real mech is like Vulture tank, like really like an old school mech. But yeah, I guess you are right that it's all mech, it's all mechanical units. Just not what I have in my mind. Like I'm used to like mech being here's the fortress you're never gonna get into, and it's just a million tanks and vultures and just a nightmare.
I would like to know. You look at Ash Return. He's building his like third hatchery in a lowered position. Oh, but does a fence? Can he see it? With his, okay, so far he doesn't see it,
No?
but Actually, no, scrap that. He canceled it. Okay, at first he put his like third hatchery in like the bottom of his base, but I think he saw like I think he was trying to like kind of hide it. But then I think he thought a fence saw it with his SCV, so he's like screwed. He just canceled it and put it at his natural.
I mean, like, did he actually start the hatch and cancel it? Because that's so bad.
He did.
Oh,
He did.
So bad.
Yeah. But
The drone gets in, sees what's going on, sees the factory, sees a lifted barracks that didn't re-land right away. Only one Marine, so I think you get a good idea what's going on if you're the Zerg player here. Well, there's no more guys in the gas, so I guess it's like for a fast CC, right?
yeah, well, both players getting a full scout. Offense also seeing the 3 hatchery coming down. Yeah, the no gas on the main is actually not a correct way to do it. You actually get your natural CC and then you put back on the gas. You only want just enough gas for that first factory.
Yeah, because your first units are vultures anyway. They don't need the gas.
Yeah, it's just all about mineral optimization, stuff like that.
I think that's the story of Terran's life, just optimization. Like some of the things I see Terran builds do, it's just like, wow, it's so easy to play Protoss. Look at that, they scout, finally gonna die in the Zerg base. It's gonna, you can see a couple legs and it's gonna be done, so we're gonna get to see what are we gonna be doing for this lair. Just starting up, and I don't think offense saw it, but should have an idea that's coming.
Yeah, I think offense. Okay, if you lose that first, okay, hold that thought. Yeah, I was saying like if you lose that first vulture, that'd be huge. But fortunately, he does control. He's going to be able to pick off these 4 Zerglings. So that's really, really good on defense. What I was trying to say before is actually losing that SCV scout in the natural there for offense. I feel that was actually kind of poor. I mean, he definitely could have kept it alive longer in the main. And if he did, he'd be able to see this Hydralisk Den coming up, this Hydra Tech, right? And instead of Spire Tech.
Yeah, I mean, so like when you see this hydrogen time with the lair, like this is Satan lane lurkers, or is this just like actually gonna be like, why would you get it now? Like, because I'm used to like you finish the hydrogen right before the lair because you're rushing lurkers, but I thought you'd get hydras versus this kind of mech build because hydras are just such good units versus.
Right. Yeah. You don't generally they don't rush. I mean, there are some builds you can actually rush lurkers, against mech, but generally it's not done. It's generally, Well, okay, hold that thought. He's actually going lurker aspect, so like.
All right, so Ash is gonna show us that we don't know what we're talking about. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah. Well, okay. Generally, I mean, I did say generally, so I guess and I covered myself a bit, right?
Don't give us that cop out excuse, crap. Commit to a prediction. Come on.
Yeah, but yeah. Anyway, well, but going off on that earlier tangent about keeping the SCV alive, this is huge because when you're playing Terran against Zerg and you're going mech, the most important thing is to discern whether the Zerg is going, Hydra or Mutalisk, basically off their tech. If you go Mutalisk, you gotta get an engineering bay and you gotta get some turrets up and all that, right? But if they're going Hydra first, or maybe like lurker first or something like that, you actually don't need to get these extra turrets in your main, and that's huge. Again, mineral optimization, right? It all comes down to how fast it affects how fast you can push out in the timing, right?
Yeah, well, you do see that eBay going down, which maybe not as necessary, and we're rushing right for a starport, so I think if they're going into science vessels fast, they're going to be pretty good against this. It looks like it's supposed to be lurkers. Like, he rushed with the aspect, I assume it's got to be lurkers. But that vulture at the front did get killed. There's really nothing really seeing what's going on, and holy crap, here comes some lurkers.
Yeah. If you go back to the Terran space, offense is actually gonna gear up for a long game. You see, he's gone 3 factory starport. The 3 factory starport indicates that, as I just said, yeah, offense, he's not going to do any kind of like 5 factory timing, 8-minute timing, or even like 3 tank, and then mask alive timing. He is looking to play the longer game.
Yeah, looking like he's like prepping for Hydras too. He's getting that armor plate instead of some kind of weapons upgrade. Really kind of like aware of what's going on, I think, from return. But this build's weird. I've never seen lurkers this fast like this. And he's just gonna roll on out.
I actually, I'm sorry to say that I have to actually disagree with you.
No, please,
armor
please,
first.
please.
Armor first on Goliath is good against Mutalisk. If you're going Hydralist, you want attack first. Especially now he's playing the long game with the science facility. You want attack first, so you can reach that powerful 2-1. And you can also see offense actually doesn't know about this. You see he's placed turrets on his main, and also in a natural in a position to stop Mutalisk harass because he's expecting Mutalisk harass. So that's actually wasted money and wasted minerals.
Yeah, you can even see where he's keeping the Goliaths in his base. He's really thinking it's gonna be Mutas and just kind of
so he's misread this completely. But I mean, good thing that he is now sending a scouting SCV, so I do believe he will be able to see his Hydralisk, right, and make the correct transition, right. And he is getting siege mode, so he at least has that going for him, right.
I'm still just trying to follow these lurkers on the left side of the map. Like, they kind of just hung out at that one base. They're avoiding getting scouted, but like, why are you rushing lurkers to not do anything with them? Not at the front to stop a scout. They're like literally just sat there on the left side of the base for like a minute. Like, even still, like, they're just sitting there. They're not doing anything. Like, I'm very confused by Return's play here.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you on that note. I'm not a fan with what Return is doing, just idling his fast lurkers. I mean, no pressure at all. Once offense knows it's like mass Hydralisk, or if he ever spots the lurkers, he can just quickly throw down, a control tower in a starport and get what's like a vessel, right? So he'll be able to be completely countered.
And we're moving up to 5 factories from the Terran player. Looking like this is like for building an army for a push, right? No real expectation to take a third. Like, you're really gearing up for a big punch attack.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised that offense has done that, because as I was saying earlier, if you go 3 factories starport, it's almost like a sure sign that you're gonna actually try to take the third and get like another command center. But it looks like he's just playing off one base. And the reason why I'm confused about that is because if you go for your starport and your facility and everything, and then get your 5 factories and push, I mean, look at the time. It's like 9:40 already. I mean, imagine if you had skipped all that tech. You just got that one armory. I mean, you'd be able to go right now with a huge mech army, right? Like, it feels like it's not really like it's like a jack. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just like thinking, what if those like 7-minute lurkers ran straight to the natural? There's no wall, there's no turret, there's no scan. Like, you built these super fast lurkers that didn't do anything with them. There's not even like spider mines, nothing to dissuade this. This is so confusing.
Yeah. I think he should have really he might not have been able to kill like the main, because you can block the main and get like a turret up, but he could have at least sieged like the natural with his lurkers, right, when the really early Ling lurk push, right, before detection was up.
Yeah, it feels like he has this one scouting Ling, and he's just waiting for the Terran to move out for an attack and just do this ridiculous backstab. That scouting SCV though sees the entire force. Terran should know what's going on now. Although I'm not sure I do still.
Right. Going off on that earlier tangent about just like seeing offense just mass up to 5 factories instead of taking a third. It kind of like his build kind of reminds me of a jack of all trades build, but I'm not a big fan of it. It's because you either have the speed of the push or you have like a better economy, but it's like kind of like in the middle of both, Anyway,
Zerg did stay on 3 bases, and one of them being a mineral, so it's not like Zerg's economy was tremendously good either. And we're getting offense engaging into his army, saw where it was, and just moving straight for it. And Return trying to fight around. Lots of Hydras in a good concave. Here come lurkers behind as well, straight into the tanks. The scan goes down to fight it, but I'm not sure who this is better for.
I think offense is going to take this. Mech is so powerful, and now he has 2-1 like armor and +1 attack, so he's going to melt this Zerg army.
Yeah, like, I think having the scan there, like, the lurkers actually didn't really get any shots off. They all kind of melted before they got the opportunity. And now if you look at the supply, we're talking about like a third base with like no defense at it. And this army's still pushing forward, and Terran's like double the supply of Zerg. This is going to be very difficult to hold.
Yeah, I think we're seeing the end here. I think offense has done it. I don't see how the Zerg can recover from this. These Terran mech armies, they're just so like snowballable. If you kind of get what I mean. Like
if you get ahead, it's hard. You just lean until they fall.
Yeah, you know, it's like you're a Protoss player. It's like in Terran versus Protoss. If their tank count never gets diminished, you know, like it's unbreakable. You know, they just keep reinforcing and reinforcing, right?
Yeah. Well, it's even like you think about the other way. Like I will sacrifice so many goons to keep resetting tanks, so I can keep snowballing my gateway count. So I know exactly what you're talking about. Goliath's just moving into the main. There's no drones here anymore. These hatcheries aren't going to be long for the world. These tanks with siege mode so far back. We have no Spire units. Like, you're never going to kill these tanks. Like, this game's over. This gotta be over.
Yeah, I think we'll be seeing a good game coming out of return. So yeah, it's evening up the score 1-1, right? Great games.
Yeah, I think so. That crazy one-based Zerg play.
Lurk play, yeah.
This is weird though. We're getting some weird stuff. Nibelheim thrown in that lurkers and swarms sometimes work, but we never got the hive. No swarm.
Yeah, it felt like return. He got the fast lurkers, and but he never got off. Like he could never go off lair tech, right? So there's no chance of getting the defilers right off the hive and all that.
Alright, we are moving into our game 3, which is hosted right now. This is going to be on Neo Bloody Ridge. One of the things about CPL is that we have a set map pool. There's no like map selection for the loser, no pool of choices. It's just the same rotation, so you get used to what we're seeing here. And I like the map. I really like the map pool we had for week 1. A lot of interesting stuff I don't get to practice, or like didn't have a reason to practice. It wasn't like on the ladder or anything. But in the top right, we got offense. This time choosing gray for his Terran pieces, and we got return in the yellow in the bottom left.
So this map, Bloody Ridge, what do you like? Like what do you think about this for TVZ?
Dude, I don't know TVC. Like, that's not a fair question.
All right. Well,
I think it's an interesting map because it has that little blue storm aspect where it's like you can navigate around the easy path. There's the little thin stuff to move through, and I just think that's really cool to begin with.
yeah, definitely. I mean, it's much more like unique than those we see like a high ground main and low ground natural 4-player, stuff like that, right?
The production tab is covered for entertainment value on the cast more than because that's one of the things that if you actually ever watch StarCraft 2 and StarCraft 1, that's one of the biggest things about StarCraft 1 that keeps it exciting is like they're casting it but they don't have production tab. You don't know, oh, here comes the muta switch. You don't know any of that stuff. So if I have it hidden, you guys as spectators, you have to guess too, especially when we're getting weird games like we got tonight. Like, I'm not gonna just show you what's happening. You get to deal with it. We do see return going back to the roots that got in the victory, that early pool with cast. So another 9-pool speed, it looks like. I wonder if this is going to be as crazy all as the first one. Although I think this one barracks hard walls for Zerglings, doesn't it?
To be honest, I have no idea. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it does or not. I haven't played this map a lot. So I'm
trying to remember from the other games I've seen today. I think we've seen that happen, so I'm pretty sure that walls. At least walls versus workers, so.
Right. Yeah, like these, like I mean, the Terran buildings. I mean, it's crazy, like the angles you can wall at and stuff,
Yeah, I am actually a little concerned because I do think this walls, but I don't know if the Marines are going to spawn outside the wall, aren't they? And you can already see we're moving that barracks back. He's trying to get the SCV in because he might need some repair stuff. But we got 6 links. They're starting to run across the map. I am concerned for offense's future.
Yeah, I really like actually Return's like choice of play this map because it's 2-player map and so you know exactly where your opponent is. So.
Oh wow, Marines spawn inside that? What is this sorcery? That's nonsense.
Yeah, like just that little crevice, behind underneath the barracks.
That's so ridiculous. I mean, that's cool. That's cool that that's not a weird oversight of the map, but that's ridiculous to me. Yeah, so never mind. Like this is.
It's
wait,
not tight.
A link can get through that. Wow.
Yeah.
Workers can, but links can. That's freaking crazy.
Yeah, but offense with the like perfect SCV wall. I'm really liking this. I mean, look at that with the double repair as well, repelling these Zerglings. I mean, I think offense is in a great shape. You know, great shape right now.
This isn't how this game's supposed to work. You're not supposed to be able to repair your freaking workers. Terran's busted. Prove me wrong. Meanwhile, we see Return rushing that lair again. Hydra Den on the way. We're going one base lurker again. And this time, there's like this choke outside the main is really small. This could be very difficult to deal with. At least, I don't know if you can get in for a killing blow, but you could definitely contain them in the main, I think.
Yeah, you can do that, but I mean, yeah, it's definitely possible to do that. But what I'm trying to say is, I'm not sure how effective that is because, you know, basically Return is on one base and he's never gonna get like Hive anytime soon, right? All you need is basically one siege tank, and like the contain will be broken, right? You know, just eventually, you know, you can scan or something. Oh, but hold that thought. He lifts the barracks. This might be huge if the lings flood in.
Why?
No, and these are speedlings. The vultures have no speed. It's definitely, you're definitely able to catch the vultures, if microed correctly.
What is happening?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, he gets one vulture. Okay, this is critically bad. Yeah, I think. Yeah, go ahead.
Also, a reminder to any newer players: these are tier 1 players. These are good high MMR players, and everyone makes mistakes like this. Like this will happen in your ladder games. This is normal. This is not weird for Brood War, but this is crazy. I can't believe this happened.
Yeah, I thought offense had it for sure, you know, going mech, but after this huge ling counter, I mean, he's lost so much. I mean, I don't know.
You can even see how far the barracks is scouted. I think he went, I have a hard wall, I've repaired the SCV, why would he keep making lings? And then he was just like, I'm safe, and then he lifted, it's like, alright, the threat's over, but Return kept making lings. So I think there's a little bit one of those, like, why would you keep doing this? And then, you know, Return's just like, because I want to. The logic says this didn't work, but here we are.
Might be some like big brain 200 IQ, you know, like psychological play. You know, it's like I know that he thinks I won't do it, so I'm gonna do it. You know, you get a little advantage.
Yeah, that high level nonsense. We're seeing a very early eBay this time from offense, realizing he probably knows what the follow up is to this.
Right, and if you see, there's actually a vulture coming down like through the middle, so he will be able to see it's basically, you know, all in one base play, and wisely this time. Wisely, he has built like a, you know, kind of like a semi wall that, you know, in front of his natural, so that will be able to repel any lurker run bys.
So here's the thing. You gotta look at the production tab, and then look at the top side of the map, and you can foresee the future of what Return wants to do. We're researching drop for overlords, and there's one overlord just hanging out near the top. That wall's gonna do nothing.
Yeah, right. That's a good caster's eye. Yeah, I didn't even notice that.
He's moving the lurkers to the front for some reason, walking right to mines. Lose a lurker for no reason. I don't agree with this.
Yeah, in these like all-in low eco games, you know, you can't lose any of these like big important units like the lurkers, right? You really have to, you know, make everyone count. But I think offense knows though. I'm not sure exactly how he knows that like there's gonna be like drop lords, but you can look at his main. He already has mines pre-placed in his main. He has a turret in his main. You know, it seems like he's expecting.
This is great. This is great. Especially he's building a starport. If he just starts building a Wraith now, just to really metagame it, I love it. Links go in, take out a couple of the mines, but not all of them. Trying to take out that turret so there's no detection, and it's at 13, needs to be repaired. Nothing getting pulled in time. It's going to go down to the first lurker shot, and now there's no more detection.
Right, and he only has, well, he has one mine in front of his natural, but that's not enough. Oh, actually, the lurker is damaged, so yeah, it will be enough to kill the lurker if it runs up. So I think offense will be fine for now. Okay, hold that thought. We see a lurker coming in the main, but it eats spider mines.
Oh no!
MVP mines. Wow.
Offense, you genius for some reason. The lurker
Yeah,
gets
like
past the
this guy
front,
has-
but barely dies to vultures. Doesn't get the reburrow, and This all-in from return really fizzled out quickly. Now we're looking at a situation 12. We're talking 12 drones to 31 SCVs, 2 base to 1 against the Zerg. Like, this is... What do you do as return, like, to stay in this game? He has a plan, clearly, but I don't know what it is.
Looks like he's actually gearing up for another lurker drop in the main. You can see him like moving his overlord to the 12 o'clock position, and 2 lurkers moving up there to meet the overlord.
Yeah, we're talking very borrowed time though. Starport about to finish, science facility halfway done. If we get a science vessel out, this game's over. And we actually even see a couple of vultures going across the map. Like this expansion just started, but these vultures, there's only 1 sunken and a couple hydras here. Like they can really start getting some stuff done.
Yeah, well, good block though by return. You know, like with the hydras at the. So this vulture like sally forth is defended. Okay, we see the 2 lurkers in the main.
Yeah,
but
they're moving forward. No mines this time, no real detection either, other than that 1 turret, but no units here. And they're actually swooping right behind the mineral line. Gonna be able to shut down mining for
offense.
a while.
He sees it now. He maynards his like main SCVs to his natural.
Oh, but they're on the line for the lurker shot. Needed 1 more lurker shot to kill 1,000,000 SCVs right there.
Yeah, unfortunate. Yeah, but looks like offense will take basically no damage from this. I think it was good idea from return, but didn't really work out. Good defense also from offense, I think.
Ooh,
really
Marines right in a line that barely going to be able to kill this lurker. Yeah, just barely. This game really leveling out in a way that I'm not expecting, but I still think offense way ahead. Got the second base up way quicker. We're dropping in 2 more lurkers, 1 at a time with these slow overlords. I would just build a Wraith out of this starport to shut this crap down.
And let's see. Yeah, well, I mean, this time offense is much more prepared. He does have 1 mine and a vulture in position. Okay, well, he moves the vulture away. But yeah.
I mean, he's even got the science vessel. It's by the freaking starport. It's not even at the front of the base. He knows where these lurkers want to go.
Yeah, I think. Well, he should be able to see it right now, though. With his. Okay, he knows for sure, and he already has a tank out. So.
All right.
Yeah, one lurker dies already.
Yeah, this is brutal. Yeah, another lurker going down. Ash really trying to double down on this like all in, but at some point it's just not gonna work, and you gotta figure you gotta get a way out of it. But I think it just might be too late for this to make this work. I'm curious to see, because like he's done so much stuff in this series that I'm like, why would you do that? There's no way. And then somehow it works. So
we see another drop. Is he gonna commit or? Okay, offense wisely putting a supply depot now, right in the fog of war area, the black. Yeah, getting the vision. So he'll see this slow drop lord if. Let's see if he reacts to it though.
He's about to finish speed. I'm surprised he didn't actually wait for the speed. This time with a couple lanes might be able to get a little bit more done, but that means there's only 1 lurker here, and that's not going to be enough, especially if a radiate's researched.
Right.
There it is.
There it is, yeah.
This is just such a brutal situation.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what Ash can do to recover from this. Looks like he does have speed with his overlords, but I mean, he has basically 4 hydras as his army, right? Or he's got 2 lurkers in the middle.
Yeah, but he's not making more drones. Like he's all in on commanding this attack. He's building some hydras here. He's actually adding on a macro hatchery that I don't even think he can afford right now. I don't know what the plan is on that one.
Well, yeah, I don't really blame him for going big army. I mean, like he's with these constant drops. He's probably at least kind of maybe getting like a feel of how big the Terran army is getting. He knows the Terran army is gonna push out, so he needs a big force. You know what I'm saying? Like, he kind of can't macro behind that.
I feel like it would have been better, like, maybe if he did one of these drops in the main, and then, like, waited for 2 rounds to use. They had 4 lurkers, or lurkers and a set of lengths. But he kept doing a little trickle at a time that never got anything done.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess that could work, yeah. Again,
I'm trying to think how would you all in harder and actually make this work. It doesn't feel like the lurkers that are no longer surprised 2 at a time. That sounds like the easiest way to lose. And we see offense saying he's done with this crap, moving across. That's a very scary army. A couple tanks, a bunch of bios, some science vessels. This is terrifying to deal with now, considering there's like 3 lurkers and a handful of hydras. Like, how do you actually fight this?
Yeah, look at the supplies, 95 to 35. I mean, that's tall order, you know?
I mean, I would be impressed forever if it worked. One of the science vessels getting kind of low from hydras, but doesn't go down. Not quite enough. Tanks siege up, loses 1, but kills the rest of the army for that. Yeah, this is... Terra can just walk in the base and should be able to kill him now.
I think we're going to be seeing the end pretty soon. Really, really well played by offense, I think. I mean, it was a little bit dicey when he lifted that barrack, but you know, he recovered nicely. Completely shut down the all-in follow-up from return.
I can't believe that he survived after lifting that barracks and Lings got in like that. That is crazy to me. Especially, like, it felt like there were some good opportunities with returns, like strategy, and it just a little mishandling here and there. Really lost him early, and then he just kept committing to it. But here comes offense into the natural. Like, there's no static defense here. There's no units. You got siege tanks hanging out in the back. This is just Marines shooting hatcheries for fun.
Yeah, it's yeah, the good game is called. Yeah,
Return GGing out. I love Return's play though. Like, he didn't win, but I love him. He's the best.
Definitely. I mean, interesting games, right? I love, you know, makes it.
All right, so that is another win for Samyang Fire of the games we've casted so far today. So I think we're up to 3 for Samyang and 2 for the Socialized Healthcare. What we've seen today, we got 1 more Tier 1 game, and then we have 2 series of Tier 0.
Yeah, definitely some interesting games. I mean, I like watching standard play as well, you know. But I think what makes StarCraft really interesting are you know, these wild builds, you know, especially coming out of like Return, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, I feel like just today, maybe it's because it's week 1 and people aren't like fully in it yet. I'm seeing a lot of weird stuff, and I love it. So this is there's another Terran player. I did look what they're playing against. I think Protoss for once. Yes, there's a Protoss versus Terran. I can know what I'm talking about.
That's my favorite matchup. Terran versus Protoss.
Let me introduce the players real quick. We got Ranko RRF on Discord. That's Kinzaki Ranko, a sandbagger of epic skill. Says he's so bad, and now here he is in Tier 1. And then we got the Zinkler, I guess. Says, I'm going to say Zinkler. And they're having chat. I didn't get to read it. I'm sure they're having a fun time. And yeah, when he played Zerg, apparently. So they have a history of some sorts. Yeah, PvT, or TVP, whatever we want to look at it. It's not my favorite matchup to watch, but it's definitely my favorite one to play. I love this matchup when you play the game.
Yeah, I think, you know, going into this game, this map they're on, Clay Fields, I think this is a really, really Terran favored map. And, you know, I'm saying this as a Terran, so I really think this is a Terran favored map. So I really think on this map, I mean, you can go like a big macro game as Protoss, but I kind of feel like, you know, early game aggression is the way to go on this. I mean, whether it be, you know, some kind of Reaver drop or something like that, anything to slow down the Terran.
So, I mean, the first thing I think any Protoss player looks at is, like, is this an Arbiter map? Do you think this is a good map for Arbiter drops? Is the landscape in a way that makes Arbiter drops useful?
Right, yeah. Is it Arbiter or Carrier map? I think that's the biggest question. A quick note though. I forgot. I forgot who pointed this out to me. But actually, on this map, look at Ranko's. You know where he's making that wall. You see that patch of grass, like this at its natural.
Sure.
Yeah, there's 2 patches. Like one next to his left of his barrack, and one of them, his supply depot is actually like covered. If you actually place your supply and your barrack on those patches of grass, it makes a complete wall tight.
They put doodads for walls? Come on.
Yes.
Come on,
yes.
man.
I didn't know that, but yeah, if you put like your supply in like your I forgot who told me that, but
That's crazy.
yeah, they really helped Terran out on this map.
So already we see a little mentality difference between the players. Zinkler cross-scouting just to make sure if he can be aggressive early, but also seeing the lack of a proxy. And gets it before the hard wall, so the probe is going to get some valuable information until he gets killed. Meanwhile, Renko's SCV just hanging out in the right corner.
Sinclair was some psychic play or something. He knew he knew Ranko was bottom right, so he headed straight there. Yeah, see, the probe actually escapes, so it slips through this wall. Yeah, so it's not worker tight, huh?
I wouldn't want to escape right now. Like, the big thing I want to see, like, after you see a factory started, does he pull guys from gas and keep them out of gas? Because that's your big indication. Is it an expand or is it like a 2-factory, some kind of aggression play?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think Ranko pulled the 2 off gas after the probe left, so Zinkler's kind of in the dark. But I think Zinkler, he can make some assumptions from him. I mean, it's a big map, it's cross map. I mean, it's pretty ballsy for the Terran to go 2-factory, you know? Cross map on a big map like this.
This is actually a very interesting from Zinkler. I've never actually seen Protoss pull guys from gas to get the faster Nexus. He actually he's getting range, but he only built 1 goon and rushed Nexus. And then he's getting a second gateway since he has the extra minerals. I've never actually seen that before.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah, it is a 21 next. Yeah, he's going to get a second gateway up.
And then we got the probe from Zinkler at the front. I think he saw I don't know if he saw the CC straight up, but he saw the Marines posturing, so should be assuming that there's a low ground CC being made.
Right. Well, another way you can kind of tell, but it's not really surefire, is if you run your probe in and out, even if you can't see the command center, which you would be able to if you did now, but if you see the Marine count, you can kind of tell as well, right? Like at this time, if it's a 2-factory or something like that. Okay, first
Zinkler saw it for sure. Zinkler saw it for sure now.
Right. His first Dragoon's coming down. There is no bunker here, but his first siege tank is out, so with three Marines and a tank, he will be able to repel this 1 Dragoon.
I mean, he's still trying to poke around a little bit, and we do see from Ranko getting those spider mines, so should be able to push this back, get some map control a little bit. We're going to see where we're going from Zinkler's side. We don't actually see him rushing to anything unusual, just getting robotics, going to get some observers, super standard safe play.
I'd say both players are actually pretty standard right now, to be honest.
This isn't what I signed up for. I want nonsense. I'm so used to it
We had
now.
that last.
No,
we had that last game.
I've had that for most of the series tonight, and it's been sweet. But now we got Terran and Protoss in here. It's like, fun's over. No more Zerg in here. So let's play a real game. So we are seeing like the robo being added on. I'm not seeing like a 3rd gateway or like a fast move for another Nexus. So I'm curious to see if Zinkler's going to try to do something a little more unusual. But no, it's just an observatory, not rushing for a shuttle or anything. So we're just like super standard, safe but boring Protoss play. And the Terran side, it's just 2 factories, building stuff, adding a second machine shop. Nothing weird here either.
Yeah, looking at Ranko though, I kind of get the feeling he's setting for a push, like maybe a 630 push. It looks like, because he got 3 tanks and then he's getting siege mode now, but he got mines first and he's following up with a vulture, right? But I'm not quite sure.
But I feel like if you were doing that, you wouldn't get the second machine shop. Wouldn't you start grinding out vultures and get the machine shop later?
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's entirely correct. Yeah, that's why I said I'm not really sure. It looked like he may do it or may not. And yeah, another telltale thing is if you're going to do that kind of timing attack, you have more Marines, right? So you'd be producing more Marines.
Yeah, well, we're not seeing another Nexus from Zinkler yet, but we are seeing a very fast Citadel. Is this like maybe going to be 2-base Arbiter? He's getting an assimilator at the same time. I'm thinking this might be a 2-base Arbiter build. And then here comes Ranko. He's showing his true colors. Slams down 3 factories. We're doing a 2-base push.
Yeah, it's going to be the 5-factory timing push.
So, if you're a Terran player and you're going for this 5 factory push, like you want to get some aggression going pretty soon, what do you like? Are you like, I hope the Protoss didn't do this? Like, what's the big thing you're really hoping to not see?
Well, the biggest thing you don't want to see is that the Protoss has a ton of gates already, right? When you push out, okay, against this particular situation, I don't think 5 factory is bad, but you have to hit before the Arbiter gets out. I mean, if the Arbiter gets out, it's really hard for you to sustain the 5 factory push, especially when the Arbiter gets its stasis, or recall, right?
Actually, it doesn't seem like we're rushing to Arbiters. We're actually getting Zealot legs, not really rushing for that extra tech. The Observer getting in the main now, going to get a real good count on these factories.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you're completely right. Actually, yeah, Zinkler going for that third. So this is really good news for Renko. You can see that Zinkler only has 4 gates, right? And 4 gates against 5 factory. It's no contest. Renko, I mean, honestly, just doesn't micro at all. Basically, there's no way his army can lose. And it looks like he's actually pushing out right now. So
it actually navigates in a way where most of these tanks I don't think were spotted at all. Like, one tank went up to the goons that were hanging out on the high ground outside as natural, but the rest of it I think a little bit unspotted. And when the Nex is about to finish, we're talking like the most inopportune time where you are at the maximum deficit from trying to expand right now. We got a shuttle finished, but no zealot, a couple zealots at the front. You might be able to actually break this if these tanks are sieged in a sloppy position.
Yeah, definitely. Like when the Terrans come up with 5 factory, shuttles are really important. I mean, without shuttles, it's almost unstoppable, in my opinion, because if the Terran lays mines and has siege tanks in behind,
here comes the shuttle.
Just slow.
Here it comes.
Yeah, 3 zealots on here. Let's see if we can get some good zealot bombs.
And right during the unsiege too, so we're talking like maximum value that we're gonna be able to drop the while the tanks are getting sieged.
That mine!
The mine doing so much damage that we're gonna be able to clean this up as Protoss so easy, and Renko just gives up right there. Yeah, that's brutal.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I think it came down to that mine drag at the end there. Like 2 mines went off and it killed or weakened a lot of tanks, and it killed all the vultures surrounding the tanks. So.
Yeah, that Protoss play was just so simple, but like clean, like stuff that made sense. Nothing that's gonna be crazy or get you like in a bad situation. So I'm curious to see moving into the next game. If you play a game like that as Terran and you lose like that, where it's like they didn't go gateway, man. They just built a couple gateways, had the robo anyway. Like, I'm thinking cheese. This feels like cheese time.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think maybe he thinks that the Protoss will cheese. I mean, I can't really speak for others that much, but
no, I was thinking,
in the best of 3,
I think Terran, like if you're playing against like standard Protoss opener like that and you get crushed on your attack that hard, like I'm thinking maybe Terran wants to cheese now, or at least like maybe like do a 2-fac or something like to really mix it up, not play straight up standard.
Yeah. I was about to say exactly that. Like, I mean, I can't speak for others, but in any tournament, any best of 5, best of 3, I'm gonna mix in a 2 factory. I'm gonna mix in, 1 game, maybe dropship factory, So, yeah, definitely. I think Renko could do a 2 factory here.
Well, speaking of Renko, he's in the top, in the middle with the blue. And we got Zinkler in the teal in the bottom right, and we're on Neo-Sylphin. So I feel like if there was a map you were going to try to do some cheese on, maybe do it on this map. It seems predictable on Bloody Ridge, and like you have to find like a good spot for it on this map, but like I feel like cheese could be really strong here, especially if you're willing to take the 50-50 on the spot, just guessing this one.
Well, looks like he's going for a wall, so any kind of zealot pressure from Zinkler's, if he chooses to do so, will be denied.
So I'm just going to say what I love to do on this map, because it is a 3-player map. It has no ramps. I am doing 10-15 gates on you 100% of the time. I don't care. Like, it's so strong, I feel, on this map to just go 10-15 2-gate goon. and really slam the pressure on.
Yeah, definitely. 10-15 is super good on this map. Also because there are only there's only like 3 spawn locations, right? So usually you can get a good scout off the turn base early, right? But looks like he has not sent out any probe at all. So yeah. So I guess both players kind of in the dark. Ranko has his first scout in SCV, but it's headed the wrong way. So I think will Dragoon get? Oh no, Dragoon. I don't think a Dragoon will get out fast enough to deny the scout. So he will see everything.
10-15. Here we go. Zinkler's my bro. He got it. He understands.
Yeah, that was a good call out. Predicted. It's a good prediction.
It's the true path, man. Like especially when you see you could do this zealot type wall here. So it's like, oh, the early zealot pressure's not gonna do anything. But ranged dragoons are going to destroy these Zebos so quickly. And it's like you have to rush for a siege tank. Like if you don't do a siege expand, I feel like 10-15 could put so much pressure on so easily, and then you can just expand behind it. You don't even have to do the damage anymore. And I actually love this from Zinkler.
And the probe gets in,
Oh,
and he scouts the 2 factory. He lifts the barrack just as the probe. This is the second time it's happened to a Terran. Remember the previous games we had with Offense? I mean, he lifted the barrack. And stuff came in.
He's actually seeing it the 2 factor 100%, dude. This is, if there's any one build ready to defend against a 2 fac, it's a 10-15 2 Gate Goon. They are ready to defend against this crap all day long. Now the question is, do you commit? Because usually 10-15 is committed to being aggressive. Do you still do that here, or do you just accept he's doing 2 factory 2? I can switch into a Nexus, go back into Kami, be set up to be alive.
I think in this position, I think in this position you can actually push, because Zinkler saw that Ranko actually got Vulture first, so he doesn't even have his shops. He saw he doesn't even have his shop, so his tanks are miles away. And first 3 Dragoons are already heading in, so I can't see how Ranko can survive. Still he's going more Vultures. I don't know, this is super bad.
Look at Zinkler, you beautiful man, going Citadel behind it. He's going 10-15 into freaking DTs. This guy gets how to play this map.
Classic follow-up. Terran Nightmare.
I don't like how far up he is, because this can actually start getting hit by things. But he's going to be able to take down this supply depot. And he's going for the middle one because there's so much less surface area to actually repair it. The SCVs don't get there in time. Open door. This is a problem.
Yeah, I can't see how. I mean, Rank, I guess he's doing a good job now. He's doing a really good job. I mean, minimizing the Dragoon damage. I don't even know he cleans up those Dragoons really, really, really well. So I mean, that's really good on Ranko.
Yeah, 2 goons still chilling at the front. You can kite this kind of stuff out forever. We see a robotics on the way. We still don't see a machine shop or anything, researching anything. Finally started to research mines. Good choice considering that we saw that early Citadel, so getting that blind information, but going for the right choice here.
Right. I'm not sure how he can stop the second wave of Dragoons. He's basically exhausted his army. And his mines are miles away from finishing, so.
And Ranko, maybe just not experienced playing against 10-15, get used to playing against 10-21. It's still potent, but slower. And you can even see here, these goons are doing whatever they want. We're rallying to the front too. If you have to pull this many SCVs to not die, you're in a terrible spot right now. Although Zinkler all in here. If Ranko can survive at all, he's in a good spot because we stopped pro production entirely for this.
Right. I think another saving grace for Ranko is that Zinkler actually didn't get his Templar Archive, so he cannot produce any Dark Templars. He's just been queuing up Dragoons.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a weird decision here to go for the Citadel, but not actually use it.
Oh, it's a good mine hit. Definitely good mine hit, softening up the Dragoons. Yeah, but with more Dragoons streaming across the map, I mean, I don't know. I just don't know.
I don't think there's a way through this. We're starting to research Vulture speed, but you're against all-in goons. Get a tank, and we're done. We're out. Damn.
Yeah, it's a good game.
Sinclair taking a really quick 2-0 on this one. All right. Well, good for him for doing that. And now that actually evens up our tier 1 games at 3-3 on each team. The high end of these teams so evenly matched. But now we get to move into tier 0.
Yeah, I feel there. It was actually a pretty good game. I liked what Ranko tried to do in the first game, especially with the 5 factory. But I feel like he could have masked up a bit of a bigger army for pushing out because he had 5 factories against 4 gates, right?
I mean, also like he committed, like, you're a Terran player. You can say if I'm wrong. He committed the cardinal sin. He put a bunch of mines and then walked tanks over him.
Yeah, that was like the biggest thing, you know. Whenever you siege on top of a minefield, you know, you get chills down my back.
Alright, game's up whenever you're ready.
But I also do understand it because a lot of time, you know, it actually takes a crushing amount of APM to move your tanks and clear out your mines and remine while macroing, you know, at the same time. So
yeah, I think it was just maybe a little bit more of that inexperience that we did go for. Like, we were getting the 3rd next, things were going a little bit like reasonably, but it was a pretty like fast shuttle with zealots. That's a little faster than what you're used to. But before we even go into that, let's introduce the players. We got Narsil, our Protoss player, in the red in the top left, and we got DM Keen, which is Little Chava. Because why would you use the same usernames? Why would you do that and make things live? And that's like, what is that? Skin tone, peach, tan? I don't know.
yeah, I actually can't really tell you because I have a slight color blindness. So,
oh, damn, sorry to hear that.
yeah.
Anyone playing against this guy, you just learned. Look up his color blindness and pick the right one.
No, you can like see camouflage, right? And like pick the right color for the camouflage. But well, can't you just like click Shift Tab though, and it basically makes your opponent, you know, all red on the map anyway?
This is why I don't like when people pick really obnoxious colors. Like, I'm playing a Cerberus, I'm gonna pick gray or black. It's like, if you're playing against someone, they can tab twice, and it's teal versus red, and all you're doing is making it a pain in the ass for the casters. That's it. That's all you're doing. You're just being a jerk to the casters.
Right. It's horrible when like one player goes olive and one player goes green or teal or something like that. They look the same, like absolutely the same.
Yeah, there's a couple colors. I mean, they're supposed to be blocked now, but there's still a few that are not blocked, where it's like, if you pick this, you can't pick the things close to it. But they didn't get all of them yet. Blizzard needs to fix that. At least for like 1v1. Like, I can understand team games, like, make it. But we do see Narsil. We're getting that standard Protoss thing. Getting that Forge. We're going to just make sure we get an expansion and don't die. And we have a spawning pool reasonably early from our Zerg player, so no greedy 12 hatch. Just, you know, this opening standard as standard can be. Overpool versus Forge first.
Oh, let's see if Narsil can. Okay, actually, yeah, he gets the first scout on Little Chava. I thought for a moment there he was gonna like turn his probe around and you know try to like deny the natural, but
I actually like that Chava hit the drone up in the corner just to make sure that didn't happen.
Yeah. I was just about to mention that. Like that was like super like high IQ, I think. You know, just hiding the drone up there.
This is bold. We actually see Narsil go Nexus before any cannons against an overpool. But Gamble's right and only sees 2 lings. He's safe for now. If it was 4, he might be in trouble. But with Chava going for those extra drones, like Narsil made a little bit of a gamble and was gonna get away with it just cleanly.
Yeah, it was a little risky, but I don't think it's overly risky because it is cross map again, and it's a large map, so he does have a little bit of time to play with. Even if 6 like Zerglings were made, right? I think his cannon would probably finish just in the nick of time. And then it would come down to probes blocking, right?
Yeah, for sure.
The hole, but.
Now we see Chava starting a 3rd hatch at another base. That doesn't mean a macro game. That could mean Hydra all in. We have no idea. We're not going to know basically until that probe dies what the plan really is, because you're going to hide it as long as you possibly can. But this is one of the things that I think a lot of newer players especially have a little trouble grasping about the Forge expand, is that you are trying to eke out as much economy as possible. Like, you can get 2 cannons blind and be safe all the time, but if you don't need those cannons, you gotta be as greedy as possible without losing the game.
Yeah, I really think in the early stages, going off the thing about the cannons, right? You just want just the right amount to repel whatever the Zerg's thrown at you, right? If you see it's going to be mass like a Hydra Bust, then you want to throw down a lot of cannons. But like you just want like a paper thin enough defense so you can, build up other units that you need, right?
Yeah, especially because you got to speed up the tech. Like, you got to get to that Stargate as soon as possible and actually see what's going on. Like, because we can see, like, that probe is not going to stay alive forever. You got to get a Corsair in the map, see if you need to start building its Muta. Is it going to be a Hydra all-in? And the faster you get all this information, the faster you get like a real economy going, the better you're going to be feeling about everything. We actually see Narsil taking that first Zealot, actually walking across the map, wants to either at least push some units back, but I think this might just be a very beefy kind of scout and see if he can get an idea of what's going on.
Yeah, he could use it for a scout. I think another thing is that he's forcing little Chava to make more Zerglings than he'd like. Every single time you can force like the Zerg to make some attacking units, which won't directly benefit you like right away. I mean, you got to think like those units could have been drones, right? He's just trying to slow down maybe the economy a bit by like showing his one Zealot.
Yeah, absolutely. Although, with Zergling's speed about the village, this Zealot is not long for the world. So if he gets into the natural, at least sees if like that second gas has been taken. I don't think he's...
Yeah, that would be huge if you could see like at least the gas. But it looks like he's just okay. I don't think he saw the gas. I think he was just trying to make like a beeline for the main.
He did not get close enough. So there's a spire on the way. It's the kind of thing you would assume, but having that like confirmed knowledge is so much better. This Corsair really late from Narsil had plenty of gas to do it for a while, and it's kind of delayed it a little bit.
Right. Yeah. So
and we're actually seeing we got the +1 ground weapons and the +1 air weapons. This is the kind of PvZ build I like to do. It's, like that kind of Bisu style, like after the original Bisu build. This is like his response where he gets a lot of +1s. And a lot of good Zealot and Corsair force to control the mid game a little bit.
Oh wait, hold that thought.
These just rolling on it. Oh no!
He's gonna get in the main. Oh no! This is like disaster.
Yeah.
So
there's a hole in the bottom of that wall, and speedlings don't give a fuck if you're trying to get like wall off. Seeing all the information they need to see right now, especially the fact that Cybercore is spinning right now, indicates that +1. This is tragic right now for Narsil.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's so annoying. He's gonna get the cannon as well. Like, I mean, like a good Zerg player can run their Zerglings around forever in your base. Get complete scout off, and they can do annoying things like this. Like he's just picking off a couple of the drones, right? But okay, looks like that was a good like probe drill. So he does get all the Zerglings, but losing a couple probes and Chava getting a full scout off what Narsil is doing, definitely worth it.
Yeah, but he got the like really big knowledge. Like we're seeing this Corsair move around, seeing the addition of some extra hatcheries, Hydra Den on the way. We didn't see any muties yet, even though the spire's finished. But the big thing that you saw, like with these links in that main, no extra early gateways. So it's just like, it's like, here's a citadel, we're upgrading a bunch of stuff, I'm getting Corsairs, but with no gateways, you can just lean into that ground army. You saw no Templar Archive, there's no gateways to produce a lot of units. Like, it's really up to Chava what he wants to do right now. It's his world.
Yeah, and I think he's taking your suggestion. He's really starting to lean into like a huge Hydralist force. I mean, definitely a good response. As you said, he saw nothing. He saw like no tech, no nothing, right? Only second gate only coming down now, and Narsil not going for that Templar Archives, which would allow him to get Sidestorm to hold off like, let's say, like a Hydra Bust, right? So I think it's really smart coming out of little Chava right now, his response.
Yeah, we're even seeing like Templar Archive just going down now, but we start ground armor for these ground units too. But I think it just might be too little too late. If Chava commits to an attack soon, this is going to be very problematic to deal with. Although currently supply block, building some overlords, it's really going to be this next cycle of production that indicates how this game's going to go. Although these Zealots on the map right now, if these Hydras just walk across the map, there's only 3 cannons at the front, 1 pylon to power the whole thing. He's trying to space out some Zealots and stuff, but this is scary as hell from Zerg right now.
Yeah, I don't see actually how Narsil can hold this. I mean,
I think he doesn't. I think he dies right here.
Yeah, speed and range is like is done for. Oh, actually, range is not done for Hydras, but speed is done. He gets right on top of those cannons. The probes are being pulled, the boys are being pulled, but
And if you look in the production tab,
Oh.
yeah, we're just building
Yeah.
Hydras here. This game was over. Narsil tapping out. Unfortunate.
I think it was a really. I mean, I like this game. I think that was almost textbook from Little Chava, actually. Especially getting those Zerglings in, and, seeing the scout, getting the scout off, sorry, and reacting to it.
Yeah, that reaction was perfect. Seeing, oh, you have one gateway. Oh, you have one gateway? Okay, like, just, like immediately slammed an army in his face. Oh man, that was brutal. I feel so much more comfortable casting Protoss. Like I know what I'm looking for. This is so much easier.
I think it also shows why Little Chava's a tier 0 player / like assistant coach. I like to think this, a good StarCraft player, they can hit their build orders and everything, and get like a perfect execution of a build order. But like a better StarCraft player can get like a scout and react and change their build order. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that's one of those key skills that actually that's one of the things I've noticed from the people that come from StarCraft 2. They're a lot better at adapting on the fly because they didn't play Brood War forever. They're not like super rigid on like this is the proper play. But like if you play a lot of StarCraft 2, especially at a higher level, there's a lot of adaptation where you look at a thing and go, "Oh, this is happening," and then you adapt on the fly. And a lot of people coming from StarCraft 2 into Brood War carry that skill over, and I see they get into freestyle games and do a lot better than you would think they would.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's always. I mean, I'm not saying like following and executing the build order is bad by any means. It's definitely good. I just think that, like, what makes it better is you can actually adapt, your build. I mean, if let's say Protoss versus Terran, if you're Terran and you're doing a 2 factory, right, and you see the Protoss goes 12 nexus, you know it's something bad, right? So you just don't commit to it if you haven't thrown down your second factory. Just try to expand or something, change up your game plan, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I do appreciate just that kind of mentality. And here we are again. We're seeing actually a little more of an aggressive build this time. We're actually seeing 9 pool, not overpool. And we're actually seeing the extractor trick too. So this is a little more aggressive, and we're going to see if Narsil respects this properly by how many cans he gets and how quickly.
Yeah, I think Narsil will respond correctly, and he got the first scout. I think he even saw like I'm not sure if he saw the extractor trick or not, but because I wasn't watching. But I mean, he sees everything. He knows everything. So
yeah. Every Protoss knows when you get in the base, like what health the spawn pool at. That's all the information you need to know. So he has a real good idea of what's going on. And like, it's rare for someone to go 9 pool and then to go 9 pool economy. I tricked you. Like it's links. So as long as he keeps this probe alive in the base and see what hatches from these eggs, that's all the information he needs to know. We're already building 1 cannon. Does he need 2 is the question.
Right. Yeah, and it will be 6 Zerglings, so full complement.
Well, if it's 6 Zerglings, he needs that second cannon.
Yeah. I was just about to say like he should probably throw, but maybe he's got. Okay, yeah, there it goes. Second cannon come down. I thought that was actually a little bit late. I mean, if you're going to commit to the second cannon, I mean, the second cannon won't be basically done by the time the Zerglings get there, and I feel like he could have thrown that down.
Yeah, I think he has to actually pull up a couple probes to hold this. But the legs actually don't go across the map; they're pulling back. I think maybe the Overlord saw something. It was just like, not this time. Just force the extra cans is kind of worth it in its own way.
Right. Yeah. I think that's pretty smart as well. Like a little bit of like psychological play, you could say, right? It's almost like what every other race does to Zerg. They threaten them just to make them make Sunkens, but like Zerg is threatening the Protoss just to make him make cannons.
Yeah, it's definitely a little taste of our own medicine, and we already see Chava just going straight to that 3rd hatchery. And when I see gas starting to be mined and 3 hatcheries and a 9 pool is an opening, convince me this isn't 3 hatch Hydra, because I won't believe you.
Yeah, that's a super good call. I was about to say that as well. Like I think this is going to be some early aggression out of Chava, But I do think Narsil's in a much better position to deal with it than last game. He's going to see it, right? Oh, he turns his probe around. I thought he was going to maybe check the 3rd with a probe, but I Yeah, as I said, I think he's in a
He's
much
got
better.
plenty of room in this wall to add on extra cannons, but he's got to keep this probe alive. He's got to get the scout off on what's going on, and especially mainly he's got to see if there's a lair happening, which there actually is a lair in the way. So maybe not as all in as I thought it was gonna be. I'm a little surprised by that actually. Probe gonna get in here, and it looks like it's gonna get full vision of that.
Beautiful. Protoss in a really good position, I feel, this game.
Cybernetics core on the way. We're still building some probes. Narsil having to cut some probes to get units going, get these cannons, but still compared to a 9-pole, not feeling like in too bad of a spot, especially since that third base for the Zerg, it does not have a gas.
Yeah, that's actually huge to point out. Zerg really relies on their gas. The strength of their gas. Minerals are important, obviously, but it really feels like what makes the Zerg scary is the amount of gases they have, right?
Yeah, it's usually all the scary units involve gas in some form, especially if you don't see that third gas base. You don't have to respect mutas as much because you need a lot of gas to get the Scourge and the muta to really control the skies. We are on our way to a Stargate, and Spire on the way, but this is probably more for Scourge just to sway Corsairs more than anything. We're actually drawn up pretty significantly from our Zerg player as well, so Narsil not really having a worker lead or anything, given that against a 9-pole, the fact that you don't have a worker lead significantly. And again, this is the same situation we're looking at before. He's going double upgrades, but doesn't have that second gateway. This could be dangerous, especially with Zergling speed now done.
Yeah. Well, I think this time he's much more prepared though. He's got the two zealots at his natural, so a repeat of that huge Ling run-in.
There's a gap, I think, though, between the Forge and the pylon.
True, but there are two cannons this time, right? So two cannons, one shot a Ling. So I think even if he does run past, the damage you take from the zealots and the cannons. Well,
zealots won't get there in time. You can just run past this crap.
Yeah, that's true. That's too early to say. Yeah, I was just about to say that. But I guess Chava denying our expectations. He's going to go feel more macro oriented, right? 4th hatchery coming down, Hydralis Den coming down, right?
We're gonna
5th hatchery coming down as well.
Yep. So just really super standard 3-hatch Spire just to get the Scourge, and then you're going to 5-hatch Hydra. Seems very reasonable, very normal. This Corsair is scouting around a little bit, but needs to get a good idea of what's going on in the Zerg base, not hunting for a stray overlord.
Yeah, so I totally agree. I don't have anything really to add. We'll see what comes. What will unfold? Sorry.
Oh, here comes the Scourge fanning out. The Corsair in the base, so not gonna catch anything yet, but they're looking, and this Scourge far from home. I think that that Scourge is gonna connect. Come on, kill him. Well, you can do it.
Yeah, he might. Okay, he gets one. Really, really good for little Chava.
Oh, the other one's coming as well. He's definitely getting 2. That is a done Corsair. Oh, he actually does the micro to make him stop. He might be okay.
Yeah, he runs his Corsair around, so that's pretty. Really good.
We're still running into the same problem. Actually gets it as the guy was about to kill the Scourge. Gets it anyway. We keep resetting the count, but look, tons of Hydras being made. Where's this second gateway? I think this is a repeat of game 1. There's not enough here to actually defend this. We're adding a 3rd cannon here, but I still don't think this is quite enough. The +1 weapon's not even finished yet. We're definitely not going to be in time for Storm or a +1 armor. And actually, we're adding on a lot of cannons now, so this might be in a better spot now for Narsil, respecting the attack of the Hydra way more, but here they come. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Narsil in an infinitely better position than he was in game 1, but might be a little too late. He finished his air weapons, but I felt like he could have just canceled that and saved the money because he has no more Corsairs anyway. Kind of feels like.
The Zealots being pulled Starform from the cannons, they're gonna die for free here, and this is the problem. Those Zealots.
Yeah, he ran him back and forth. Did you notice that as well?
Oh no, this is so bad, Narsil. No, not like this. And we don't even see that slow takedown where you kill the Forge slowly or kill the gateway. He was just going straight in to get some damage done. But now backing off a little bit. Storm on the way. Needs to be careful, but still making Hydras. And look at this rally. There's just a flood of Teal Zerg heading on over.
Yeah, yeah. Whenever, like, I think as a Protoss player, whenever you see this, like it's coming. Like the blood pressure is up, right, and the anxiety's up.
And we have a Dark Templar on the way. There is an Overlord out here. And it does. He did research Overlord's speed. It's about to finish soon, so I don't think you're able to really do a ton with this DT. But that seems to be like the hope right now. That's like maybe he doesn't have detection. But here come the Hydras going in. They're gonna be able to fight this can so easily. So many that they don't fast. Zealots all going down as well. I don't know what to do. I heard a swipe of a DP, but here comes that Overlord. Still slow for a couple more seconds. But nothing's going to be able to stop the detection here.
Yeah, Storm just like seconds away from finishing, but just not quick enough.
Oh man, Narsil, just the slight greed. I think just a second game we had a little faster. Either game we got a real game going. Unfortunate, but both players really like on the edge of greed the best they can, and then Chava making that stern decision like, oh, I can kill him now, and just going for it. I love it. It was so cool. Even if it wasn't like a weird, funky game, that was a fun series to watch.
That was a great game. Definitely.
Well, it's looking like we're near the end of the night. We got one more, and it's everyone's favorite matchup, Zerg vs. Zerg.
Well, you're gonna have to basically cast by yourself because I know nothing
no, you're
about
gonna help. You're gonna
Zerg.
get hype. You're getting hype. That's all you're doing.
I mean,
nah, this matchup's fun. Come on, it's Lings or it's Mutas or it's both. Like it's you get this like high level
some combination.
Yeah, high level commentaries be like, well, if they have 5 Mutalisks and he has 3 Mutalisks, then clearly 5 will win over. it's I think it's funny. It's very visceral as a matchup. But let's introduce the players real quick. We got RK Ling Pumpa. I know I'm supposed to say the whole thing. I'm saying Ling Pump because I'm American and I can do that kind of stuff. That's the blue Zerg in the bottom corner. And we got Razor Suke in the purple Zerg in the top corner. I do not know how you play ZVZ on a macro map, though. Super weird.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just afraid of saying something because I don't have much idea about this matchup at all. But I mean, I guess Lynch Pump is Lynch Pump. Yeah, I guess
I think it's Lingapumpa. Like
Lingap.
Yeah, I don't know. I say Ling Pump, like like fist pump, like.
Yeah, I'm just gonna call him Lynch Pump.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, if Lynch Pump is in the chat, you can correct us. But I mean, I guess he's gonna get like a little bit of an advantage because his Overlord's gone the right way. So I guess you can see if Rizusuke opts to take that fast natural. I mean, it's definitely viable, right? I think that ASL match against Larva.
Like, so here's the thing, like it's not as true as it was way back in the day, but there's like a little like square build orders, and we see that Rizusuke is like really grinding up some money, looking like they're gonna go for hatchery first, while Link Pump's going for a 9 pool speed, gonna get very fast lair if they want it, very fast lings if they want it. And this is why you like taking the hatchery at your natural is very risky, because how the hell do you defend this? You're nowhere near the rest of your base. There's no sunkens in place. You don't have to get to like consolidate your defense. So like if you can protect and survive, having the second gas is awesome. But like if you just want the second hatchery for larva, usually you want to take it in your main just so it's easier to defend. And unfortunately, Ling Pump getting that first scout really gonna make this difficult.
Yeah, and he's already making Zerglings right now, so...
Yeah, 6 made with another pair on the way, and we're rushing straight to lair, so these Lings going to be able to force some defense, really force that Rizusuke to slow things down. And if Ling Pump gets that Muta lead, because you don't want to go out of your way for an Evo Chamber to get scores, if you get that Muta lead, you can just start killing everything, and then your Lings will kill everything too. So this is why,
right,
like,
so hard to...
like a build order, quote unquote, like a square of like what build order beats what build order. It's like 9 pool, loses to an overpool, loses to a 12 pool, loses to a 12 hatch, but 9 pool beats the 12 hatch, and that's exactly what we had here: 12 hatch versus 9 pool. And we see he even actually cancels the hatch because he has to. He knows he can't defend it and remakes it in the main. Which this might go down to Lings anyway. Gets canceled again.
It's good,
oh
good
no!
Control, yeah, good control. He canceled. I mean, you don't want to be canceling your buildings because you do lose some minerals, but I mean it's better than losing it, right? Losing all your minerals.
I mean, at some point, I think you have to commit to it, because if you look at Razor Suke's spot, no hatchery done, lair's not done, spire's not on the way, you don't have more lings. There's no advantage for Razor Suke right now. It's even the same drone count. This is a terrible spot, and you can see, look at Ling Pump, containing the bottom of the ramp just to make sure lings can't stop him, because mutas are definitely going to kill him.
Yeah, I think actually this is super smart from Lynch Pump, because he knows how far Razor Suke is behind. He's thinking like, what's the only way he can get back? And that's some kind of big link play, from coming out of Razor Suke, right? So he's like, oh, let me just make like a soft wall.
And we even see Ling Pump, they're going for their second base at the gas expansion, because once you get mutas on board, that gas means something. Until then, not really. So this is just a brutal situation for Razor Suke.
I mean, well played by Lynch Pump. That's all I have to say. Like, super smart. I mean, really showing why he's tier 0, I think, covering all his bases, not letting any chance for any kind of a counterplay. And I would like to note, Razor Suke, he did actually get Zergling speed as well, so I think he was trying to plan to go some kind of Ling counterplay. But again, as I said earlier, Lynch Pump basically completely shutting it down.
Yeah, I think so. Razor Suke's plan, the way it's looking, you see they have a Zergling lead. They got the Link speed. They're actually going for that Evo chamber and getting upgrades. They're going all in Links. They're not going to make mutas. Not for a while. They're going to use spores to defend against the mutas and just use the speedlings to keep things back and see if they can get some damage done. And you can see Razor Suke breaking out now. Here come the Lings across the map. And that's going to threaten this hatchery down at the natural, but these mutas are going to spawn. Now you got to choose. Do you go for the drones or do you go for the Lynx defending? And I think you got to defend with the Lynx.
Right, yeah, Lynch Pump doesn't have a critical amount of mutas right now, so he has to prevent Razor Suke from sniping too many of his drones, Like, there's definitely comeback potential right now since Razor Suke broke through that soft contain.
Yeah, we see a couple lanes try to go in the main. Most of them staying down at that natural. Hatchery down to half health, but as mutas keep spawning, they're going to be able to cleave through these links without any problem at all. More trying to flood across the map, but they can't come in little piecemeal by this, otherwise the cleaves from the mutas are going to do so much work. You got to come in as a giant group and overwhelm.
Right. And it's not looking good for Razor Suke. Oh, actually, loses one drone. Okay, yeah, that was good. I mean, he at least got one drone, but I feel like the critical amount of damage Razor Suke was hoping to get, maybe 4 or 5 drones without Link Flood, it just didn't happen. So, it's really, I guess, it's really up to, what I'm trying to say is I'm not really sure what Razor Suke can do now, right? What do you think?
I mean, Razor Suke is trying to catch up now. He actually just built a giant round of drones instead of more units, but so it's looking like he has these links on the map. You can see Razor Suke is trying to run them away from the mutas, make sure they don't get killed for later. And he's just going to try to camp in his base with his drones, with these double spores, and see if they can build something a little more substantial. Since they're mining gas again, I assume a lair is going to be on the way shortly, so they can eventually get their own spire. But this situation just across the board is rough, and right now, Razor Suke, I think the only advantage they can go for is, what if I get a bunch of drones and keep them alive? They're going hard all-in drones.
Yeah, I actually I like actually what Razor Suke kind of did with the Zerglings. He has them out on the field, so Lynch Pump stayed back at his natural, respecting that, and afraid of like a Ling run by, right? So I really bought himself time, to get his eco up a bit, get that layer up maybe.
Yeah, by the way, you can look at this situation. It's actually not as bad as it looks. The drone count's about even. But remember, Link Pump got to keep that hatchery that's at the natural. They aren't doing yet, but when they want to mine double gas economy, they can. Razor Suke has to survive on one and figure out how they're going to fight this. So I don't know, Razor Suke's spot right now doesn't look so bad, but I actually don't know what the next step is, because it feels rough no matter what you choose.
Again, I'm not like a big ZVZ expert, but I think it actually looks critically bad for Razor Suke right now, because
it does. Yeah, it definitely does.
Yeah, because he's never gonna catch up in the meatless count, especially with that extra gas and you know, that huge link flood that he just attacked with. I mean, it did 0 damage. He got like basically I don't did he even get a single drone with that attack? I don't think so, right?
No, he tried to go up the ramp, and there were some lings blocking the ramp, and now we see Link Pump moving across the map with 7 mutas. There's a couple
Right.
spores here that should be able to defend, but even that, it can't really dissuade this. Like 7 mutas can kill a spore if they want.
Yeah,
to.
you can micro down the spore definitely.
But more than anything, like you're not in a rush. Like you could just dive in, try to get some drones, and get out. Like spores are not going to kill 7 mutas too quickly.
Right. I think also based off that last attack, what kind of kept Lynch Pump home was the fear of a massive Zergling attack. But because you know that attack happened and it didn't do any damage, that enabled a Lynch Pump to immediately move out. You know.
So this is a little bit of fun from Razor. And this is actually something that makes a lot of sense in this kind of matchup. He's actually researching Burrow because that will give him the ability when he gets to that point and he's like the mutas just dive into the mineral line to kill drones. He just burrows, and then they can't hit the drones. You'll stop mining, but you won't lose them at least.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's smart play. You know, Rizusuke is doing anything and everything he can, you know, to maybe try to get back in this game, get an edge in this game, right?
Yeah, actually started to build up his own mutalist count. Getting 5 on the field, it's still quite behind. And like you were saying, like you're never going to catch up on mutas. But you don't need to catch up on mutas. If you're like overwhelmed with Zerglings and the mutas have to deal with the lings, then you can feel like in a better spot. You can actually see the burrow right now in these lings. These mutas have to basically stay here forever and respect this. They can't move out freely on the map, otherwise the lings go into natural and get a good counterattack. Raiders like really trying to use what they can. Well, here comes some detection. Lings are running through, nothing to block the ramp. Let's see if they go into the main or they're going to try to fight at the natural.
No, it looks like just trying to pick off that sunken colony. I really do like what Rizusuke is doing and buying himself time with the Zerglings, but you can take a look at Lynch Pump's Mutaflock. It's just getting larger and larger, and I kind of feel like since Rizusuke is using his eggs and his money, I mean his larva and his his minerals to make these large waves of Zerglings, it's just sending him his Mutaf count even further and further back. I kind of feel like almost Lynch Pump will eventually get to a point of time where he can keep like some mutas home and also attack at the same time, because he's just gonna have such a huge numbers advantage. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. But this is the kind of thing where it's like, if you have a small lead, like if Link Pump's like 10 meters to Razor's 8, then you can make some Scourge and try to fight this off. But the fact he's so behind on mutas, like this is where I think you just have to abandon mutas, maybe get Scourge just to defend, but you're mainly going Lings. Like you have to figure out what your advantage is. If it ain't gonna be mutas, it's gonna be Lings, because they have so few larvae. They have to choose between them, and like Link Pump is giving like a small opportunity if there's not a bunch of like sunken colonies made to defend. But the spot we're in right now, I think Rizusuke is playing to not lose and not playing to win, and that's gonna cost him the game no matter what happens.
I would like to also point out that Lynch Pump's +1 Flower Carapace is also done. His +2 is also on the way. So
that's
his
a monumental upgrade in this matchup.
Yeah, his Mutalist will be basically invincible.
But look how many there are too. Like we're talking like a clean 16 versus 8 muta, like 2-to-1 ratio. There's no spores, right. But like Rizusuke now is just gonna get moving shot chased until all these mutas die. That was like a mistake from Razor to try and force that to happen, unfortunately.
Yeah, and we saw like a little bit of a Zergling counterattack also failed, so yeah, it's a good game. But I kind of feel like even if the game dragged on longer, it's kind of like eventually he'll just have so many Mutalists that no amount of Zergling counterattack can do anything. Because you can just leave some units at home, or just make some Zerglings, right? Seal off the ramp or something like that.
Yeah, I think like the only chance that you might have been able to have there is like Razor tries to take a third hatchery at his natural to get the gas income back up while he's trying to like threaten a Ling attack. So it's like the mutas have to stay home to defend. That could buy time for the hatchery, maybe. I don't know. It felt like a lost cause. He took too much damage early, I think.
But how about this though? Maybe like a hatchery at your natural, but you could have like a proxy hidden, like hatchery at one of the far bases.
I mean, if you're talking
Something like
desperation,
that.
why not? Like, desperation's always a
It's
thing.
like something like that. Yeah.
Alright, we're going into game 2. We got Razorsuke in the red Zerg and Ling Pump in the white Zerg, and we're gonna see how this game goes. I got a feeling though, like Ling Pump, I remember casting them a bunch of times in the last season of CPL. They seem really, really clean on ZVZ, so I think Razor might have to do something a little crazy and not economically crazy, because we tried the 12 hatch, it didn't work. Maybe if you're gonna 12 hatch, do it in basis time. Know that you're gonna get punished for it, because you just did. Don't try it again.
Yeah.
Both players getting the correct scout direction though, so that's good.
Yeah. Definitely with the correct scouting pattern as well, right? Like, I think like a greedy natural fast 12 patch is basically suicide.
Well, I mean, by the time the overlords get there, you've made your choice on like 9 pool, over pool, 12 hatch. Like you've made your choice before you're gonna see that. Especially like it's gonna depend what angle they put them at. Like, because there's an angle where they both go towards where they want to go, but the overlords won't see each other. I'm not sure if that's what this is. But we do see a 9 pool from both players first, going for a much more stable opening to protect against early aggression, and neither player sees the other overlord. They barely miss each other.
yeah. They just like I think a hex over and like they would have seen each other. So
like half a hex. It's so close. It was so close. I actually toggled both players' vision just to make sure it wasn't just one and not the other. It was so close.
yeah, I was actually toggling as well, but looks like we see mirror builds coming out of basically both players.
This is a terrifying prospect, because this is kind of like, I don't know how it is for TBT, but it kind of has the same feel as a Protoss versus Protoss, where the player with the defender advantage is in a great spot, or the player being slightly more greedy. Not like way more greedy, but like if you went 6 lings and your opponent went 4, and then they got like a slightly faster lair, they were slightly greedier, they're ahead. But right now it's a pure mirror. Razor getting the Ling speed, and Ling going for the fast lair, getting the muta advantage. So, again, we're boiling it down to you have your choice. Like, I'm going to be strong on Lings, or I'm going to be strong on mutas, and they chose differently.
I think actually Lynch Pump though, again, and I mean I think he's going to be able to hold this because he's got like a concave of Zerglings, right? He's got the defender's advantage as you were saying. So I don't know. Well, Razorsuke, he is flooding down more Zerglings, so maybe he's going to wait till he has an overwhelming amount.
Yeah, this isn't like a giant concave. This is something you can break your way through. You can actually see Razor being very careful about which lanes he's actually attacking to force the wall to get broken off. And Ling not actually making a whole bunch more lanes. Now we got 2 groups on the way, but Razor's already in the base.
Yeah, and he's going to have speed, right, soon? Or his speed just finished, so...
Actually, Drone's getting pulled to help defend against this, but Razor pretty all in on this attack, trying to get that fast lair as well. And it's 9 drones to 9. Lair's done though for Ling, but doesn't have the minerals to start the Spire yet.
Yeah, but Lynch Pump, he's bleeding drones, and each drone kill you can get is huge, like absolutely monumental in this early stage of the game.
I mean, you would say that, but the thing is, Ling Pump did get a sunken colony and not get the Spire. You can't micro against a sunken colony. Like, Ling micro isn't going to be enough to do the job. And it's not like Ling doesn't have any Lings to defend with, so we're talking 9 Lings versus 5, but there's also a sunken colony. Ling Pump can't move out on the map, but they're safe for now.
Right, yeah, Razorsuke is getting his own Spire right now, so...
And actually eked out a couple more drones. Razorsuke looking in a much stronger spot, but Ling Pump, since they didn't get that Ling speed, look how much more gas they have compared to Razor. That's a lot of mutas. That's a lot of mutas.
He's definitely good. I think he will probably get like a little bit of a muta-list advantage, but I mean, it's not going to be that much more of an advantage, right? His Spire's a little faster as well.
Well, so the thing is, like, it's not about like you can get more mutas. Like you're usually capped on gas, more minerals. Link's going in though, trying to shut down the Spire. They went all in Spire, didn't even get close, and just died to Sunken. Razor's advantage, I think it's just gone. I think that was very reckless to go for that attack there. If you want to
I
poke
think
down
it was
some
a bad
drones-
call.
Yeah, if you poke down drones, that feels fine. But going for the Spire there, you didn't have enough to force that to happen. This feels bad.
Yeah. An immediate counterattack by Lynch Pump, coming out with his own Zerglings, knowing that Razorsuke probably is not making any more Zerglings after throwing them all away. And you see, Razorsuke forced to go for Sunken calling his own main. Well, Spars out for both players. 3 Mulis on the way for both players. Okay, fourth one on the way now. Oh, actually no, it's one Scourgic from Lynch Pump as well. So a little bit of an air advantage.
Yeah, so that was actually the thing I was gonna say before that fight happened at the Spire. That if Link puts extra gas, they can have an even Mutalisk count. But if you throw in one pair of Scourge and they each hit a different Mutalisk, you destroy that fight. It's not even close. So if you have a giant gas advantage, that lets you sneak out a Scourge, 2 pairs of Scourge, especially since Link Pump right now is kind of mineral starved. And here comes the Scourge to get the
And he
free
gets
height.
it. Yeah, he gets one of them.
You want that other Scourge to not hit the same muta. You want to hit 2 different ones and bring them both to like red, and that gets you all the advantage in the world for the fight. We actually see
and he gets it.
He gets it super good.
He gets
Razor
it, yeah.
actually also supply capped and trying to go for carapace while Link Pump is still with a gas advantage and keeps adding on mutas. This is bad decision making, I think, from Razor. But this fight may be a little preemptive from Link Pump. Should wait for these next round of mutas to hatch.
Right. Yeah. So, like, for any Zerg players wondering why you don't want to waste 2 Scourge on one like Mulis, it's because of how the glaives work. You want the Zergs to be like really weak, so the glaives can finish them off. Right? It's more economical.
Those mutas
I
got
think
caught out so bad. Razor just lost 2 mutas for free. There's no spores to help this out. Muta advantage completely gone, and this is tragic. I think this game's over right now.
Yeah, I think it's over, and I mean, I think it all stems from the Scourge, right? The Scourge getting those 2 connections.
Brutal. Like this is why this matchup I think is fun to watch though, because it's so visceral. Like one tiny mistake, game's over. Kapow! Hit him with the hammer.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I think of all the like the mirror matchup, Zerg versus Zerg, definitely the most action packed. It's almost
for
non-stop
sure.
action.
It's visceral. That's the only word I ever used to describe it. It's just you can feel the micro and the tension every time one drone dies. You go, ugh, like you reel back. It means everything in this matchup. So people need to appreciate it. It's a fun matchup. But that is the end of our cast today, and we did between everyone casting today. Which shout out again to IRK Stromkarlen for helping me early, and then Why I'm Noob or Shroom of Doom. What do you want to go by? What's preferred?
You can call me anything.
Alright, so yeah, anything here.
Right, yeah, anything coming in.
We got my co-casters helping me out through the evening. We had a nice long day of cast. It was 6 Tier 1 games and 2 Tier 2 games between Samyang Fire and Team Socialized Healthcare. The final score, 4-4. So very exciting. These teams evenly matched in the first week. So everyone, thank you for tuning in. This is a scheduled weekly time. We're going to start these at 6 p.m. Eastern on Thursday every week. We're going to set it up for a rebroadcast tomorrow for our Europe compatriots. Although I did see a lot of Europe in the chat earlier, so you guys could stay up. You guys are crying to me that I picked a bad time, but you're here anyway. You love it. And I'm not sure who the cast is going to be next time, but we're going to make sure every week this is going to be something you can look forward to. Follow the channel, get the notification. On Reddit, I posted about this stream happening and linked all the other people casting CPL this season so far. Follow them as well. You can get all the action you want. We've either casted or scheduled all of week 1, so you can see everything. It's either highlighted or in the future. And we're going to start week 2 after everything is all done. This season's going smoothly. You want to be there and watch everything. Do you have anything to say before I call it a good night?
No, yeah, just thanks for tuning in. Thanks for the support for the CPL. If it's too late to sign up for this season, but I'm pretty sure it's
It's
That's
not. There's a
basically-
wait list. You can ask
What?
anyway.
What? Yeah. So yeah. Well, I guess yeah. If you want to get on the CPL action, a great environment to learn how to play this game. A really good community. So yeah, just
And you
come on down
don't-
and visit us. At the Discord.
You
all
don't
that.
have to be in the season. Plenty of people are willing to play. Like, you could just be hanging in the server. It's a cool place to be. You'll find people to play with. You don't have to be in the season. You'll find opponents. So hang around. It's worth the time. Like I said, I advertised this on Reddit. That has a link. There's a TL.net thread fully describing Coach Pupil League, everything that's all about, and a link to the Discord so you can join in and join the community. But other than that, thank you for tuning in, and everyone, you have a good night. Stay safe, stay home, play StarCraft, don't go out, fucking stay home. And everyone, you have a good rest of the week.